This is the D6 generation with your hosts Craig Gallant,
little thing I like to call a joke,
Russ Wakeland. I'd put the little white handkerchief on my head and go, "Oh, my brain hurts!" And Rafe Hollywood Granger.
HD is in the house.
With contributions from our lovely wives.
He cheated, cheater, Russ. You guys have to know the rules before you play him.
And our loyal listeners.
Drago, we made you out of steel.
Welcome to another edition of Rapid Fire, the roundtable discussion of all things gaming, coming at you with the speed of a furious herd of steer in full stampede. Today's edition is brought to you by Sam Shockey, who would like to give a shout-out to his friendly local game store, the Crystal Keep Games and Hobbies in Kettering, Ohio. Thanks for the great place to play. I'm Geekly McNerdigan, your host. Today, as always, our panelists are Russ the Trumper Wakeland and Rafe Hollywood exclusive Granger. As a special treat today, we have our first ever repeat guest on Rapid Fire, Romeo You Don't Bring Me Flowers Phillip, founder, CEO, CFO, chief engineer, and chief pitchman of Battle Foam. Let's begin. Issue number 1. In the colorful language of that time period known as the Wild West, guns were known by many different names: barking irons, black-eyed Susans, blue lightnings, canisters, equalizers, hog legs, going heeled, iron, lead pushers, life preservers, old Betsies, old racketies, persuaders, plow handles, shooting irons, smoke poles, smoke wagons, talking irons, and many more. Question: if you were to give a nickname to something special to you, what would it be? Rafe, worth some shot, a name of law?
Six-eyed pea shooter.
Russ, it's your vice, throw some dice.
My game maker, my computer.
Romeo, bring it home, name the foam.
The Cold Steel Coldster.
Wrong! Rafe, Agricola will now be called Wooden Rummy. Russ, your microphone is now your gaff stick. And Romeo, you're going to be your foam, and we're going to call it your baby cradle. Issue number 2. Scoop is an informal term used in journalism. The word connotes originality, importance, surprise, or excitement, secrecy, and exclusivity. Stories likely considered to be scoops are important news, likely to be interested or concern of many people. A scoop is typically a new story or a new aspect or an existing and unfolding story. Generally, the story is unexpected or surprising and or a former secret. Although many game companies and organizations try to keep things secret for a variety of reasons, there comes a time when the announcement must be made, and that media outlet lucky enough to receive that news is often said to have received the scoop. Question: until today, what was the greatest scoop in gamer history? Russ, it's not hard if you say the card.
That would be Privateer Press going into production with Hordes.
Rafe, stick to the mission with each new edition.
I don't know, but I know the history of scoop comes from the 1820 word.
Enough! Romeo, time to hook a new army book.
Wow, that's a ridiculous answer before, but I would say the newest scoop is Battle Foam.
Okay. I think you're cheating. Interesting as always, but as always, almost always wrong. The biggest scoop in gamer history occurred when Eugene von Flicken, the designer of the best miniature war game, bar none ever, gave the rights of his game to Gurkenspiel, a little-known up-and-comer in Germany. Ever heard of these names before? No, because Gurkenspiel dropped the ball, didn't advertise, and the best game system in the world died a quiet and timely death because no one got the scoop. Issue number 3. In economics, a monopoly, from Greek monos, alone or single, and polion, to sell, exists when a specific individual or an enterprise has sufficient control over a particular product or service to determine significantly the terms on which other individuals shall have access to it. In gaming, this is often called exclusivity, and although it is often good for a single company, it is often not good for the gaming community at large, as the lack of competition is never good for the consumer. Question: on a scale of 1 through 10, with 1 being the deepest pits of bitterness and despair, and 10 being the headiest heights of happiness, how satisfied could you be if you had to choose a single game to play for the rest of your life? Russ, variety is my piety.
1.
Rafe, no way to roll for a random soul.
7.
Romeo, take your pick, but you gotta be quick.
5.
Your answers reveal a profound ignorance of your own personalities. Russ and Rafe, if forced to play a single game for the rest of your lives, you would be so incredibly miserable that your score could not even be found on this index. Romeo, however, as a guest, will give you a pass, what he said. Issue number 4. In the United Kingdom, vacation once specifically referred to the long summer break taken by the law courts, and later universities, a custom introduced by William the Conqueror from Normandy himself, where it facilitated the grape harvest. The French term is similar to English American, les vacances. In the past, many upper-class families moved to a summer home for part of the year, leaving their usual family home vacant. Vacation in English-speaking North America describes recreational travel, such as a short pleasure trip. Most of the rest of the English-speaking world says holiday rather than vacation. Canadians often use vacation and holiday interchangeably, referring to a trip away from home or time off from work. In Australia, the term can refer to a vacation or a public holiday. Question: what is the best, bar none, vacation destination for a gamer? Rafe, secrets revealed, ancient battlefields?
Indianapolis.
Russ, eat a bonbon, try a con-con?
I'll have to agree with the distinguished gentleman from the law firm.
Romeo, hungry for the bodegas, gotta be in Las Vegas?
Brisbane, Australia. Yeah.
Ooh, that's a good call.
Okay, listen, I gotta go, I'm late for my plane, and let's all just speed this up, okay, and say, wrong! Okay, good night and goodbye.
From the dawn of time we came, rolling dice down through the centuries. We are the D6 generation.
We stand, and here we fall. History won't care at all.
Hello, and welcome to episode 36 of the D6 generation.
You know why 36 is a great number? 36 is a great number.
Why is 36 a great number?
36 is generally considered to be the ideal female bust measurement.
Oh,
all right.
I didn't know that.
36, 26, 36 is considered to be the ideal female form.
Is it?
It is.
Well, I don't know about that, but I know that I'm Russ Wakeland.
I'm Craig Gallant.
And I'm Rafe Hollywood Granger.
And on today's show, we've got
some exciting news.
We've got exciting interviews, chock full of exciting announcements
that you won't be hearing anywhere else.
Right. We've got them here first. We've got what you might call Le Scoop.
Le Scoop de jeu.
Le Scoop of all kinds of interesting news. So
Le Scoop de jeu.
We will say now also we're going to talk about Craig and Rafe's voyeuring our Western miniature adventures.
The massive Western miniature adventure.
So we're going to talk about that. And most of our breaking news does indeed deal in the realm of miniature wargaming. But
right.
Don't worry, board game friends, because in a few short weeks will be Gen Con. And I'm sure while there'll be some miniature news from that, the vast majority of cool things we'll be talking about will be board game related. So we hope.
But not only that, our board game listeners, we know they love listening about the minis.
All right.
Inside every board gamer's a mini player. I'm convinced.
And we did have the card game cage match last time.
That's true. That was pretty cool. But before we get into all that, we got to thank our the folks who make this show possible.
We should,
folks.
thank them.
I want to take the first one.
Go ahead.
Let me talk to you about Myriad Games, who, by the way, supports us. That's the D6 generation on behalf of all friendly professional gaming stores everywhere. But let me tell you why it's awesome for me. I'm out one Vallejo paint because, as you know, I'm painting my Marines. I emailed Dan. I realize I'm out of another one. I email him another one. I realize I really ought to get 3 more. I'm not joking. I email 3 more, and then Craig tells me there's no tank brushes. I email him like a 5th time. If I was on the receiving end of my own emails, I would be like, dude, seriously, can you write me one email? Nope. And here's the friendly part. Every time Dan's like, you got it. No problem. We'll get into that for you.
Could he get you that tank brush?
What's that?
Was he able to get you a tank brush?
No, he got the same info you did, Craig, which is they're out until whatever day.
Check the Privateer press line. P3 has some.
And he made some suggestions of like the flat brush, but I was like, no. And so he's going to get some brushes for me to look at and check out.
Oh, okay. Wow.
So ask him to look at those for you too.
Yep.
All right.
The Myriad Games is great.
Yeah, check.
You know who else is great?
Who?
BattleFoam.com. What do they do?
They keep your army safe so you don't have to.
That's
and later in this very show, we're going to have an interview with Romeo.
One of our scoops may or may not be
about
BattleFoam related.
Right. So we're going to talk to Romeo a little bit, see how they're going.
And space exploration.
We're very excited and proud that BattleFoam chose our podcast as one of the places to announce the existence of their company and their product.
Yep.
And now we're happy to get caught up with them and see how they're doing, and then even more excited that they're going to choose our show to announce the next big program they're going to be doing. So that'll be on a little later, so we're very excited about that. Also, we need to thank one of our newer folks to help make the show happen, and that is, who is that, Rafe?
Why, that is www.wolflair.com, who is Lone Wolf Development, the makers of Army Builder,
Army
Hero
Builder,
Lab,
Hero Lab,
and Card Vault.
Right. We just had a great chat with Colin last episode.
We did.
And he gave us the latest scoop on all their stuff, but yeah, if you
here's my plug for this. So we
go
had our role playing night the other day, and Andy was there, Craig,
Yep.
and he's on my work computer, and he's cursing and swearing and grumbling about some other company not to be named, but has the initials DD and an I.
Okay.
And he can't get the thing to print. And I was expanding upon the virtues of Hero Lab. I'm like, dude, I loaded it, I did it because
you were probably
the other company
expounding.
doesn't use a PDF converter, and
Right.
Hero Lab does. Voila.
Bam.
Print. And he and Andy was already like,
I'm moving over.
yeah, exactly.
Nice. Yeah, it not only does it do the things right, but it also works, and it does a lot
Which is
more.
always a bonus.
So yes, that's awesome stuff. We also want to thank who else, Craig?
PaintedFigs.com.
Yep.
They will paint your models so you don't have to.
Right. What I like about them is they're great for painting stuff you just don't feel like painting,
Yep.
and you can still focus on the cool stuff.
Absolutely.
Like there's this new game coming out that Craig and I may have played.
We may or may
we're all
not have
excited
played
about
that game.
called Arcane Legions.
We may or may not
And
have
we'll
played Arcane Legions.
Talk about that a little later in Achievements in Gaming, but that's
I'm
a
going to
great
talk about him too.
that's a great game where it'd be nice if someone would just paint up the commons for you.
That's right.
Someone like paintedfigs.com, and they would look phenomenal.
Yep.
Also, Rafe, one of your favorite folks, Doghouse Systems, right?
Yeah, it is my favorite, but I want you to talk about them this time.
Well, Doghouse Systems, they make great gaming rigs, gaming PCs. They've got nice large cases that are all pimped out with great lights and etching on the side and really nice gamer rigs, very affordably. That's the big thing about them. Also, they've got some laptops now in their range. They've got some much more moderately priced PCs now in the range.
Yep, below the $1,000, I believe.
Below $1,000. And the big deal is if you order from them and
This is the big deal.
This is pretty big.
put D6G in the code, in your code when you order the PC, you will get free shipping anywhere in the United States,
That's pretty damn big.
which is awesome because some of these are pretty big machines, especially if you're getting a monitor and everything else. So yeah, that's a nice little savings.
And if anybody has any room left on any of their credit cards, this is coming from your local bankruptcy attorney. This is what I did. I put it on a credit card. Every time I write that check to the credit card company, I am happy. I'm not upset. I'm not mad. I'm like, cool, man. I got my doghouse.
Right.
That's how I did it. That was my bonus to myself.
All right. There you go.
Very nice.
Now, we also need to thank other folks who help make the show possible, and those are our listeners who have purchased a shout-out on the show.
That's right.
How does that work, Craig?
You can either go to eBay and search for the D6 Generation, or go to our website and find our little button and press it. That would be the shout-out auction button that's got a little megaphone next to it. And you will find there shout-out auctions for every one of our standard segments, our recurring segments, and you bid there, and we'll give you your shout-out. You write to us what you want us to...
About a sentence?
About a sentence is what we're looking for. We every now and then we'll get a paragraph, maybe a dissertation. We're
Little essay?
generally
Try to keep it to a sentence.
generally
so that-
hoping it's about a sentence. Although with the Dark Heresy contest, I can tell you that you can make a sentence pretty darn long.
Yes, you can.
And and then you get that read on the air in that segment.
Nice. And let's say you don't want to deal with auctions and shout-outs, and you just want to help support the show. You can also go for, as Rafe calls it, the donate button. The donate button is the upper hand corner of our website. If you donate, whatever amount feels appropriate, but there's also a little language in there that explains that if you donate certain amounts, Myriad Games will give you a small amount of Myriad money, which you can then use in the online Myriad Game Store. If you're local, you can just bop on down to Dan and use it for your next purchase. And we really want to thank Noah, who just made a very generous donation.
Very generous.
So thank you, Noah, for that. We really appreciate it. And it's folks
Sure
like
do.
you who help make the D6 Generation
right.
work.
Absolutely.
And that kind of stuff reinforces us, as well as positive emails, just making us feel like, hey, that we're doing this for people. So we'll keep doing it as long as you keep
like us.
happy.
You
right.
really, really like us.
What's that from? I forget.
That would be from Sunset Boulevard.
Yes. And now another
yes.
way, right, Rafe, is they could purchase some D6G merchandise.
That's right. Swag.
And how does that work?
I don't like
Well,
the word
you know, you
swag.
can get on there,
It's
you can
not
get
swag.
yourself-
You
It's
know
not really swag.
You know it's not
It's
swag?
not swag.
Swag is stuff we all get.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Swag is free, like when you go to the
Like when we go
Emmys.
to Gen Con and we get a bag, that's your
That's
swag bag.
Right. This
Yeah,
is
okay.
not swag. This is
is
gear. This is merchandise.
That's right.
This is a little bling for some ka-ching.
You can get
Yo,
mugs.
he's
but you
so
can't get the
proud
kind
of that.
mug
I really am.
that I like. You can get T-shirts
Yeah.
of all different varieties. You can get your Hollywood
Designs being
fan
added all
shirt.
the time.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
We even have shirts for kids, which are selling quite well.
Are they?
Babies,
Good,
not
good.
too horrible child is one of the shirts selling
Very
very well.
nice.
We have beverage
favorite,
mugs, not
though.
too horrible beverage.
Yeah.
What I'm going to pimp right now is the
All right.
TAC command button for several
TACCOM,
reasons. One
yeah.
is I'm reading Heresy, which is awesome. Thank you,
Oh,
Craig.
good. You're welcome.
So it's got me in the tactical command kind of thing. So you get the button, and what you're doing is you're really supporting the D6G, but you got a cool button. And if you're out of Gen Con and we're getting closer to, you keep hearing we're going to give you a giveaway, a special giveaway if you're wearing TACCOM and we see you at Gen Con. We've decided what it is. It's pretty
Collectible
freaking
giveaway.
We're excited about the giveaway. Yes, it's
we
kind
are.
of cool, and we've been working on the finalizing it now. And so if we see you in any D6G gear, but one of the most affordable is, of course, the TACCOM button. So if you got the TACCOM button on, we're going to hook you up with this gear.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
It's
what is
any
this, a
D6G
sliding
gear?
scale?
Well, no, if someone drops $30 on a D6G sweatshirt, you're
Well,
going to
then
say
they
no.
need to be dropping 35 to get their button.
That's what I'm saying.
Here's how this is going to work. You see,
You're not getting my stuff if you
each
don't
of
have
us,
a button.
each of us is going to have our own unique little piece of swag
Swag.
that we could give out to you if
But it's
you're
not
wearing.
swag. It's stuff. It's SPWBG.
All right, it's gonna be
stuff people with
so here's the
buttons
deal.
get.
So if I see you wearing any D6G merchandise that I know you
Oh,
purchased
he's
from our
so
store,
liberal.
or if you do the wave for me during our podcast seminar, I will hook you up with my unique piece of little D6G gear. Now, Craig and Rafe may have their own standards, but we all three have agreed that the TACCOM button
Yes.
is undeniably the surefire way that
That
we
is
all
the
three of us will give
surefire
you
way.
All right. For
the different
me,
stuff.
I'm now deciding on the air. It's a TACCOM button and anybody wearing a Hollywood fan shirt.
Oh, the Hollywood fan shirt.
yeah.
Okay, there you go.
Okay.
See, so basically, just get some kind of D6G gear. I'm sure you could cry your way into whatever we're going to give away.
I don't know. Craig's pretty hard school, man. He's the teacher in
the
mine.
wave-
I am.
So
I'm
let's
not
talk-
hardcore, and I'm not old school, but I am hard school.
All right. Now let's talk about some of the contests we've been running. The Painted Figs contest just ended.
Ding, 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 ding.
And
which
we have a
means
winner.
We have a winner.
Who's our winner, Craig?
Frank Monroe is the winner of the IG squad painted to his
Right.
specifications.
10
So,
Cadians, all painted up.
there you go. Frank,
So-
you get on the horn. You let those Painted Figs guys know exactly how you
Levine
want
will
those guys
hook
painted.
you up. Now, also, we have a contest going on now for some Dark Heresy
Boy,
stuff.
do we.
What's
I
the
have bad
scoop
news
with that?
for you.
What?
Ross canceled it.
He canceled it.
What?
Yeah. I emailed him. He
Did
said,
not.
"Listen, Rafe, it's
he's-
not a good contest. I changed my
Rafe
mind."
is trying to keep
Yeah.
the books.
That's
I am.
right.
I'm
That's
trying
what's
to keep
happening.
the books. I don't want to give them away now.
Good call, Ray. Ross,
Okay,
whatever the
so
hell your name.
so no, he may not keep the books. These are all pristine books.
And
Craig, what are we giving away?
Okay, we are giving away.
And Fantasy Flight's help. Fantasy
Yeah,
Flight Games and the D6
absolutely.
Generation are giving away.
To me,
what are we
that's
giving
the
away?
coolest
A
part.
pristine copy of Creatures Anathema, the book
Yes,
of all the
that's
different
correct.
creepy monsters. A
Yep.
pristine copy of Tattered Fates Part 1, which is the only one available so far. That would be an entire book of campaign
Tattered Fates.
adventures.
Right.
A pristine copy of Disciples of the Dark Gods.
Yes.
And a dog-eared, tattered,
A
and
slightly Hollywood used.
Hollywood smudged copy of
Yep.
the Inquisitor's Handbook.
Yep. There's
Right.
drool in it.
Probably drool.
And now what do they have to do? This contest
Okay.
started last episode, so we've already got entries.
This contest actually started in the episode that we're recording a little early because of our lives.
Yes.
And it's only been on for 2 days tonight when we're podcasting.
We've already got a lot of
recording.
entries.
We have 10 entries so far.
By the time you hear this, though, it'll be going for 2 weeks.
That's right. And so you definitely want to get in there.
Yeah, jump in now.
And the contest is write to us with Dark Heresy contest in the subject line, a 3-sentence maximum declaration of exterminatus. That means the Inquisition has decided to wipe out an entire planet. They're floating above the planet, ready to launch their cyclonic torpedoes or their virus bombs to wipe out all life on the planet. And this is the declaration that's going to be broadcast on all frequencies from the moment they enter orbit to the actual bombing itself. And fans of 40K and Dark Heresy and anybody can join.
And if you're not a fan of 40K and still are confused, this is what I like to say is what the Vorgons would broadcast when they are preparing to destroy the Earth to make way for the space superhighway.
Exactly. Hyperspace superhighway.
Right.
Okay. So that's all you got to do. Now, some of you are stretching the definition of sentence. I'm having to
Run on still includes the word sentence at the end.
I am having to rein in my instincts as an English
His English teacher, he just can't control it. He must correct.
If you do it creatively, you're all good. We have had what probably would have been an acceptable paragraph's worth of writing in a couple entries. Some of them are funny. Some of them are really dramatic. We like them all. You do it in your own particular idiom.
Right.
And
Idiom, sir.
Idiom, sir. Right, idiom. The deadline is midnight, Greenwich Mean Time, on Tuesday, August 4th.
August 4th.
Okay, August 4th. So you still have quite a while to do it.
Even when this airs, you're still about 2 weeks.
Exactly. You've got 2 weeks from when this airs.
I got a question.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm gonna embarrass myself on the air.
All right.
Go for it.
But this will help our listeners.
Oh,
I live
God.
in New Hampshire,
Right.
and I want to make sure that I submit my contest by the right time.
Don't wait till the last day.
How
-5.
do I know what time that is in New Hampshire? What do I Google to
Eastern
find
Standard
out?
Time is GMT -5.
Right.
What do I do? I type in what? New
Time
Hampshire
zone.
GMT
No,
time?
just type in Google time zones.
Uh-huh.
Or
Yeah.
if you have a phone, my phone does it.
Or if you want,
I bet your iPhone will
since
do it.
London is GMT, you could just Google what current time it is in London,
That's true too.
and whatever time it
still
is in
don't
London
get it.
is GMT.
But I don't know what time that is for me. Oh, and then I look at my watch and
And
I
no,
count
then you look
backward.
right. If it's
Yes.
now 5 o'clock, it's 10 o'clock in London.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're ahead of us by 5 hours.
Right, depending on daylight savings or not. So it depends on
Daylight savings could screw that
could
up.
screw up an hour. Right.
Well, that's
So-
what I mean. How do you
Go
so how do you,
look at the time in London. Whatever time it is in London is GMT.
Okay, I see.
Right.
Thank you.
Because as everybody knows, England is the center of the universe. At once
Well,
upon
it's
a time.
actually Greenwich. The Greenwich Observatory is
right,
the center of the
right.
universe.
But that's because anyway. Long story short, please send emails to Craig to explain all that how it works.
Hello.
All right, and one of the things,
Sun never sets on the British Empire.
Right.
I think I'm fairly conversant with the theory.
now one other thing we need to talk about is thanks. We mentioned this in episode 35.
We
By the
did.
time you hear this episode, Paul from View from the Turret sent us all kinds of great stuff.
Yep.
And we are eBaying it to help fund our massive trip to Gen Con.
Absolutely.
And by the time you hear the show, it's already up on eBay. So check our website for links to the eBay auctions for this stuff. Check out what's up there and make some bids. And remember that all proceeds go to funding the D6G to get to Gen Con,
That's right.
which then means we'll have more cool news for you
That's right.
and more cool games to review.
That's
So there you have it.
And give away.
And give away, right.
And give
right.
away before
because
they hit the street.
right, because when we go to Gen Con, they give us stuff to give to you.
We've already been promised two of the biggest things coming out in gaming, and we're not going to
Yep.
talk about it.
Nope, can't tell you.
Nope.
But
Can't
we have
talk
already
about
been
it.
promised two of the biggest things, and those things, one of those things, isn't even coming out till October.
And we
say,
just,
they're not
as long as we can get there. And we can
Yes,
get there with your
that's
help.
True. We can only get there with your help.
So-
So there's something in it for you there, Bugsy.
Now, so let's say you help us out, you donate, you buy some of our auctions, we get to Gen Con. Now, here's the exciting thing. If you are at Gen Con 2, you can catch us. We'll be doing different things there, but one of the things you can definitely catch us at is we're doing a seminar at Gen Con.
You bet.
With the help of our Pulp Gamer Network. We are doing the Introduction to Podcasting seminar, which is on Thursday, the week of Gen Con, Thursday at 2 p.m.
Yep.
And it is event number SEM0905958. All right.
That number again is
SEM0905958. And now what you can do, of course, we'll put this up on the website, but if you just happen to jot it down. The thing is, we're going to be there with Dan from Myriad Games. We're going to be talking. We have a little thing we're going to do talking about introduction to podcasting. That's going to be there. Now, we also know, though, that as a gamer, you may or may not want to take time out of your valuable, Gen Con experience to come watch a few guys talk about podcasting. If you do, great. But if you're a fan of the show, or a listener to the show, and you want to come check us out and say hi, and maybe try to score some of the free things we're giving out, this is just a way to tell you we are definitely going to be in this spot. And if you come
That's
and
a good idea, actually.
and you do the wave, sometime during the podcast, if I ever say, for example, innovative mechanic, and you do the wave, I will guarantee you I will give you one of the little things we're giving out right there on the spot. If you do it more than once, I might even give you more than one.
which has absolutely no value whatsoever.
No, they have very little. Well, they have
Multiples
collectible
now.
value.
Multiples.
Then he can
now.
give it to his friend.
Oh, there you go.
See, he can take it back.
If you're one of those given
Right.
kind of guys.
Well, if you want to give it back to maybe you got someone at home who couldn't make it, and they'd like to
There
have
you
something
go.
too. I don't know. Anyway, so that's the thing going on at Gen Con, so check that out. We'll also I think we should run a little Are You a Werewolf game at some point.
I think
one
we
evening.
absolutely
So
should.
we'll definitely run Are You a Werewolf.
That's a good idea too.
And so we'll make that one night. And also, whenever we're moving around, I will be Twittering where we are at various points in the show. So if you have a mobile device, and all mobile devices can get Twitter feeds because it all works through the messaging system, you can follow where we are occasionally. I'll say, hey, we're getting ready to do Werewolf at 8 o'clock here. That'll help you get there too. So keep an eye on that.
Excellent use of technology.
So yeah, we're right
really
there for
is.
you. Real-time access.
That's right.
That's the plan.
Or
But,
real-time gloating for those of you not at Gen Con.
And if you're not at Gen Con, you can live vicariously through us as a Twitter where we're going around. Oh my God, look at this cool game! Can't tell you guys about it on the show and that kind of thing. So we'll.
Craig, is
we'll
this
do
the
that.
time we tell Russ we're going to put a geo tracker on him too?
Geo tracker. All right.
I was kind of thinking we would do that in secret.
Now,
All right.
we just did iTunes reviews last episode,
Yeah,
so
we
thank
did.
you so much, folks, for giving us
Thank
iTunes
you.
reviews, and we'll do it again in the near future.
Podcast Alley.
But we do have voicemail. You guys ready
It's
for
Juan.
the voicemail? It's not Juan.
Is it Squid Eye?
Is it Squid Eye
let's listen.
pretending to be
Matt
Juan?
Rendar from all
Here
the
it comes.
forums and stuff. I'm from Long Island, New York. Longtime big fan of the show. When I go to work, I got like a 60-minute commute each way, so it always pays to have your podcast, playing in the CD player.
Excellent.
I'm a recovering gamer whore. I love everything. Big 40K, historical junkie. Big fan, Craig. Big fan.
Oh, thank you.
Well, I'm all about the terrain and all painted armies just like you are. I had a couple questions for you. I was thinking about getting into Epic 40K, and I just wanted to know where I should start. Some pointers and stuff. I downloaded the rules and just want to see, what I should do. And Craig, you got to post some pics of all the stuff you've been talking about. A lot of
I
inspiration.
know.
Guys, great job on episode 33, and keep up the good show. Thanks a lot, guys. Bye.
Thank you. Now, what
Hey,
was his name?
I like that voicemail.
Let's go back to the beginning and we'll hear his name real quick.
yeah,
Right, here we go.
we don't want to cost the
Here
guy
we go.
his moment.
All right, quiet on the set. Here we go. Here's his name.
Okay.
Hey, it's Matt Rendar from all the forums and stuff.
All right.
Okay. What was it?
Matt something. Matt Rendar?
Matt Rendar is
I think
a
so.
Star Wars
The
character.
best I could get. Maybe it is Matt
Okay.
Rendar.
Or Mad Red Dog.
Maybe. So email us in what your name is. But thanks for the voicemail. So, Craig, what are your comments on Epic?
Jeez, I don't know.
No, I don't know.
You
Just play it.
downloaded the rules.
Yeah.
Probably from the Games Workshop website.
Probably.
I would, if I were you, email me because I don't remember the link right now. There's actually a very active online Epic community, and they've actually got their own set of. They sort of summarized and reorganized the rules in a way that I thought it made a lot more sense to me when I read it. I think it's an awesome game. If you have people to play it with, I think you're going to have a lot of fun. It really kind of it brings in a lot of stuff from from historical games, actually, so you'll probably really like it. I like that battlefield friction theory where you're not guaranteed to get all your orders off. There are rolls, and the unit's effectiveness will go down the more it's being shot at or damaged. So
Yeah.
there's a
So
lot
what
of
model
great
should he buy?
things.
What should be the first
as
ones he
far
goes
as
for?
models, if I were you, I would think about going with Space Marines, Imperial Guard, or Orcs. They're the only ones that are really completely supported still by Games Workshop.
All right.
There's a couple, again, email me. I don't remember any. There's a couple websites where you can really find some awesome old stuff for really good prices. eBay is going to be one of your best friends if you're looking for stuff that's not still available. And really, it's an adventure because you're going to have to go out there and look for stuff that it's not like 40K where you're going to just be able to go into a shop and buy stuff. But if you've got people to play with you, it's going to be awesome. Now, as far as the terrain goes, I was ridiculously blessed because a bunch of our listeners sent me stuff. And and that's where I got a couple editions ago, the boxed set came with really nice, thick plastic buildings that really built up nicely, and you can adjust them and adapt them. And that's what I did. You could probably find them again on eBay, Bartertown, things like that. But you're going to have to be out and looking around. But like I said, email me. I'll get you those links and anything
How
else I
does
can
he
think
email
about.
you, Craig?
You can email me at craig@thed6generation.com.
And Rafe, if someone else would like to leave us a voicemail, what number should they call?
Caught me flat-footed.
He's not ready.
You better do it. I'm on another number.
339-368-6051.
That number again.
339-368-6051.
I had that little scared part in my heart where the teacher just called on me and I didn't know the answer because I was goofing off.
I love giving that feeling.
And it's time now, Craig, for...
Achievements.
Oh, epic fail. Try that again. It's time now for...
Achievements in gaming.
I'm going to go first.
Now, you know what happens? That's what happens when Russ is too concerned about his hotkeys and grabs the wrong dial. And then tries to make it look like it's my fault. Epic fail. Try again.
I'm going to go again. I'm going to go first.
So, Achievements of Gaming is brought to you by Rob at Empire Games in Arizona, who wants to say, my thanks for the intro to Miniature Wargaming episode. I'm now 2,000 points deep in my painted Space Marines and loving 40K. Glad you're liking it, Rob. So, Rafe, what have you been playing?
Well, first, since it's episode 36, you want to know what I'm wearing?
No.
Yes, you do.
No.
Craig?
You're wearing the TACCOM button.
Yes. And the second thing I'm wearing, you just gave it to me with the Horace Heresy book.
The Battle Foam T-shirt from
That's
Adepticon.
right, folks.
Hey.
Okay, games played. See, Russ doesn't trust me, does he, Craig?
No, he's
Not at
got
all.
some suspicion.
Did he get that little scared look in his eye?
He did.
I did. I was panicking.
I know. We played the D&D campaign.
There you go.
Thanks to Hero Lab. And there was a time when Dave definitely would have wanted to have a laptop up and done the what's that part called, Russ?
Tactical console.
Right?
Yeah, the tactical console.
TACCON.
So that was
Not
fun.
to be confused
So
with TACCOM.
Right.
Dave's doing a good thing. I want to talk about it for 8 seconds. Sometimes we just do run and gun. Sometimes it's just a mini battle. You know, we're just running in and we're having fun, and there's not much intrigue. And sometimes it's kind of intrigue and political. The players are having a blast. Dave seems to be having the most struggle, and I don't mean that the game isn't fun. I mean that he himself fears that he hasn't prepped enough.
Oh.
And so, in other words, he's winging it, but we have no idea.
That's a sign of a good DM.
You won them?
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's so that's So that's what's going on. I already told you about Andy's woes with that other company.
Yep.
Hey.
All right, Russ, you did not Jedi mind trick me. I cannot blame you for the following.
Okay.
I downloaded and played Blood Bowl,
Hey.
but I'm really mad at you
Why?
because you told me it was $29.99 or something.
Yeah, but it tells you the price before you push
I
pay.
know, and I didn't pay attention, and the game's $50.
Yeah, but it tells you
I
the
would've
price
guessed
before you
$50.
pay. I thought I said
know, but I didn't pay
$49.99. I was
attention.
off by 10. Okay.
I
yeah.
just was downloading it, and
Yeah.
then now I know the game's not for me to begin with.
I told
I
you
know.
it wasn't for you. I told you to go
I
to
know,
Wolverine.
you did.
I told you.
Dave told me, but you guys sound like you're having so much fun, and because of the show, and
Yeah.
because I'm a computer gamer, I'm like, well,
Yeah.
I gotta know what they're talking about.
Yeah.
Now I've been really, really, really wanting to buy Sims 3, but I haven't been wanting to drop the $50.
Yeah.
So you've cost me another $50 because after my
Dude,
horrible,
you get a
experience-
negative achievement for messing with Sims 3. That's just crap.
Well, it gets
Come on.
worse.
Okay.
It gets worse.
You just
So first
dropped
of all, let me tell you,
$100 in one day on games. And
You don't like.
it
He doesn't like
gets
Sims
worse?
3 either. I bet. Go. Keep going.
You just nailed it, Russ.
You got another negative achievement. So you dropped $100
Yes,
on 2 games that I told you both of them would not be for you.
you did.
A Blood Bowl I told you was good, but you wouldn't enjoy it, and Sims I told you was a stinker.
Well,
Unless you're a girl.
I have to admit that, first of all, kudos to Blood Bowl. I can see why you guys love it. It's
Yeah.
just the game's not for Rafe. It's just
Right.
not designed for Rafe.
Right.
Do not refer to yourself in the third person.
No, but achievement for self-introspection and understanding
It's
the
just
game.
not designed for Hollywood. All right? Now, Sims 3. Craig, did you ever get in those moods? I feel like I'm in the room of what's the gamer thing? GOCD or something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I feel like I'm in the hall now.
Okay.
Hi, everyone. My name is Hollywood. Do you ever get in those moods where you know you want something, but you don't know what it is? Kind of like at a restaurant. You're like, I know I want prime rib, but you don't order the prime rib. You order the chicken parm. And then you get the chicken parm. You're like, why did I do that? I want prime rib. Do you ever do that?
Okay.
Like what you
Let's just-
said,
just
and then
say
you're
yes.
yes,
Just say yes.
yes, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So I thought I wanted Sims 3. No. Game's boring.
Yeah.
Aren't there demos you can check out?
There are. For both games, actually.
Oh, I didn't know that. There
Well,
are?
Blood Bowl, you missed the beta. The beta was free. You could have tried that. And Sims 3, I don't know if there must be a demo. How could there not be? It doesn't need a demo. It's Sims 3. It's the same as Sims 1 and 2.
Well, I liked Sims 1 a lot.
All right.
I'm really pissed off about the $100. I'm really pissed off about
Dude,
it.
there's so many cool miniature things you could have got for $100.
Oh, don't tell me! I could have completed about half my Marine.
Or how many
already.
used
Very
360 games you could have got? You could have got Wolverine
Oh my God,
and the
don't
Marines.
Don't even tell me.
Oh.
I'm really pissed. I seriously, I'm
Well,
and that's
a
why
lot
I'm
of
sharing
money.
it with the
Next
audience.
time, succumb to the Jedi mind trick. Go for Wolverine and ignore See,
I know. I
Should've
wish I had
faith.
Wolverine
Should've
right
had
now.
Faith. All right, is that
And
it?
here's the other stinker. I can't even trade it in. At least when I buy a bum Xbox game, at least
yeah,
you
you
get
can
some
trade
money
it. Yeah,
back.
you get nothing for the PC games. Yeah, that stinks.
Nothing.
Yeah.
All right, but I did buy the travel version of Abalone. Am I saying that right? Abalone?
What is Abalone?
A marble game?
No idea.
No idea.
It's a marble strategy game.
Oh.
Is it named after?
Oh,
Is
you
it
showed
named
us
after a
this.
shellfish?
I have no
Now, what do
idea.
you- how-
Because that would be
now-
abalone.
You told achievement for a new game, and you told me that Marisa was going. You going to try it with Marisa? You thought she'd like
Yep.
it. Go.
Well, yeah, good luck with that, right? I'm just
Yeah.
a dreamer. But Lou and I played it. Dude, he loves the game. He asked me to
Cool.
play the marble game all the time.
Nice.
Cool.
And here's
So
the thing.
What's the name
He's
again
pretty
for our
good at it.
listeners? What's the name again for our listeners? What's it called?
It's Abalone. Abalone.
All right.
I found it at that memory store I was telling you
That
about.
is how you spell abalone, by the way.
Okay.
The
Okay.
shellfish.
Could be a shellfish game.
It's
could
a competitive game. I was reading it on the forums. They
Yeah.
play it in Germany. They play it all over. You can play it competitively.
Wow.
Lou really he really likes it, and I have fun playing with him. He actually
Very
can play
cool.
it. And with that, I am out.
Nice. Well, Craig hinted earlier that we started. This show has been recorded kind of close to the last episode because we've got some vacations coming up. So it won't. When you tell me here, it'll air the normal time. But
Now wait, did I get achievements? Because about 4 days went by, and look at all the stuff I did.
I gave you tons of achievements. Were you not listening?
Half of them were negative.
Yeah. Well,
but, they were all there.
One more achievement for playing games in 4 days. But
You got the worst achievement ever. You got an achievement for referring to yourself in the third person.
yeah, those two. Now, one thing, Craig and I were very excited because
Very, very excited.
Dan, our friend Dan from Myriad Games, who likes to make sure keeps his customers happy and keeps us happy.
He does.
He just got back from Origins. When he was at Origins, he managed to score one of the super early pre-release demo copies of Arcane Legions.
By Wells Expedition.
Right now, this game is the talk of the internet.
It totally is.
Yeah, I've been seeing you guys talk about this. What? Let's go. Talk about
Here's
it.
the scoop. It is a army scale fantasy miniature war game. So think Warhammer Fantasy Battles type thing, okay? You got movement trays with guys in it all arranged with little miniatures. The thing is, though, it's collectible, and there's a lot of pre-painting going on, but not everything's pre-painted, and some assembly is required for some of the miniatures. So what I'm looking at it, when I started playing and looking at it, the quickest way I can sum this game up is it's like Heroscape, but army scale.
Yeah.
Okay? It's got simple, fast, easy to understand rules. The movement system is sort of like Warhammer Fantasy Battles because you're kind of wheeling your units and you got big trays.
But it's got a really cool little tool that
But
does
it's
it all
got a tool
you.
for that, and it's got a really cool, innovative mechanic with how the
Wave!
Wave, woo! Depending on how your guys are arranged in their tray, there's little symbols. And these symbols will tell how many ranged dice you get of combat, how many hand-to-hand combat dice you get, or how many defensive dice you get, or how fast you move. So if you want to be
Or special abilities.
right, so exactly. So if you want to go far, if you want to move fast in a turn, you've got to arrange your guys one way. But if they're arranged that way, they're not optimized for combat. And if you want to optimize them for combat, they don't move as fast. So you've got to figure out how you, or they're not as defensive, or whatever. So it's
How big are the models?
25 millimeters.
25 millimeter, but true scale, not heroic, right?
Right, true scale.
So they're
What does that mean?
that means a bit smaller than GW.
Warhammer Fantasy Battle, but not much. A little bit. They look a little weedier. You know what I mean? They're a little thinner.
They
because
look
not-
a little more realistic in their proportions
Yes.
also.
Now it takes place in an alternate history reality. So
Yep.
there's the initial set. You're going to get your Hun, Chinese Huns.
Yep. No,
You're going to
no,
get
the Han Empire.
Oh, not the Huns. The Hans. Right. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah.
Which the Huns were the reason they built the wall.
That's right.
The Hans. And then you also are going to have the Egyptians.
You have
Cleopatra.
You've got Augustus's legions because this all takes place right after Julius Caesar is killed. Or
Well, he's not dead.
Julius Caesar?
Is he dead?
Yes.
Oh, I thought he was still alive.
No.
Okay.
That's why Augustus is now the emperor.
Oh, Augustus. Oh, right.
Right. Caesar Augustus. I
I'm
can
with
see
you.
where you cut.
I am confused.
Caesar Augustus, nephew
Yeah.
of
Right, I'm with
Julius
you. I'm with
Caesar,
you now. Yeah,
becomes
yes.
the emperor after his uncle is killed.
I'm with you.
Okay, so you've got Augustus's Rome,
Yes.
you have Cleopatra's Egypt, and you have the Han Dynasty.
But Cleopatra's
Chinese.
got some Roman allies.
Well, the thing is that Mark Antony is still with Cleopatra, so there are Roman traders working with Cleopatra. They've also created an alliance with the Greek city-states, so you
Right.
have Greek soldiers fighting alongside them.
Sparta.
That's
Now-
kind of what they look like.
What's cool too, though, is it's alternate history. So there's magic.
Well, the thing is that in the fluff, if we're going to go there,
Yeah.
Cleopatra, desperate to defend and save her kingdom from the expanding Romans, has cast this ridiculously super powerful spell to try to, so magic somehow worked just this one spell. But what it did was it opened wide this big thing, and now magic's working. Like huge waves of magic have swept over the world and raised the dead, and now you're dealing with all kinds of your ancestors' spirits are all messed up, and monsters are appearing in the woods, and it's all because of this spell. Right. So everybody's got their allies. For instance, I don't know where they come from, but the Romans are using minotaurs.
Yep.
The Egyptians are not only using mummies, but they're using these huge constructs.
Yep. The Romans also have steam-powered armor.
That's true. They have steam-powered heavy infantry.
And the Chinese have some animated stone, like little dragon things. And
they have a Fu dog,
right,
which is a giant stone statue that actually protects the troops that he's with. And they have the terracotta warriors, who are not overly effective, but you can suck energy out of them, and they shatter as you do that. Yeah. But you can use them to make other troops more effective. And so the fluff is actually very interesting, and
the models are reasonably detailed.
Yep.
Now there's some the initial copies we got. There were some issues with some of the molding process and stuff, but there is a disclaimer.
The company got to Wells Expedition. The company that was doing the molding went to a Wells Expedition right before Origins and said, sorry, we're not ready to do this. We had a problem with our factory. And Wells Expedition said, you can't do that. We have our business plan is we need to get these things out at Origins. You've got to do whatever you can. Right. So they did this set, and the set is flawed in a bunch of different ways. They totally knew that. They put it up right up on their website the day it went out. There's a lot of flashing. There's a couple.
So the long story short is we can't really comment too well. I thought the quality was reasonably good. I mean,
I thought it was okay.
What I'm kind of excited about is it's like sort of like what you'd expect from a collectible game at the stage it is now.
That's true.
So if they bring it up another level, and there's some assembly, but it's going to snap together, and we're just going to give it a mini preview now.
Right. But very brief.
But it was fun to play, and there was more tactical flexibility than I thought because the rules are very simple.
But as Russ says,
formation thing is huge.
Yeah, choosing the formations. And basically the deal is you get, in the demo game, you get 8 orders, or actually 8 actions, and you assign those actions to your units, and every time you take a die or an action to give that unit an order, and that could be reform, because you can't. Right. It's not free to just go from marching column.
So you got to spend an order to reform. You got to spend orders to move. You got to spend orders to attack.
To use your special abilities.
Right.
So it's very, very tough. And the thing that makes it a lot like Heroescape is if you're going to push forward with some of your really, really powerful stuff, you don't have any orders left for the smaller stuff, so it's all in the backfield.
Because you can put all your orders into one unit, basically, and have them do a lot this turn, but now your army's not moving as a unit. Yep. Just like Heroescape, where you can put all 3 orders on one guy. So it's a really interesting game. I think it's got a lot of potential.
I do.
And it's collectible, but they've got a neat way to
it's
like...
weird. It's pseudo-collectible.
Because if you buy... If you buy the cases the right way...
Well, not only that, that's what everybody says collectible. But
but this one is really that way,
right, but the commons are open purchase. Right. So,
but then there's an army case deal where you guarantee if you buy the army case, you get every model they make for that army. You know what I mean?
No.
There is one of those, I think, for the boosters. Yeah.
Yeah? I thought that...
Anyway, my
understanding was if you go in with 2 of your friends and you all buy one booster, you're guaranteed within that booster. Your boosters are by faction, which is good.
That's what I mean. So the boosters, if you buy the Roman booster,
you're always going to get the guys you want,
and you get the case of the Roman boosters.
I don't think there's a case. I think the case has all of them for all 3. My understanding is the way they're being shipped. But
who knows?
Could be wrong, but it's designed so that if you buy a certain way, you'll get everything. Right. You know exactly what you're going to get.
That's what Monsterpocalypse said.
No,
or you could be like me and enjoy the randomness of it and just get your hero and play.
Yeah. That's very true. Rafe is one of the few people who would revel in having it run the other way.
But anyway,
I think it's cool because you get this big block.
Yeah. It is different, and in my opinion, superior to how Monsterpocalypse does it, because Monsterpocalypse basically says if you buy this many cases, things, probability says you'll get it.
Right.
Whereas they say,
That's
when
very
we
true.
package them at the factory, we are guaranteeing these models are in
Yes.
this box.
I don't know the configuration, but yes, that is correct.
Right. So it's a little, but anyway, we'll see what happens. But it's very interesting early on, and we'll see more of it at Gen Con, so we're excited about that.
Yep.
And I know right now it's on my must acquire at Gen Con list. Craig, how about you?
I think so.
Yeah, so there you
and
go.
not only that, but we may or may not have a set to give away.
Ooh,
Not
maybe.
me. You're not going to ask
Before-
me if I want to acquire it?
Do you want to acquire it?
No.
That's what I thought.
There you
But
go.
I do. What's that new living card game? That sounds really cool.
Fantasy
What?
Flight's
Fantasy
next.
Flight is a
Yes.
whole series of living card games. Yeah.
The new fantasy one.
Oh.
That
Oh, the
Jared
one
sent
for,
out.
Yeah, I
the
haven't,
one
I haven't,
for
I haven't looked at
Warhammer
that yet.
Fantasy.
I haven't looked at that yet.
Yeah, because I was interested, being a CCG player,
Yeah.
I wanted to check it out, and it was Games of Thrones, and I did check it out last Gen Con, and I was like, the theme of it didn't thrill me.
Yeah.
So now this is Warhammer.
Well, how FFG does the living card games and all other living card games work this way. They're not some people think they're interchangeable. They're not interchangeable. The reason they're called
Right.
living card games is they are not collectible.
Right.
How it works
Right.
is there's a base starter pack, and then monthly or quarterly, I can't remember how they do it, they release a new set for
Right.
that series, but the set is a fixed card content.
Right.
Correct.
So you always know what you're
So
getting when you
your
buy the
game's
pack.
always changing, but it's not like you're going to
it's-
have more powerful
You're
cards
not,
than
you're
somebody
not getting
else's.
cards you already own because you bought the booster again, hoping to get that one rare you need or whatever.
That game I want to check out big time.
But they have a whole series of games like that.
Okay, but anyway, there's our.
So that's me, guys. That's all I got a chance to do since last show because we're recording so close together was play Arcane Legions. But I was very happy with it. Played it like 6 times. It was fun.
To quote my wife, the reign of Stalin of Small World is over.
Oh.
Negative achievement for losing out, but a positive achievement for Karen.
There you go.
We got to get 2 for Arcane Legions because we didn't take any for that.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Right.
And I'm really looking forward to Maine because, as you know from last year, Maine is a big game time for us. We're
Nice.
going to be
Sounds
playing a
it.
lot of games next
You
week.
gonna try to regain your crown of Small World Master?
Yeah, I don't. I like it better when we split the honors.
Wise man.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is a
Makes-
very wise man, isn't he?
It makes the domestic tranquility.
All
last
right. What about modeling? Have you doing any modeling since we last talked?
What about you? Have you done any modeling?
Actually, I've been trying to work on my Valkyrie, but
Your what?
Valkyrie?
No.
Valkyrie?
There you go.
Valkyro? We're back to the sound of music. So
Hey, he is pronouncing things better this episode,
He
isn't he,
is
Craig?
much better.
So summer got in the way of this, but
Summer.
actually,
We haven't had summer.
yeah, we did. We had like 2 sunny days, so
That's
they would have
true.
modeled. I ran outside with my kids.
Yeah.
But I did start working on my weird miniatures again. I got WYRD. I mentioned I primed them before. I started painting actually today before you got here, Ray.
Did you
Craig. I'll have
really?
to show you some of them. Yeah, really happy with them. Really loving the P3 primer. Here's my word of caution, though. The P3 primer comes out so fine and fills in the gaps, doesn't fill the gaps in at all, so very little.
Wow.
That you got to really, don't be afraid to put it on thick.
Yeah.
Like I'm finding like I'm not putting
No.
it on thick enough and I'm seeing a little bit of metal. You got to really lap it on there.
No, that's what I told Craig. I'm going to talk about a P3. I disagree with you. Go ahead.
Did you use it?
Yep.
Oh, I've been having great
Love
times
it.
with it. Yeah, me too.
I'll talk about it now.
Yeah.
Go
Why
ahead.
wouldn't you?
Why wouldn't you?
Because it comes on so fine.
Yeah.
Because you're supposed to, if you read the mini books or the
Yeah,
DVD,
yeah,
if you get
I
the PPP one,
Yeah.
they say make multiple passes, right?
Right.
Well, I never would. I'm too lazy, so I
Right.
just gunk that other primer on there.
Right.
Do you
Well,
mean
this comes
multiple
on so
coats
fine,
or
you can't
multiple
gunk it.
passes?
Multiple. I don't know what he means. What
You
do
mean, Rafe, do you mean multiple coats or multiple
Yep.
passes?
Both actually,
Okay.
both.
All right.
But I never would. I would just go.
I usually only do one coat.
Right. So this to me forced me to do 2-3 coats, and it forces you to because the nozzle's so fine, and I thought that was awesome.
No, I with my first cowboy, I did it fine, my normal way, and there was just a little bit of metal showing in spots, and so I filled it with just some black paint. But then I went in the second one, I really laid it on, and it reminded me very much of the GW primer, where it did not fill in the detail, which I liked.
That's great.
So I like it.
I basically think the P3 primer, and as you know, they are not a paid advertiser or anything.
Yep.
But if you've listened to some of our shows and you want to try painting, go out and get this primer.
Yeah, I like it too. Very happy with it.
Okay.
What about you, Craig?
I've continued to build more buildings. Since the last time we talked, I built the Brimstone Bulletin and Telegraph office.
One for that? One for the office?
Walcott's Dry Goods, which is like
Nice.
a big store.
Excellent.
And Traub's Tailoring and Funeral Services. So it's going to have a bunch of like coffins out front.
I like it. My
And,
mistake, 3 coffins.
There you go. So that's me. I've been building a lot of buildings.
All right. And other news?
Wait, you
yeah.
skipped me.
Did I? I thought you said you did use P3 primer.
I did, but I got more.
All right, go ahead.
All right. I finished painting my Marines.
Yay.
And remember
all of them?
when
You say the first 10, or did you get all the ones you need to do?
First 10. No,
All right.
no, because that's an interesting segue for something else in a minute. But remember, I wasn't exactly satisfied because it was kind of a simple paint scheme.
Right.
Well, the end product I'm very satisfied with. Still a simple paint scheme, so it's going by quick, but I'm just jazzing it up with the GW inks.
Yeah.
I use Vallejo paints.
Yep.
It's coming out really good. And I did some mud spatter and stuff like that, so it was fun. Then I finished painting my Dreadnought. Soup to nuts, all done.
Nice.
Wow.
And finished building my drop pod.
Nice.
Now, mind you, we just podcasted last week.
I know.
So
That's awesome.
How's that?
You know what I'm telling? You know what that teaches me?
What?
If you stop playing MMOs, you get more things done.
Oh, but wait, there's more.
Oh, God.
I saved it till other, but I'll say now.
All right.
Stony has reached Master Pie Maker.
Oh, no. Sorry. You
Yes.
did not get a positive achievement
Now,
for MMO
I have
play.
to explain this to you. There are 5 regular tiers in crafting with cooking.
Yeah.
When you complete the first tier, you
can't
can
believe that
advance
works
to
as
the
a sentence.
second tier, but you don't get the master level. You have to sort of repeat, if you would, in each tier. So that's 10 tiers of crafting to get to the level of master. Just want you all to know that.
If you could guess, how many pies have you baked in order to achieve the level of master?
Yep. Well, to be accurate, I was making carrot cake.
All right.
Ooh, that's
Jesus,
my favorite.
How many edible products do you think you made?
Did you make any creme brulee?
No, I can't make creme brulee yet. It gets better,
He
guys.
can't even. You're a master, and he can't even make creme brulee. That's why it's my favorite dessert.
there's no
Because even a
recipe.
master can't make
That's
creme
right.
brulee
There's no
creme.
recipe
Even a
for that.
master.
Clearly.
In Tolkien's world, you must be like a grand poobah.
I think only Sauron can make creme brulee.
right. It is
Right.
truly the dessert of evil.
Craig, it gets better. So the carrot cake gives you these really cool buffs.
God.
Because I
as
enjoy
well it
cooking
should.
so much, I have a recipe that a metalsmith, I believe, makes for superior cooking skillet, which raises my percentage to make the ultimate carrot cake, which gives you even bigger buffs.
I don't know. You know what's scary about this? There's actually an episode of Backyardigans about this.
Really?
Oh, yes, there is.
Oh, I wanna get
About
that.
The master
It gets
pie
better,
maker.
guys.
Yeah, there is.
Because I enjoy cooking so much, you can now join a special crafting guild, of which I am now part of the Cooking Crafters Guild,
Not only the president, he's also a client.
which will give me access to even superior recipes that a normal cook cannot have, but I can have.
Oh.
And for those of you wondering, I'm on Land Roval. I play Stony, and because I've been so busy modeling, I only play once or twice a week.
All right. The achievement
Now,
for
wait, there's more.
balancing
Due
time.
to
Yes.
I've realized that I am a hobby gamer. I was a little scared that I wasn't a hobby gamer anymore. I'm like, I'm not building my guys. It's not coming out. Well, I realized the problem is my 2-year-old. Russ, as you
Yes.
remember, it's impossible to have.
If you remember, when my girls were very young, I basically took a break from gaming.
Exactly.
I didn't even come. on
So
Tuesdays.
it's impossible. She comes, she takes the paint, she takes the razor knife. It's impossible. But I did all this during nap time and various times.
There you go.
But I'm going to pull the trigger. I'm going to go to Painted Figs because what I feel like building next are my jump packers and my what's the big cannon? Vindicator.
Well, you do know that paintedfigs.com is the official painting service of the
It
D6
is
generation.
indeed.
That's my point.
So take advantage of that.
I want to say to people out there, I still feel like I'm a hobby gamer, but I don't feel like painting my other 10-man tack squad. I just don't.
Well, it's
so
like,
I'm going
you know,
to send it to them.
If you're secure in your manhood, you can wear a skirt.
Well,
So if you're secure in your manhood, in your
Kilts,
painting,
maybe.
in your hobbies, well, that's, I mean, whatever. What do you want to call it? If you're secure in your,
To our listeners in Scotland, you can reach Russ at
if you're secure in your hobby abilities, you can have someone else paint your models occasionally.
it's not, yeah, but I want to be a completist. When somebody walks by and goes, awesome paint job, I feel obligated to go, well, I painted that, but not those 10.
Well, did you ever
But
think less of me because I have some of my horses in my my cav and my?
No, to be honest, I don't, because they look
did.
awesome.
I totally did.
Well, that's okay. You think less,
in fact, I
you
talked.
think, you think less of me because I play War Machine, so it doesn't even matter.
Well, no, that's not true.
All right.
Okay, I've segued into other, so I'm just going to keep going.
All right. What else do you got for other?
With the, I want to tip this out to our new painters out there. I wanted my Marines to be nice and bright, so I painted my tactical Marines were primed black, and my Dreadnought was primed white.
Okay.
Which, well, we all know priming white's a big pain in the butt because of the shading and all that. What I learned is, if you're going to ink the whole model, which I wanted to do, after you spray paint white, it makes no difference. My model is exactly the same color because of the inking. So do yourself a favor out there, prime black if you're going to ink.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah.
Okay?
Right.
Here's the quick Gertie report. You can twit this, Russ. I have a good bulldog.
Tweet.
Next, if you're thinking of doing a podcast, some people write us about that. The Hollywood Minute took me for the first time ever for that crazy song 6 hours.
Yeah.
And
email Ray if you think it was worth it.
And it comes out barely audible. Because I learned that when singing it with my headset on,
I'll
I
give
hated
you
the sound of my
an
own
achievement
voice.
for effort on that, Rafe. It was good effort.
It was good writing.
It was very good writing.
Thank you. I don't know. Maybe I'll re-download it, and when we figure out how to do segments.
Yeah, what you could do? You could try to remaster it, get it where you like the sound, and maybe we'll release it as a single.
That's what I'm saying.
That's part of our Not Too Horrible series of songs.
And my last thing that I'd like to say is we've had a lot of rain up here in New Hampshire. But you know what the great thing about being a gamer is? Who cares?
Right.
During the rain, I was modeling up a storm. I was having a blast.
Nice.
And Hollywood is out.
Oh, good. Okay. Well, what else? Other stuff? I've done a quick thing. I've been playing the Xbox, and I have managed to play a little bit of Magic on there. Still enjoying that. And I managed to unlock more decks on there. Kind of excited. I got the white deck now. Very excited about that. That's all I got.
Have you played any real opponents?
No, not yet. I'm just still dabbling. I did beat some of the challenges, though. Got some achievements for that, which is kind of cool. It's kind of cool. It sets you up, Ray, for like one scenario. So you've got cards in your hand. There's cards on the table a certain way. Your opponent's got a certain way. And it says, you must have beat your opponent in one play. What do you do?
Oh, wow.
And you got to figure out the right combo of cards to play, or you lose.
You like puzzles
one
like
hand.
that.
It's cool. That's what. See, what's I like about this is it's showing that there is some table strategy in Magic, and I've always felt that was deck building. But since the games have fixed decks, it's much more interested into the table strategy.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, Magic is deck building, but by taking that away, it's Magic, but it's a different game.
Right.
It's like playing under a different rule set.
I like it. So, Craig, you got anything else in the achievements today?
You see any bullets over there?
No. Are you done?
I'm done.
We're out. Okay, that's achievements in gaming.
You're listening to the D6 generation. We just love playing around.
Greetings from Myriad Games, your friendly professional game store. Myriad Games offers a wide variety of family fun for everyone. We don't just sell pieces of cardboard and plastic, we sell fun. We're proud to have the opportunity to serve as your friendly professional game store, whether locally here in New England or anywhere around the world through MyriadGames.com. We also offer a Myriad Gamer membership for our regular customers. We're proud to present Myriad Games presentations, available through iTunes and the show links at MyriadGames.com. Be sure to leave us a review on iTunes to receive your complimentary pair of Myriad dice and to be entered in drawings for free Myriad gear and $100 of Myriad money. Your feedback is very important to us. Please email us through MyriadGames.com with your comments, questions, suggestions, abuse, and general ridicule. For more about a myriad of games, visit your friendly professional game store and be sure to visit us online at MyriadGames.com. Myriad Games, so many games, so little time. So start playing.
And now, what's in the news? Brought to you today by Dan, who wants to thank Jeff for helping to make the move to Texas easier. I look forward to seeing Jeff and the D6G crew at Gen Con. We look forward to see you too, Dan. Now, what's in the news? Let's see. Let me look through my stack of stuff here. The first piece of news is us. We've got some very exciting breaking news in two different parts of this show. Now, please help us promote the show. Go ahead and post about this news if you're excited to let other people know about it in your favorite form of your choice. However, we would ask that if you want to help create buzz about the show and let other people find out about it, instead of posting the news you hear, post a link to the show, and if you want to, along with the time position that the news is in the show. So at least the folks come on, listen to the show, and hear us yammer on about the exciting news. Plus, you get to hear the passion in the voices of the folks talking about it, and really the people will get to know really how exciting some of the news is. So thanks for spreading the word. Now, what else is in the news? Oh, here we go. Over at tabletopgamingnews.com, they've been working hard translating a French post that contains the contents of the Battlelore Heroes expansion. So here is the best shot they came up with over at tabletopgamingnews.com for the current expected contents for the Battlelore Heroes expansion coming from Fantasy Flight Games. They say there's going to be 10 miniatures, hero miniatures, 5 on foot and 5 mounted. There's going to be 5 hero banners. There's going to be a rules booklet with 7 new adventures. There's going to be 2 location tiles, 5 advisor pieces, whatever those are, 12 treasury pieces, 12 experience pieces, 2 alchemist pieces, and 110 cards breaking down into 40 hero skill cards, 65 artifact cards, 1 map card, and 4 location cards. Very cool for all those Battlelore fans out there. Can't wait to get a peek at that. Hopefully it's hanging out at Gen Con. What else? Oh, look! Guybrush Threepwood is back. And if you know who that is, you probably already know he's back. But Guybrush, of course, is the hero from the now epic classic computer game, The Secret of Monkey Island by LucasArts. It's now available on Xbox Live and for PC, and apparently there's some new adventures out for the PC as well. So keep an eye out for that if you're a Monkey Island fan. Also, quick little bit of news. Malifaux, the game I mentioned last episode, this is the one from Weird Miniatures, sort of cowboy theme with some sort of sorcery thrown in. They've got a new preview of another faction up there, the Neverborn, with some artwork that you could use as a desktop. And there's also a one shot of a stat card for one of the main characters in the set. So take a look at that. Fantasy Flight Games has announced a new game called based on the Penny Arcade website. Penny Arcade card game. Okay. Well, they already got an Xbox game, so why not a card game, I guess. And Fantasy Flight has also announced, I think it's here on page 2, there it is. Fantasy Flight has also announced a new line of board game supplies. And these supplies are starting off with board game card sleeves. So what's the big deal about card sleeves? They've been around for Magic and other card games forever. Well, these finally come in all the crazy sizes that the cards that Fantasy Flight Games produce. So those little tiny Battlestar Galactica cards, got them. Big wide fat cards, got them. All those crazy Descent cards, got them. So if you've really been anal about keeping your cards nice and clean in your board games, head on over and check it out. Now, in other news, Days of Wonder has just announced that you can now link your Days of Wonder account to your Facebook account. So now you can play some of those Days of Wonder games that are online, like Ticket to Ride, Gang of Four, etc. Invite your friends in from Facebook over there. You can see how they rank in Facebook against you and all this other craziness. So check out daysofwonder.com if you're interested in getting your Facebook linked up with more gaming. And really, who isn't? Now, the big thing I wanted to focus on the news today is an article that a friend of ours, Brian, let me in on. Apparently, Fortune Magazine did an article. Fortune Magazine did an article titled "Board Games Are Back" by Kim Tai, and this just came out July 10th. And basically, the subtitle on this headline is "Forget Guitar Hero and Rock Band. It's time for Scrabble and Monopoly." But that's not even accurate because they go on to explain that Mattel acquired Blocus, which I didn't even know about. But they've got Blocus now, and Mattel is basically betting on Blocus doing very, very well. The article also goes on to say that in 2008, the board game industry had a big bounce, feeling a 23% growth to a total of $808 million. And it's expected to grow more in 2009. Now, folks that are familiar with the video game industry know that the video game industry generally does, in fact, last year it did about $12.4 billion with a B dollars. So while board games are $808 million with an M, so it's just a drop in the bucket compared to the video game industry, still it's very exciting to see that the board game industry is growing at such a great rate. And also, we should point out that video game industry has actually seen a slight downturn since this recession started, while board games are ticking up, which is pretty exciting. And the article also points out some little-known facts. For example, that Parcheesi and other board games have become very huge in past recessions. Parcheesi became big in World War I, whereas Monopoly became huge during the Great Depression. And Fortune's take basically on the hot games last year were that hobby games are selling more than Scrabble. Now, the definition of hobby game here is not the D6G's definition of hobby game, which is miniature war games. They're talking about less popular games. So not Scrabble and Monopoly. They're really talking about games like Blocus. Talking about games like Settlers of Catan, which I guess was last year's one of the top sellers. And one of the big winners both end of last year and early this year, Wits and Wagers. I heard a rumor that there might even be a Wits and Wagers game show coming out, which is kind of exciting if you're into that game. That TV game show based on the actual board game, which is pretty exciting for that company, which started as a very small company. And Fortune's also stating that the focus on these games is quick, that you can finish in about an hour, which is something we've been talking about on the show. A lot of people really like those short games. And they also point out in the article, which is kind of nice to see, that these games aren't available in your local Walmart or even your Target in some cases. You've got to go to those niche stores, they call them, which, of course, are what we call friendly professional gaming stores. So even the big boys, like Fortune Magazine, are acknowledging that these little niche stores are there to help folks out find really great family entertainment at really great values. And Fortune also quotes the Days of Wonder, talking about how the word of mouth is really selling these games. And they also quote Jay Tomelson of Rio Grande Games, and he says that my biggest competitor is Time Warner, not video games. So the board game industry seems to think the movie industry is a bigger problem than the video game industry. He said if you spend your time watching movies, you'll never get around to playing games. And Fortune magazine also summarizes the whole thing by saying they believe that human interaction is the key, while video games have brought more people together via online headsets and in-room multiplayer, for example, like people playing together on the Wii. There's nothing quite like that friendly family banter and interaction you get around the kitchen table with your board game, which I totally agree with. And this is my own personal editorial. I think that people turning to video games more than television is also in the end going to help out the board game industry, I think, because what happens is since you like playing and being engaged more than just passively absorbing images on the screen, you might be like, hey, well, since I enjoyed playing the Wii with you last night or whatever, maybe it'd be kind of fun to play this board game with you. And I think it just gets people interacting more and socializing more, which is great for the whole industry. So it's great to see that board games are on the upswing, and it's great to see that people are enjoying them. So head on over to your friendly professional gaming store and check out the new hotness. And that's what's in the news.
Are you having trouble fitting your whole army into one carrying case? Ever had your heavy centerpiece models break through the sides of their foam tray to scrape against their neighbors? You'll never have to worry about any of this again with Battle Foam. The trays from Battle Foam will hold over 30% more models than any standard tray, and they make foam to fit any box, including all manufacturers' carrying cases. What's more, they will custom cut your foam trays to fit any miniature. The boys at BattleFoam.com can even personalize each tray by etching Army logos, personal text, or images right onto the foam. So go to BattleFoam.com right now and pick up the best foam on the market. You've spent more time and money than anyone wants to think about on your models. Shouldn't they be as safe as you can make them? BattleFoam.com. Hooah!
Welcome back, and now we're happy to say we have a repeat guest in the show, Romeo from Battle Foam. How you doing, Romeo?
I'm doing good, guys. Thank you for having me back.
Thanks for being on, and thanks for supporting the show. We really appreciate it.
We have loved our association with you, and I'm not just saying that because of the T-shirts, man.
So how has Battle Foam been doing? You've been doing this for a little while now. How have things been rolling out over there?
Well, we've been doing it for 7.5 months now, as you guys kind of know, because we came aboard with you guys very early on. And the success, because of your show, because of the support of your listeners, and because of the support of the community in general, we have been very blessed. In a tough economy, to actually be successful at anything is just goes to show what kind of support you have from the people that you're doing it for.
Absolutely.
So, without you guys, without our customers, we would be nowhere. I would be living in my mom's basement. So luckily, I've moved out of there in the last 2 weeks, and we're good.
Excellent.
Congratulations.
Well, that's very kind.
Great.
I'm glad it's working out. That's awesome that's working out for you guys there. Now, you've since you started, of course, you did the foam, but now recently you introduced the whole line of cases. How are those doing for you?
Doing great. I mean, the cases, the foam were obviously my idea for many years now that I've been doing this, just kind of on the quiet side, was doing the foam for myself mainly, and then, as you guys know from before, we ended up just kind of getting it out to the public. Well, the foam launched an idea that I've also thought about for many years, a solution to a bag issue where you wanted not only the ability to carry your stuff comfortably, but you wanted to get as much stuff in one place as possible. So the cases just kind of came about as a necessity because of the foam's capabilities. So they've gone really well, and we have like 4 new bags that are on the drawing board to come out in the next several months and in the next couple of years. But the bags have done exceptionally well for us. We've been very happy with the people that have gotten them and what they've said and their replies and their emails. It's been really well. It's gone really well.
That's great. Now, when you and I met up at Adepticon, I noticed that an awful lot of those cases made their way to the prize piles.
Yes.
And
go ahead.
Well, a very good friend of ours locally, Christian Flores, actually won one of the big 40K tournaments and took it home, and he has been singing its praises ever since.
Nice. Well, the one thing that we've strongly believed in is, I come from grounded roots. You guys know I'm not a big CEO, a big money guy. I didn't come from a family inheritance. I'm just a guy that was working and got lucky with a good product. And what's happening with this is that I always remember that my ground roots mean that, I'm always going to give back to the community. And if that means giving away prize support, if that means taking care of, folks like yourselves and really doing it nice for the community, that's my goal. To help everybody out and get good prize support to guys, that's really what it's about, and it makes everybody much happier. So we're excited about that kind of stuff.
Well, it also gets the word out there, too.
Yeah, absolutely.
That can't help.
Great
I mean,
PR.
You know what I like about it, Romeo, is this is not a joke. I don't know if you've heard, but I'm starting a 40K army again.
Mm-hmm.
And, I didn't even have to think twice. I was like, well, I gotta make my order for my battle foam. And so I was on your website. And I was really impressed because I still have the Sable cases. I haven't had a chance to test run one of your cases yet or see it. I'm sure I'll see it at Gen Con. But my point was about giving back to the community. What I really love, Romeo, is it's true because it's like, hey, man, you got the GW cases? We make foam for that. You want the Sable cases? We make foam for that. And I still got the sense that I'm still getting more model bang for my buck. And it made me feel really good as a consumer where sometimes we feel gaming companies try to take advantage of us. I'm not saying they do. I just say sometimes we feel that way. It was really cool to know. And then you're like, and by the way, you want our cases? Here's the foam that goes with our cases. I just thought that was a nice touch.
Right. And, the thing is, and you're absolutely right, a lot of times when you have big companies like GW, you Privateer Press, all these large companies that have done so well and are financially sound or tend to seem like they are, do so many things that we scratch our heads and say, wow, why did you do that? That makes no sense. We're paying you guys good money for this stuff, and you made a really boner mistake on this new launch or the new price hike or whatever. And my motto is simply, if we're making money and we're doing well, I'm not going to raise the price just because I can or just because I see there's a lot of people buying our stuff. There's no reason for that. I'm going to just add new product or add new machinery to make things faster or do new things and revolutionize what we already have to keep the customer that have already entrusted us with their hard-earned money coming back for more. And that's really what it's about. If you take advantage of the gamer, they may get suckered once or maybe twice if you're really lucky and you get to take advantage of somebody, but they're not going to have to happen to them three times. And our goal is to never sucker anybody even once, to make them be rewarded for what they're spending with us. So,
well, I think it's clear from that attitude why you're doing so well so quickly. I think that that kind of fundamental business philosophy is clearly going to help Battle Foam do very, very well. And now the people are, the word's out there. People know you're out there. They're buying your stuff, which is great. And now a lot of people are probably curious, like, what are some of the more popular, what's doing the best for you guys? What are some of the most popular things, the most popular cases, the most popular foam? Do you see trends, or is it sort of like people grabbing everything you're making? Or how's it working?
I think with our young history so far, just about 7 months, it's right now it's kind of coming clear across the board. There was one thing I do want to admit that we are not doing well in is our Sable trays. And it's funny that, we thought that something that was already out for so long and has such a good name in the industry and Sable's been around, it's a good company and all these things, and so many people have their products, it would be an easy thing to take care of. We make custom foam for it. But that is I would say out of our business, that's less than 5% of our total business.
Wow.
And it's crazy. When we looked at it, we were surprised ourselves. We did a quarterly report and now a 6-month report. And we looked at the numbers and we thought, oh my gosh, this is really crazy that the biggest thing that we really launched to intend for, we intended to launch 4 Sable bags more or less, is doing the poorest for us. And, that was the biggest surprise. Everything else, though, across the board has been even. Our bags have done equally well. We haven't seen, for instance, we have 3 versions of bags. One's really outrageously big, one's a medium size, and one's really tiny. And you would think you would have really a niche for each one. It's across the board. It's really it seems almost like 30% go here, 30% go here, 30% go here, and 10% say we don't like your stuff. So, it's like it really is even killing for us, and we like that because it means that we at least were hits for at least somebody on every single thing we've tried.
Right. You've got a good spread.
I might, Romeo, have an answer if you haven't thought of one on the Sable tray. I'll be honest with you. So I have the Sable cases.
Yes.
I need to order about 3 different trays, drop pods, Terminators, and Marines.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really on the fence because I'm like, I do like my Sable case. It's a fine case. But I'm like, okay, if I buy these Sable trays, I'm committing this Marine army to my Sable case. I can't later change my mind and go in Gen Con, I love the Battle Foam case.
Yeah.
So I'm really on the fence. I haven't bought the foam trays, and I haven't because of the case, but I don't know if I'm going to switch cases yet because,
Right.
times are tight, and I wonder if other people are on the same boat as me, maybe.
I think you're absolutely right, and I think one of the biggest problems you have, and again, by no means are we knocking Sable whatsoever.
No,
because we think
I'm
they're a
not
great
either.
Company. The thing that I think a lot of gamers are in the predicament, and we're figuring this out from talking to the community, because we honestly, I have my ear to the community on a daily basis. I'm always available by email or phone call. But what I'm noticing, and this is from a constant people's replies to different things, is that what they don't like is basically saying, you know what, I have a ton of Pluck foam already I've invested in. I don't want to throw all that out and start over. If I'm going to do that, well, I'm going to throw the whole thing out and just start over brand new and get the case.
Yeah.
It's almost like putting, sports car bucket seats in an old jalopy.
Mm-hmm.
If you're going to put the money, you put $10,000 worth of seating and upholstery inside of a car, and it's a $12,000 car, well, throw the whole thing in the trash and just start over a brand new car. And that's what I think is happening because of the price point of our foam. It is what it is. We honestly charge what the work is worth. And when people are adding those numbers up, it's making no sense for them not to just jump to the bag. And that wasn't even intentional. If you notice, when we launched our product, we didn't even have bags.
Right.
So we had a price point, and that price point hasn't changed. We haven't raised or lowered our Sable prices, nor our GW. But when our bags came out, because you're getting more foam, more size, more materials, you pay a couple extra bucks for the foam. So our intent was never to kind of sucker people in and then, in the end, get them to switch over, because we never knew we were going to do bags.
Right.
It came out of necessity. So I think that's where we're at. I think your situation is that of many gamers. They have so much invested.
Yeah, because that's what's funny you're saying is because I'm getting 3 trays. So I'm sitting there going, well, I might as well wait and do just what you said. Check out which size bag I want when I can look at one.
Yeah.
And then just buy my 3 trays, and I'll keep my Sable trays for my Hordes army and my War Machine, and this will be my Marine army or whatever.
Yeah.
But that might be why the Sable trays aren't selling,
It could be true. It could be true.
Well,
I think one of the things, and you guys brought this up just a couple minutes ago, was that, hey, thank you, Battle Foam, kind of for doing GW and Sable. Well, being that Sable has done so little for us, and being that Sable is a company it's a direct competitor with us, obviously. We are. This is part of our information. We've just started launching, starting August 1st, and we're actually going to take it all the way to January 1st. Starting August 1st, we're discontinuing Sable trays.
Oh
wow!
I know it's a kind of a bummer, and it's new breaking news for you guys. Out of necessity. And it's not a necessity out of my want, because, heck, 5% is more than 0%.
Yeah.
The community has just said, hey, you know what? We're not interested.
Yeah.
We don't want it. So for us to stock, I'll be honest with you, we just moved into a new warehouse. We were doing all of this previously in a just under 1,800 square feet of space. We've moved over 7,000 square feet of space.
Wow.
We just moved into a new warehouse last month. And in that warehouse, the Sable area takes about 15% of our warehouse space up. Yeah. And that's a lot when you consider every square foot counts for storage and product research and all the different things you need. So we're going to make a little more room, remove some of the sold inventory out of here, get rid of some of the foam and again, the Sable line. We will do the troop trays, though. That's all we're going to keep, the 40 troop trays, because it's a simple product to store. Right. But all the custom stuff we're not doing for Sable anymore. So it's kind of a bummer. It's breaking news for you guys, but it's our community spoke up.
No, it makes sense.
Well, I agree with both of your comments. I think what happened to me was, back when in the fall, I used a lot of Sable cases, and when you made the, we did the demo with you, and you made the stuff for us. I requested everything to fit in Sable, and you did all the Uncharted Sea stuff for me, and it was great. And I just envisioned adding more foam to my Sable trays and pulling it in and out. But when I started redoing my Imperial Guard army, and Romeo, I've talked about this before.
Yeah,
I realized, I could get it all in Sable trays, but then I have to have it enough to fit in 2 Sable transports, which I already own. But then I got to carry 2 bags in, and since I'm already looking at this, why don't I just get the whole bag? Why don't I just go do the whole route and make it nice and easy and get the entire Imperial Guard army with all my tanks and all my my planes and everything in one big bag? And I think that's what a lot of gamers are looking at. It's like, now that you have the case and you have the complete solution, like you said earlier, why retrofit when now you can just rethink and read the whole thing? And I think that's a big factor.
Yeah, absolutely. And that actually kind of leads us into one of our news announcements. Our thing is, like we've said, my goal is not to dig my hands into the gamers' pockets, because we're all 9-to-5ers. Everybody goes to work, everybody busts his butt, and every penny counts. And for me, I don't want to reach my hand into a person's pocket again and say, "Give me more money." I want to take every chance, every penny you got. My goal is really to give back a little bit to the community and be a successful business, to grow and have more product to once again give back. And the thing is, though, at the end of the day, we thought, okay, we're discontinuing Sable. That's really going to, kind of honestly screw over a lot of people that, would have done this eventually. They haven't done it yet. Our numbers show that. But, some people take a while to come to new things, and maybe these Sable owners will come back later. So we came up with something new. And the news that really I wanted to bring to you guys' attention and to all of your listeners and all the great people that follow us on D6 is simply that we have a new program. Along with discontinuing the bad news, discontinuing Sable in August, we're launching a new program. It's called our Bag Trade-In Program. And what this whole thing is about is everybody knows how a used car works. You take it into a dealership, you trade it in, you get a value for it, you buy yourself a new car, you drive off the lot happy. When you go to a video game store, you take your used game that you've been beaten up on for 2-3 months, you're tired of it, a new game came out, you trade it in, you get value for it, and you got a brand new spanking game that on our release. We're doing the same thing. Starting in August, we're going to actually put up a whole page on what things are worth in trade. And what I mean is we are going to accept Sable Army transports. We're going to accept GW hard cases in the small and the large size.
Wow.
We're also going to accept, I think it's called a motor pool, which is the bigger square one, if I'm not mistaken. Those 4 bags will be our first launch of trade-in credit bags.
Wow.
So what people will be able to do is take their grungy beat-up bag that they've had for 3 years, as long as it's not completely ripped or torn or broken or whatever, as long as it's in usable condition and you're currently using it, you can take that bag. All of this will be on the website, by the way, August 1st. You'll be able to check what it's worth, send it into the address on the website. Attention, us here at Battle Foam with your order that you want, and we will apply the credit of those bags or bag to your order, so you will have a value to put towards credit.
Oh, that's awesome. Wow.
So you
That's
don't
really
lose
neat.
out. You never lose out technically with us.
Now, Romeo, will it be, or do you not know yet, will it be how will shipping factor in?
Well, shipping, what's going to happen is you're going to obviously pay for shipping coming in, because it's something that we don't know what you're sending us yet. And what we're looking at right now is when you guys send those bags in to us, we will give you some form of credit for that shipping. Either be half off our shipping coming back out to you, or our shipping is free out to you, or something that makes sense, something that's equal. And all these details are being ironed out now down to the penny to make sure it's a win-win for everybody.
Sure.
But
And maybe because the cases are soft, you might have a way to instruct people to say, hey, believe it or not, you can ship it in this size, whatever, for this price or something.
And most things that we've seen, except for the GW hard cases, is we've seen that you can really, because for us, when we get it, as long as it's not ripped, we don't care if you smash it into the size of a penny. You know what I mean? Just squeeze it down, get in the box. The great place to do that with is the post office. For, I think, $4.75, I think it is now, is priority mail.
Yep.
They have set box sizes.
Flat rate shipping,
Flat rate mail. You know, if you can stuff it in a flat rate mail
Jam
box,
it in there. Just don't rip it, right? That's the key. It can't be ripped, right?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Just not ripped and not broken. But you know what? If it's something that's old, if it's grungy, if you spilled paint on it, we don't send it down.
I'm really curious, Romeo. Are you going to give these Sable Army transport bags to homeless gamer people or something?
We're actually going to, if you guys remember when Barry Bonds was considered the big cheat, well, he's always been considered a big cheat. They got that ball, his whatever home run ball it was.
Yep, right. Yep, I remember that.
They were going to put an asterisk on it and shoot it in outer space.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we're going to put all these bags and shoot them in outer space.
Nice.
So
that's awesome.
All the GW bags. Or we thought maybe, not to upset any of our Korean listeners, but we're going to maybe drop them into Korea. I don't know, one or the other.
Okay.
We haven't, North Korea, that is, not South Korea.
All right.
Wow. So, okay, we'll have to follow up on you then in 6 to 12 months. You can tell us what you did with the bags. That'll be the big question.
We're not going. I can tell you one thing we're not doing. We're not reselling the bags. I tell you that much.
Cool.
Have you looked into the price of shooting things into space?
well, I normally fly my own spaceship, so I'll just.
Oh, look at this! He's like Virgin Atlantic over here. I guess he's doing pretty well.
Yeah,
that's awesome. Well, that's really cool, Romeo. I can't recall any sort of trade-in program in the miniature wargaming industry. Right? Anyway, I am trying to think of one. I can't.
I have another follow-up question though for Romeo.
Go ahead.
Yeah, sure.
Now, did you say you're not even going to make custom Sable trays, or it has to be a custom Sable tray?
The only way, and we found this to be something that if somebody was really, really particular, meaning if someone wanted a custom job done, we can do it. You know,
See, that would make sense to me. Okay.
Yeah, we can still do it because, again, we do any kind of custom foam. So if somebody requested a size, we can take our already larger pieces of foam and chop them down with our machines here. But what we're not going to do is pre-stock that size.
That makes perfect sense to me.
You see, so if now we're buying a block, because we buy these, to give you guys an idea, when we get this foam, we don't get this foam in the size you guys get them. We get the foam in these gigantic 4x8 by 6 foot blocks.
Oh, see,
that's a gaming table right there.
No, I'm getting excited, Romeo, because now I think my rave size foam is almost a reality.
Yeah, I mean, you can literally, like, we could make one the size of a human being, and you could just get in it.
It'd be like Han Solo, but foam.
Yes.
Oh, I want it for my office.
You'd be the foam solo.
Right. What a great Halloween costume. That's brilliant.
Dude. All right, when I get rich, I'm going to buy that.
I'm going as Han Solo and Carbonite.
It'll be easy to do. But, yeah, that's how we get it. So we can always chop it down. Wow. But, again, it'll be only custom. So I guess in a way we're not discontinuing completely.
See, that's what I was going to say.
We're doing the 40 troop trays, so I guess we'll still have those on there, and we're going to be able to do custom, but there won't be, in other words, you won't be able to go on the website and say, hey, for $18, I'm getting a tray.
Right.
It'll be the set fee of $25 custom tray every time, you know, if you really want to do that.
See,
or
I think that's great. I think that's great, because then that way nobody's unhappy. You want a Sable tray? Go ahead. You can get a Sable tray.
It's just going to be worth. It's going to be worth more for us to really take up the space in our place. Is what it's about.
Now, Romeo, when you started this whole business and you had a little run-in with the Daka boys on the forums, and then you ran those videos on YouTube, you gave yourself a bit of a reputation.
Uh-oh.
How do you see this particular move as affecting that reputation?
You mean as a total sales pitch guy? Or
well, the sending him into space is definitely a sales pitch guy. And then we're going to launch him into space.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong with that.
You know, it's so funny because we were so oddly received when we first came out with our stuff.
Right.
And I think it was, you know, you look at gamers, they're like your parents. They don't want to move out of their house, you know. They're like, we've been here for 30 years. I don't want to move out of my house. This is stupid. You know, you just won the lotto. Mom, I'm going to buy you a mansion. No, we like our 1,300 square footer, you know, in New Jersey. It's like some people you just can't have them come over until all of a sudden you give them the tour of the mansion. They're like, whoa, this makes sense. Same thing with us. I think people are like, who the heck are these guys? And what do they think they're doing? And I think because of the gaming industry, as you know, we're not pointing fingers at any of the major companies, but they're kind of always doing something kind of crappy to us. You know, they're not intending to, but it always ends up being like that. They either do something really good and we love the models and we waste thousands of dollars, or they do something really stupid and wonky and we're like, why the heck did they do that? That was so dumb. So I think people looked at us as another company trying to do that to them. And you make a good point, too, that with DACA bringing this up, when we talked about this, just kind of, there was a rumor because we talked about it here and we bought gamers in our local area about the trade-in program. Well, somebody released a rumor that, Battle Foam's going to do trade-in. Well, all kinds of people were like, it's a trap. They want to steal your bags. They're not going to give you anything back. And people were posting like all these things. It's funny. I hope the guy listens to D6 because it's hilarious. He put a picture of, what's that little character from Star Wars that looks like a fish?
Right, Admiral Akbar.
Akbar!
It's a trap! We can't repel foam of that magnitude!
Yeah, they had the Akbar, and he was in a mouse trap. Like the model, and he was sitting on the pavement in this guy's front yard in a mouse trap, and then he wrote really big, it's a trap! And
that's hilarious.
I'm just like, really? Like, I'm thinking to myself, seriously, guys? I mean, we don't have anything better to do than to trap you.
You're out there scheming all day. How can we steal all the bags in the world?
This whole company has just been a front for your evil
He makes his own bags, but he wants to steal the
I want to steal them all, and I want to bring them here, and I want to build a big fort out of them so I can take down GW and Sable quietly with my foam wars. I don't know. Yeah, it's awesome.
Hold them hostage.
We're not doing that.
That's funny.
That is so funny.
That is weird.
So that's where we are with that. And then, you know, the other thing about it is, and we hope everybody likes this. If they don't, you know, we're not doing it to hurt you guys. We're doing it to help you. If you don't like it, please understand it's just an idea that we hope will work. If it doesn't, and we hear about it from you guys later on that, this is crap and I hate you, well, we might get rid of it. I don't know.
I don't know how.
I don't see how gamers are gonna be angry about
this.
it.
Seems to hit the gamer sweet spot, which is frugality. I mean, gamers are notorious for spending as little as humanly possible, unless it's something they fall in love with. And
they like to claim they spend as little as possible.
But this is great for gamer rationalization, right?
Yeah.
Because we as gamers are always trying to rationalize why we need to buy that new plastic dragon, even though we've already got 3 unpainted in the basement.
That's right. Yes, exactly.
So if I can now get the new fancy case with new fancy foam, but the trade-in program is going to end in a few months, and I better just get out of the way now and send it all in. That makes a lot more sense to me.
That's why I was asking about the shipping, because in my guilt, I'd be like, well, but with shipping,
yeah, but if I'm getting the shipping deal,
I get a credit on shipping.
I'm in.
Oh, well, then that makes sense.
I'm totally in. I got to look at how many bags I can send in.
Yep.
I got to go inventory my stuff.
I got to look to see what size small box I can jam them into.
Right. How far these things break down.
Obviously also keep in mind, guys, one thing that's important before we end up getting a kid's 15 cases that he's collected since he was 12, there will be a limit of amount of bags you can send in towards items. Obviously if you do multiple orders, you can send multiple things, but, for instance, we're not going to accept 10 cases because we want to give you some real value for your cases.
Right.
So we're not going to give you $2 for a $90 GW case. So you have to send us 50 of them to get any sort of money. Right. So it's going to be a significant amount of value. What we're looking at is anywhere between probably 25 to 40% of the original value. Now, again, that's a big number, and we're looking at it carefully. That's why we want to iron it out before the first. But there'll be between 25 and 40% of the original value, which is whatever the retail value is currently.
That's huge. For folks who don't know, that's huge. If you look at what you get for a video game trade-in, it's like 5%, if that.
Yeah.
So that's huge. That's huge.
Yeah, and then, there'll be a limit. For instance, you'll be able to trade in, X amount of bags towards the big bag. Right. There'll be, like the 216, it only sells for like $70. So right. We're not going to let you trade in a $200 worth of stuff for the bag of 70, then we got to send you a check. I mean, come on.
Yeah, right.
Wouldn't that be great? I mean, you send me your used garbage and shoes, and I send you back money and
new
my
foam,
car.
a case, and money. Wow. Well, the thing is, that's the problem, because people turn it into a revenue stream, right? It'd be like the people that collect the cans on the side of the road.
Yeah,
real money
it
there.
would turn ugly. So,
That's right. Yep.
So there'll be some guidelines, and all of this will be made very abundantly clear on the website, and there'll be pictures of things so you understand, and there won't be any sort of miscommunication. If there is, we have an 800 number that people can call us on and ask questions all they want. So we'll make it very easy.
Well, that's phenomenal, Romeo. We don't want to keep you too long because we know that every minute you're on the phone, you're not making foam.
That's right.
True.
And people are waiting on orders right now. So thanks so much for coming on the show. Is there anything else you wanted to let everybody know about?
No, guys. I mean, honestly, we have new stuff all the time. We have a news show that's going on. We're going to be posting little YouTube videos on our website once a month, giving you latest and greatest updates,
awesome.
mini things, answering questions from emails that are important questions. So check that out.
Are you out in Gen Con this year?
We are. We're going to be at Gen Con.
Awesome.
Yes, I'm sorry.
We'll see you there.
We're
That'll
going to
be
be
awesome.
at Gen Con, and we're going to be at Bella Lost Souls new tournament, the BoCon or whatever it's called.
Right.
in Austin.
Yeah.
So,
Do you know your booth number yet for Gen Con?
booth.
We can look it up.
I don't know.
I just wondered. The Army Builder guys knew it, and I just figured yell it out there for our listeners.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know it offhand. I mean, can it be booth number 1?
Yeah, man.
It could be, but it'd be the wrong place.
Yeah.
They'll be there looking at the T-shirts guys going, "Where's
I
Romeo?"
believe booth number 1 was like a T-shirt place.
Yeah, it's either that or Wizards of the Coast.
No, they were in the way back.
We're actually going to take all the bags we're sent in. We're going to create a big pyramid, and we're going to be at the top of it.
There you go.
Right in the center.
So just walk in and look for the battle foam pyramid.
There you go.
I'll be in the spaceship at the top.
Right next to the spaceship, loaded up with old bags. That's right.
Absolutely.
Well,
Thanks, Romeo.
Thank you so much, Romeo.
Thanks for coming back, Romeo.
Have you ever sat and listened to it, marveled at its board games, its miniatures, billions of gamers just living out their lives, oblivious of the D6 generation gamers? The future is our world, gamers. The future is our turn.
Tired of pen and paper? Take your game to the next level with Army Builder and Hero Lab from Lone Wolf Development. Army Builder has been the standard for army construction software for miniature gamers since 1998. And coming out in July 2009, Army Builder 3.2 includes PDF support, streamlined user interface, mobile device output, and lots more. And for RPG players, Hero Lab is the award-winning character creation and management software for players and GMs alike. Hero Lab supports all the major RPGs from D&D to World of Darkness. With Army Builder and Hero Lab, point-and-click simplicity lets you spend less time prepping and more time playing. Download a free demo from our website, www.wolflair.com. Discover for yourself why 100,000 gamers have chosen Lone Wolf Development.
This episode's Hollywood Minute is brought to you by the Advanced Games Club, which is running the following 40K and fantasy tourneys at Gen Con. Ogre Smash, Let Loose the Dogs of War, Emperor Protects, and Beware the Heretic. Engraved trophies, which are flasks, awarded for Best Paint, Best Sports, Best Theme, Best General, and Overall Winner. Sign up now for a great time. Thanks, HD. You rock. Dan O.
Okay, so I'm going to try something new for this one. Totally unscripted, unfrettered, basically just totally winging it. So I downloaded Blood Bowl after hearing, Shifty, Dave, Russ, and a whole bunch of our emailers in our email group talking about it. I know it's not my type of game. I don't do good with turn-based games, and I don't do really well with think-ahead games. But I said, what the heck? I thought the price was only $29.99. That's what Wakeland told me. So I downloaded it, didn't even pay attention. Later I found out it was like $49.99, which then that irritated me that I didn't pay attention because I didn't do so well in the game. So I've tried lizardmen, goblins, dwarves. What frustrated me was I knew that I couldn't just run ahead, balls to the wall, and have fun. So I was actually playing, I thought, rather tactically with my dwarves, and they were the team I did the best with, ironically. And I was all set up, and what made me go, I hate this game, was after I lost every single game that I played. But this particular game, I had 4 dwarves surrounding a guy. One of them my ball runner. So I had 5 dwarves, not counting the ball runner. I attacked the guy, which would have given me a clear run to the end zone. And the guy who attacks dies. So he somehow gets attacked. I mean, when he attacks, he somehow falls down and he dies. And I was like, come on, you've got to be kidding me. So it seemed like any time I set up anything for something to happen, some random event would come along and just totally blow that out the wall. I know you're thinking I should love a random event, but this to me seemed even too random. Or it was that I really just don't understand the game, which I'm sure is more likely it. But I actually read the living rulebook. I read some forums because I knew this wasn't a game you could just stumble into. So, I don't know. I'm just kind of putting it all out there for you guys in this Hollywood Minute. I'm regretting that $50 purchase because I really wanted to get Sims 3, but I was like, no, I'm not going to get another Sims game. I belong to Latro, and now I'm regretting my monetary decision and wish I just bought Sims 3. Well, that's my story.
And welcome back. We now have more special guests. This is a special guest kind of episode, and I would like to introduce to our listener audience Hank Edley, who is a leading member of the Adepticon Council. You've heard us talk about Adepticon a lot. And we have on the phone Andrew Hacksaw76, the world-famous ambassador without portfolio of Privateer Press. Now, Andrew, we've talked with you quite a bit. So, Hank, we're going to start with you. How about you establish your gamer cred for our audience? Where did you begin?
My gamer cred.
There you go. We want to you prove to us that you, my friend, are a gamer, other than the fact that you had a hand in the creation of one of the best cons in the country.
Well, I've been gaming since I was about 10 years old. Started with historicals. Got involved in the Games Workshop hobby very early. Been doing miniatures, role play, board games, pretty much nonstop for 25 years now. Got involved with Adepticon about 8 years ago. and been putting a lot of time into that and creating a great convention for the hobby community.
Awesome.
Awesome.
And now, is it true that you own your own miniature company?
Yeah, we just launched a new miniature company, Gorgon Studios, and kind of right now focused on the historical market, but looking to do some exciting things, both with some more different genres. We have partnered with Steve Salee, who's an ex-GW sculptor, putting out some exciting new lines, and should have some very interesting things coming out shortly.
Excellent.
Cool. That sounds neat. I'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah, and what's it called? Gorgon Studios?
Yeah, Gorgon Studios. Website is gorgon-studios.com.
Cool.
Excellent.
Are these going to produce just miniatures or rule sets and miniatures?
Well, Matt Weeks, who some of you might know, is another one of the Adepticon Council guys, is working on some rule sets. Also going to be publishing some role-playing material. That's his main interest, is rule sets and Call of Cthulhu type stuff, skirmish systems. So we have some interesting products that we're working on and developing, and hopefully soon we'll have something to put out there for general release and kind of play testing.
That's
Very
awesome.
cool. That's neat.
Okay, well, I guess we have to admit that you're a gamer.
If he owns his own miniature company.
He does, kind of. And not just miniatures, apparently. All kinds of stuff. Andrew, anything new with you since the last we talked?
Well, I've actually recently begun becoming addicted to plastic.
Uh-huh.
Oh, he said he'd never play this game.
He did.
What was the exact quote, Andrew, that you said about Monster Apocalypse?
I can't remember exactly what I said, but I remember the reaction that I had at Gen Con was, ugh, I will never play that. Just looking at the game.
Pre-painted plastic. I'm not touching it.
That's right.
Something like that.
It was quite vitriolic, but that was after a few beers.
Even with your love of Privateer and your refusal to say anything negative about their products, you were still sort of like, you could tell.
So you've fallen for the MPOC bug, huh?
Right. I basically signed up for some Gen Con shifts this year, and I was asked if I would like to help run some Monster Apocalypse events, and I said, sure, anything to help you guys out, but I guess I better go and learn how to play the game before I do that.
That's a good idea.
And in the process of learning how to play the game, I found that the game was actually very complex, a lot of tactical depth, and a lot of fun. So I have really dove right in, and I've actually pulled about 2 or 3 of my friends into it. So
that's what happened to us too. We got sucked in as soon as we tried it. I was like, wow, this is pretty neat.
Yeah,
it's going really well.
I wish we played more often.
I do too. We gotta get more of that.
We should. So anyway, why we've brought you guys on today is to talk a little bit about Adepticon, and so we'll start with trying to establish. I've talked about it a lot since I went this past April, and Russ went. When did you go?
2 years ago.
2 years ago? Really? It was only 2 years?
It was 2007.
Okay. So relatively recently, 2 or 3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. It is probably, wouldn't you say, probably one of, if not the preeminent fan organized.
As I said when I first went, I think it is what Games Day should be.
Right.
Yeah. It is just.
It sounds awesome.
The ultimate way to experience a day of miniature wargaming.
And Games Workshop miniature wargaming.
It is a Game Workshop focused event.
And it was. I mean, I just went this past year, and you've all heard me. I just thought it was awesome. I loved it. And Hank, can you tell us a little bit, like, how long has Adepticon been going on?
Well, Adepticon last year wrapped up its 7th year.
Wow.
Doesn't seem like it's been that long. Yeah,
and have you been in there since the beginning?
Excuse me, I missed that.
That's okay. You grew it from. Tell us about the beginning.
Well, it was originally kind of started out of Adeptus Windy City, which is a Chicago-based gaming group, and Jeff Chua and Matt Weeks kind of worked in conjunction with the Ides of March to kind of host what they thought was kind of a veteran tournament experience. And first year, we had about 110 attendees. And I actually attended the first year as an attendee, and thought it was an outstanding run event and something I've been looking for. You often hear about veteran hobbyists complaining, the GW's not kind of catering to them. And got involved with them. The following year, I ran the marketing and sponsorship side. And so we had 110 attendees the first year, and we pretty much doubled the attendance every year for about the first 5, turning it from a local convention to a regional convention to kind of a national, and now pretty much an international convention. And last year, even though with the economic times that they've been, we grew about 230 attendees and are pushing close to 1,000 attendees.
Wow, that is a big convention.
That is big for just miniature wargaming. I mean, that's huge.
And now, when you started off, focusing primarily on Games Workshop, did they give you a lot of support, or were they more inclined to be like, "Hey, we got Games Day, we don't need you"?
No, I mean they were very helpful. I mean, we had good working relationships. I mean, back in those days, I don't know if people remember, but Games Workshop was kind of regionalized. There was a Midwest operation, an East Coast operation, and a West Coast operation.
Right.
And over the course of those 7 years, they've gone back to kind of one national structure, and now it seems they've gone to a kind of a North American structure. And we had some great relationships with them. We worked over the years with Dave Taylor and Josh Wimberly and Ed Spedgu, and we've had a very tight relationship with them. They've been very helpful and supportive, and I think Adepticon is a lot of hard work from a lot of different people. We have a volunteer staff of over 60, and the vision's kind of been realized. We've achieved what we kind of set out to do. It's definitely exceeded our expectations, and we're kind of going through a phase of kind of refocusing and thinking about the next 5 years.
Cool. I mean, because clearly it's the destination convention for Games Workshop players now. I was excited to be able to go. I know that, and I met people and listeners from all over the country. Actually played with a guy from England, and it was just really, really exciting. And was there anything new this year? What was new about the con this year?
Well, we moved to what I think is probably one of the best convention venues I've ever participated in anything at, and that's the Westin Lombard Hotel that we were at. The venue was outstanding. Everything
absolutely.
From the ease to get there, free parking, quality of the hotel rooms and the convention areas, ease of food. That got great reviews this year, and we're going to be back there for the next. We signed a long-term commitment with the Westin to continue to hold Adepticon there, and we're
great,
awesome.
We're taking over some more space.
Great.
And, I mean, that it was a fantastic location.
I remember the year I went that the fantasy guys were out in a tent.
Were they really?
They were
no tent.
I remember that. It was huge, though. I mean, it was like this giant tent, and the 40K room was just full, and there were things all over the place. And so it's great that you guys have enough room now to really do everything up as large as you like. That's awesome.
And now, when we're talking about numbers like this and setting up this convention, when I talked with you at Adepticon, I know you floored me with some of the just the numbers of the kind of money that you have to lay out as a down payment to the hotel and things like that, and just give us an idea of how much responsibility there is in being one of the guys that's got to actually put all this stuff together before the first fan shows up. There's just so much work and financial commitment goes into this.
Yeah, I mean, even now, even weeks before Adepticon, we're talking about next year. I'm spending probably, close to an hour of my time a day already on planning Adepticon, and there's a lot of people. We have a core group of volunteers from Bill Kim, Greg Sparks, Jeff Chua, Matt Weeks, Jamie Welling, Dave Pauls, and we probably have 20 I'm sure I'm leaving people out, but 20 or 40 guys that are committing time and giving time every week to make Adepticon happen. And then anytime you get 1,000 people together, and some of the beverages that are consumed and
right.
kind of activities that people are getting involved in, there's a lot of liability associated with that.
Yeah.
And you're basically putting your name on the line and signing a document, and you have a lot of financial liability at stake. If I think 2 years ago, the year after you came, Russ, that the week of Adepticon, there was that American Airlines deal where they basically canceled a bunch of flights. And, that cost us 30 or 40 attendees, and if there was a major, catastrophe or for some reason Adepticon just didn't happen, we're still on the hook. So
right,
it's a big operation. It's grown. It's exceeded our wildest dreams, and it's time to figure out what we want to do with the next 5 years.
Yeah. Well, speaking of that, what do you have any big plans coming up where you're going to change stuff up maybe a little bit next year?
Yeah, I mean, I think we've the core group of us kind of have come together and kind of refocused what we do. And one of the things that I think we've been known for is running a really high caliber tournament environment.
Yep.
And what we've done for the past 7 years is run a really high caliber tournament environment with a focus on Games Workshop. And that stuff's not going to change. We're going to continue to run the premier 40K and fantasy and even Battlefleet Gothic, Lord of the Rings, Warhammer Ancient.
Even
events.
You guys even have Blood Bowl and stuff, right? You guys are still running Blood Bowl. You guys are still running Blood Bowl and even other, pretty much most of the specialist games are there too, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, if it's Games Workshop, we're running something, either it's a demo or a tournament. This was an inaugural year for having a Blood Bowl event, and it was very successful, and it'll be back next year.
Cool.
And one of the this kind of, I guess, flows into, one of our kind of philosophies is if we can find the right people, and that's what it's really about, is finding the right people that are passionate about the game that they love, and put them in charge of running an event. We know then that event's going to be successful if we can provide it the framework and the support and the marketing, and kind of put what we build with Adepticon behind it. If you got the right person that's excited about what they're running, we're going to make it a success. So with that in mind, we've had a lot of volunteers over the years that have kind of like you, Russ, in the sense that, kind of wandered away from the Games Workshop hobby and have drifted into other areas. Friends of ours like Jay Barry and Dan Riersha and some other folks that have, shifted over to playing other games. And we always listen to our customer feedback. And for, a couple of years now, we've been getting requests for, hey, why don't you, why aren't you running some War Machine events, or why aren't you running some Flames of War events? I'd love to have, the Adepticon experience around the game that I'm currently playing. And I've kind of taken that to heart. And over the last couple of years, I've been considering it and trying to find, some expertise and some individuals that we're comfortable with bringing in to do this. And, we're making that move.
And so you have,
well, that's exciting.
Yeah. And so you have a big announcement that you're going to make right here, right now, you and Andrew together, right?
That's right.
So
yeah, we're going to have a full slate of Privateer Press events at Adepticon this next year in 2010.
Wow.
Secured a bunch of space, and we're going to partner here with Andrew, who I have had the pleasure of meeting and talking with, and he's the kind of guy that we need to kind of front this. And,
yeah, he's good that way.
Well, that's really exciting, because I'll tell you right now that the reason and you hinted at this already, the reason I didn't go back in 2008, when I came in 2007, I was just sort of on my downward trend of kind of moving on to other games, but thanks to some of the folks there, like Luke and other folks there who got me to come out and look, I was blown away by it. I was like, oh, I wish I'd, A, been out to Adepticon a few years ago and I was more hardcore into 40K, but B, man, why couldn't they also do the games I'm into now? And so now Adepticon's on my another place I have to go in 2010.
It's going to be
I can't even pretend it's because I don't play the game. I mean, I really want to go anyway, because people don't understand about Adepticon is the spectacle and just the camaraderie of the miniature gamer there. And I think that's going to transcend any game system. I mean, I'm there. I don't really play 40K anymore, even when I was there last time, and yet I'm seeing all the great modeling and the great dioramas and the great team stuff going on there. And you can appreciate that no matter which game you play. And now for different gamers from different manufacturers to get together and all experience the same coolness that is hobby gaming, whether it's Privateer or GW or who knows later, what else would make it added in there. That would just be, I think that'd be phenomenal.
Yeah, and Hank, I was in the same boat. I haven't gone to Adepticon yet, and it wasn't because it was 40K and not Privateer Press, but just haven't gone. But after hearing Russ and Craig and Christian and people have gone talk about the painting, and they're like, you have to see the armies. It's like, it's just unbelievable. I've been wanting to go, and now if you're saying like War Machine and Hordes are going to represent it, and I'm thinking, man, and I can see those painted armies too. I'm thinking, man, that's going to be really cool.
Now, Andrew, you have. Why don't you go ahead and give us a little bit of the Privateer Press point of view of this big move?
Okay, well, I guess what I can say is my story and how this kind of evolved for me. A lot of people don't know this because I kind of kept it quiet until Hank gave me the okay to talk about it.
Yeah.
But I was actually at Adepticon with Craig this year.
Yes, he was.
Oh, look at that.
No, I didn't know that. Yeah.
Yeah, you didn't. He refereed my game with Scott from 40K Radio.
There you go.
Cool.
So the whole purpose of going out there, Hank and the rest of the Adepticon people had reached out to Russ. Russ, take a bow.
I may or may not have been involved. I claim no responsibility.
They were asking, hey, do you know anybody who would be that passionate lead for potentially moving Adepticon in a direction of privateer games? Russ dropped me an email, and I started communicating with Luke Como and eventually Hank about going to Adepticon this year. Just to get the okay from the home base, I called Privateer and talked to Kevin Clark and Dan Brandt, the volunteer coordinator and the organized play director, and they were both, very excited about it.
Mm-hmm.
So they sent me out there. I took in the spectacle that was Adepticon, had some very good conversations with Hank, and we went away with confidence that we could work together, and we've continued to talk, and it's now official that I'll be fronting all the events for Privateer at Adepticon in 2010.
Which is
exciting. That is cool. Awesome. Now, it's probably way too early to ask this question, but I'm going to ask it anyway.
Uh-oh.
Because that's the kind of crazy guy I am. So one of the things that make Adepticon so cool is some of the really, really phenomenally interesting events they run, like the team tournament and stuff. Have you guys really thought through, Andy, like, are you going to run, is it going to be sort of the standard privateer, not that there's anything wrong with the standard privateer, kind of tournament, or are you going to have some more wacky sort of team stuff, or have you thought through how you're going to sort of integrate the idea of the Adepticon, what makes Adepticon into what makes a War Machine tournament a War Machine tournament, or is that still up in the air?
Well, Hank and I have had some very early discussions about scheduling and what the vision is for the privateer events area. We haven't decided on anything firm, but I can tell you, and you should know this from my TempleCon experiences, that I'm going to run a variety of events that will be both fun and challenging, and we will rise to the challenge to make something unique and amazing for Adepticon.
Awesome.
And I can't wait. And
I'm telling you, now
I know it's going to be great, because I have to say that when I went to I'd never seen a tournament as well run as Adepticon when I was there. I mean, these guys,
just staying on schedule.
Well,
is amazing.
Schedule. I mean, they're like apologizing because they're 5 minutes behind.
Exactly.
I mean, 5 minutes behind. Most people dream of being 5 minutes behind.
Right.
They're like, okay, we're half an hour late. Probably got another 40 minutes for the next round. They're always on time. They got the big screens projected up there with the end of the round. And I remember when I went to TempleCon for the first time and saw Privateer, led by Andy and the other folks there, running the same thing with chess clocks, keeping people down to the minute.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, these guys both have the same attitude. They want the ultimate experience for these players.
Yep.
And I can't imagine a marriage here to bring in just another great hobby game into the Adepticon experience. So I think it's awesome. I'm very excited about it.
Now, Andrew, are the Privateer Press events, are they going to focus on War Machine and Hordes, or is your newfound love going to be included in the mix?
It's Monster Apocalypse sneaking in.
Well, it's funny because I talked to Kevin a lot about TempleCon, and I'll be starting to talk to him more about Adepticon and what events we're going to run and things like that. And we always joke that every time there's something new on the front page, that's just another job for me.
Right.
So we plan on running everything from War Machine, Hordes, Monster Apocalypse, Grind board game, Bodger's board game,
nice.
Infernal Contraption. If it has a PP logo on it, it will be available.
Wow.
Cool.
So it's going to be like
and
the
when
way
is Adepticon?
Hank, you can get that one.
Yeah, Adepticon is going to be at the end of March. It'll be the weekend of March 26th.
Cool.
I was just wondering for the different releases that I know, because Mark II will be coming out, so that'll be out, so that'll be neat. Andrew, do you know, will this be the first big event where a Mark II in the country? Do you happen to know, or will there be one out, California before that or something?
Well, actually, the first full Mark II convention will be TempleCon 2010.
Wow, that's exciting. That's awesome.
Which will then be quickly followed after a good vetting of the War Machine Mark II full release and then the Horde's field test rules. We will continue on and run Adepticon as a full Mark II event as well.
Wow.
Ooh, wow.
Back to back. February and March.
Nice.
And Andrew, is your relationship with Privateer Press changed? This sounds like a big role, or is this, no, you're just volunteering as a press ganger and off you go?
I'm still just a volunteer. It's pretty funny. I told one of the guys over there at Privateer the other day, I was like, I will never spend all of my volunteer points. I don't have enough time left in my existence on this earth to spend the points, but I just love doing it.
And that dovetails into the Adepticon crew, though, and Hank, right? Because you guys, this all started, you're all volunteers, too, pretty much, right? This is all labors of love, for the most part, all around, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's all volunteer, kind of love of the hobby driven. One of the things that's a lot of work, and there's sometimes you wonder why you do it, I guess. But when you actually are running Adepticon and the weekend's over and you see, 900 people having a great time and smiles on their face, and you walk away from that feeling pretty good. And so that's a lot of the reward there, is just knowing that you're putting on an event that so many people are enjoying, and kind of makes it all worthwhile.
Absolutely.
Nice. I think it's phenomenal. I think it's just great. There's going to be this event where there's just a great place for miniature wargamers to get together in general. It's going to be phenomenal.
Yeah. Now I'm sitting here thinking, because I've got a nice fully painted War Machine and Hordes army, but I also have a nice fully painted tank company. And
would that be a 15 millimeter tank company?
That would be a 15 millimeter game known as Flames of War by Battlefront, which we still haven't had a chance to review, which is on the horizon for those of you out there. Is Adepticon have any plans in the future to include Battlefront or other types of miniature games?
Well, I think, with this move, we're going to have a non-GW gaming hall. And there's obviously, I'm sure you guys are aware of the fact that Joe Crone used to be with Games Workshops with Battlefront now, and Dave Taylor, who used to be with Games Workshop, is with Battlefront now. And we've had a great working relationship with those two guys over the years with Adepticon that, we certainly want to become and bring kind of the Adepticon experience to a wide variety of miniature gaming, and Flames of War is definitely one of those that we have our sights set on, and we'll probably have some announcements soon. We've been talking with them, and
great.
I think that might be another interview, and maybe we can get some more special guests on.
That's exciting.
That's awesome. And it's just great because the games are so different. I mean, the Flames of War, totally different scale. It's historical. So people who maybe are longtime GW fans and never seen that before will get exposed to that interesting game. Flames of War players will see what army scale fantasy games are like. And then you have the great skirmish games of Privateer Press, which are going to bring in this totally different universe that's skirmish with all these great, steam-powered robots. It's just such a
really
amazing convention. And you guys always have phenomenal terrain there. It's going to really showcase this hobby that a lot of people don't get, right? This crazy hobby we all do. It's going to showcase it in the best possible light with the best manufacturers on the planet. It's really just going to make the hobby just that much better.
Russ, what I like is what you said earlier, but it's all for the miniature gamer. That's pretty cool. It'll have the common core.
Yeah, you're not flooded with, not that there's anything wrong with Gen Con, but this is going to be like the con for the hobby gamer.
I really do think it's going to position you in a remarkable new level.
Oh, yeah. I don't think there's anything else like this on the planet. I don't think there's anything like this.
I don't think there is.
That's crazy. That's awesome. Well,
Hank,
really
do you know of any other conventions that do this?
pure miniature?
No. Well, I mean, you have some conventions like Historicon and Little Wars, but that are primarily miniature conventions, but they're primarily historical focused.
Right.
They don't run the size of events that we run or the kind of focused tournament events that we run. And no, Adepticon's pretty much. I guess I can't be real objective, but
you could say it. It rocks.
Yeah, it certainly exceeded all of our expectations.
Well, that is phenomenal.
I'm very proud of what we built, and I'm very proud of the people that have been involved in it. And honestly, Russ, I want to thank you for, several years ago when you were involved with DACA and coming out and the exposure that gave us at a very critical time, and it was very, very, how should I say, very useful for us, and definitely gave us a great, some great publicity, and so you now share in that trend.
Oh, thanks. Well, I'm glad to have been even a small help to that, and it's in the end, as you guys know, it's all about the community. It's all about getting this hobby out there, and I think Adepticon is really the culmination of what a lot of gamers around the world have always sort of dreamed of as the ultimate thing, and you guys have gone ahead and done all the hard work to make that happen. And I think it's awesome now that there's new people coming in like Andrew and stuff are willing to say, let's all work together to take it to the next level. Let's bring more stuff into this and make it even cooler. And it's cool that we're all able to say, look, it's not about whether I'm a GW fanboy or Privateer Press fanboy or a Battlefront fanboy. I am a hobby gamer. We all spend time painting this stuff. We all like to look at it. Let's just all get together and show off our stuff. Even if you don't play my game, you can appreciate my hobby. And I think it's going to be awesome. It's going to be great.
I think socially, to the miniature gaming community, this is going to be a huge new step for the entire hobby.
I think so too.
I mean, just opening it up and breaking down those walls.
Yeah,
I think.
I mean, because I'm sorry, Craig, I cut you off. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm done.
Well, what I was thinking, Craig, is we've got some of our historical friends, Rob and Bob and Rich and those guys going down to Historicon. Maybe now there's a chance for all of us to go out to Adepticon.
Yep.
Very
Absolutely.
cool.
But only if I'm allowed to tell Rafe what he's doing.
You got it.
That's fine. You can tell him whatever you like.
Yeah. You can put a leash on him if you want.
Can I be like your little
shock
grot?
collar?
A little grot. You can be his bodger.
A bodger?
Right.
Yeah, you're a bodger, all right.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Well,
I love it.
Guys, thank you so much for coming on the show.
For coming on and making your announcement
and giving
here.
us this sort of worldwide exclusive announcement.
Absolutely.
A scoop, if you will.
Another scoop.
Right. We've had another scoop earlier in the show, which you guys have to listen to hear that scoop.
Yeah. We're like two scoops.
Which is about a whole different kind of product
different
thing.
Company.
But yes, but we're very excited. And thank you so much, guys, for coming on. And thank you for all the hard work you guys both do for the community, for your respective community, and now for your combined community. I think it's phenomenal.
Absolutely.
And I got to find a way to get to get Adepticon 2010.
It's got to go on the calendar.
It's got to go on the calendar.
Yep.
I want to go right now.
You got a time machine?
Yep, I'm ready. Let's do it.
There you go. So thanks a lot, guys.
You're welcome.
When wives attack.
Alrighty, we are back. This is Karen, Craig's wife.
This is Nicole, Russ's wife.
This is Marisa, Hollywood's wife. This week's shout out is for Treadhead Jonathan. Happy birthday, Dada. I can't wait till I'm big enough for you to teach me how to game. Love from your little man, Liam. Jonathan's birthday is July 18th, and Liam is 10 months old. We have Marisa Granger with us.
Finally.
It's another very special episode because we have Marisa here. We had her here last segment for the Newlywed Game, and thought we'd bring her back and get her take on some of the topics we've discussed.
And the Newlywed Game, for which I think she was sorely unprepared for some of those questions.
But
She's
did
like,
very well.
The armies have names? Oh, okay, I have to name one.
I'm not a gamer.
She can really, really, truly say she is not a gamer.
Yeah.
So.
and I think with the three of us, we represent, like we've said, Marisa the non-gamer, the Karen the semi-gamer, and Nicole the gamer.
I like how I'm the gamer, but who's played 5,000 games of Small World in the last couple weeks?
Who has Radar on their
car.
That's a sci-fi reference, whether the game existed or not. That's my I love sci-fi, and I proudly claim I am a sci-fi geek. I haven't played a game in like 3 weeks.
But you play like video game. You do all that Xbox stuff. We don't
I
know.
only play a trivia game and Boggle. I kick Russ's butt at Boggle because he's a computer guy, so he can't spell his own name. He spells differently every time he writes it down. So no chance at Boggle.
I think the first question, Marisa, everybody is waiting to hear is, do you call him Hollywood?
Never.
Do you call him Hollywood in your most private of moments?
No.
How about HD?
You don't give a little you tell your kids, honey, HD is home?
No, we call him RJ or G.
Why that?
RJ, Rafe James, or G for Granger.
Rafe James.
That's
so now
it.
we know his middle name to completely mock him.
That's what we call him.
How
we
do you
only call him Rafe when we're angry.
How do you feel about Hollywood? Did he come home and say, honey, they're calling me Hollywood on the podcast. I'm having them call me Hollywood.
His head was really big about that.
Why Hollywood? Do you know why Hollywood?
I have no idea. And then he bought my daughter a tacky T-shirt that says Hollywood and glitter on it.
Did that tacky T-shirt maybe accidentally get some kind of stain on it that just wouldn't come out?
It. She loves it.
All right, so let's talk about Rafe, I guess. Since we have Marisa here, everybody wants to know. We've talked before about how Russ and Craig do gaming with gaming times, and we've given examples. I do complain sometimes because Craig will say he's going to be 20 minutes and he's 4 hours, or just gaming that he does in the house. How much time does it take up? Does it interfere with stuff? Is it too much time? What do you do when you want him off and he won't come off? Is that too broad?
Oh, that's broad. I used to have more beefs with the gaming. I think he games less than he used to. He hardly ever paints anymore. He plays video games.
He plays WoW, right? Isn't he?
He plays something with a dog barking.
I think he does play WoW, though,
He does is WoW, the little guys that you can make them dance and stuff.
Yeah, the Dancing Bears game. That's how I think of WoW.
Now, did his board game, like the miniature gaming, slow down and video games pick up, or has the whole thing slowed down?
I don't know. I haven't seen him paint any miniatures in a long time. And that may be because he doesn't have the time to go and play a game, although he goes gaming every Tuesday. I don't know what he plays.
This brings up a good topic. I think this is a good segue.
Okay.
Rafe going gaming.
Go for it,
So what they really do on Tuesdays?
No, I've seen what they really
all
do on
those
Tuesdays.
$1
It's
bills that Russ
fascinating.
needs. I don't get it. Do you, Marisa?
I don't know. And the smells? I don't know.
I know.
So I think everybody out there knows that Rafe did a Hollywood Minute where he discussed how he makes time.
That enraged me.
Enraged.
I don't remember it, but I remember being enraged when I came across it.
We're going to try to insert clips because I think we probably could. He pretty much said that he doesn't ask because that wouldn't be right. He says, this is where I'm going to go. He makes the decision of what's more important. Should I be with family or should I go? And if I'm going to go, I tell her this is what I'm doing.
That's all completely false. Completely false.
So Rafe does not rule the roost, Marisa?
No, Rafe does not rule the roost, and he can hardly participate in maintaining the roost afloat. And not because he's busy gaming, but I don't know why. He just can't.
Do you mind the Tuesday nights? Like, we've talked about, like, we give them their Tuesday night. We sort of don't touch it because it's their one thing. Do you mind the Tuesday night?
I don't mind the Tuesday night only. I do get infuriated if there's something legitimate on a Tuesday that he won't bend for, but that hasn't
What counts
happened
as
in a long
legitimate?
time.
Yeah, what's legitimate? What's not? For a Tuesday. Tuesday's a big deal.
Recently, I had to go to a wake. So he did come home. He came home.
Oh, okay.
No questions asked.
I was going to like walk into the kitchen
say,
and
well,
like
haven't
him.
you already done enough for the family? Do you really need to go? But then he did come home.
I remember listening to this.
He did come home.
He did come home. But he went there and then came home.
He didn't go to game at all.
He didn't go to game at all.
Came
Very
right
nice.
home.
Took my son to baseball, and that was it.
Good
But
job.
in the old days, I could not even ask about something on Tuesday.
Even awake?
Nothing. It was Tuesday.
So short of like you or the children laying half dead on the floor bleeding, he'd be like, "Yo, biatch."
He'd bring him to no. He'd drop him at the hospital and then go back to the store.
Yes, that's the old Rafe. The new Rafe is not so. If he can come home, if I tell him you can come home and play video games until you pass out, once I'm home, then he's all good with that.
Yeah. So does he? Okay. For example, he went to, was it Adepticon that we all went to? or any of the conventions.
TempleCon.
Does he ask, can I go to this convention? Or does he say, I'm going to this convention? Or does he say, do you mind? He does say I'm going. Well, that's what he said in his Hollywood Minute.
But I really don't pay. He knows I'm not really paying attention.
So he says it, but it doesn't really matter that he says it.
And he says it repeatedly for about 3 or 4 months in a row. And then one day I go, what is that thing you're going to? And when is that? And then we write it on the calendar. And sometimes I think it's something for work. So later on I go, now what is that thing you're going to?
So basically he sneaks it in because you have no idea what the heck he's talking about.
He does
You're like,
take
oh,
advantage
this
of
is a group of lawyers getting together.
Really? He does.
Yeah.
Very nice. What about in the house? Because he does do the video game set. A lot of it that goes on in the house at night. Is he up till late at night? Are you trying to get him off, or is he able to maintain his own hours and have it not be an issue?
No, it is an issue because he stays up too late, and then he tells me he cannot get up in the morning. He can't. No matter how many dogs are peeing on the carpet, kids are yelling, and TV's blaring, and I'm screaming, he just can't wake up.
And is that the fight? If you didn't go to bed so late on the thing,
Yes.
you'd be able to get up?
That's the problem.
But he has, and we're at Rafe and Maurice's house tonight, which we
Yes,
aren't
we
normally.
are.
He has a
Casa Granger,
a computer that's larger than his younger daughter.
Yeah, we
it's
advertise
huge.
for them, don't we? What's
Yes,
it called?
Doghouse.
Doghouse. It's gigantic. So
we had
how
to get
can-
rid of our desk because
Yeah,
it would
is
not
she-
fit in the desk.
It's the thing is huge. People don't.
It is. That is pretty
it's huge.
It is pretty
It
big.
glows blue like Russ's, but it's like 4 times the size.
Now, does he play a lot of games with Lou, your son?
He does play games with Lou. Yes, Lou doesn't have the longest attention span, so they play games. And also, my daughter, who's 2, says, "I want to play a game. I want to play a game," which I know she does not get from me. I'm like, "What are you talking about?" So I
That is
usually
not
just
mommy.
open up something with dice, and she's happy. So I know that when I'm at work, they do play games.
Do they? So does Rafe? Do they play video games together, him and Lou, or do they do any miniature stuff? Is he like? I know when we have kids, Craig is going to try to bring them into his gaming. Does Rafe do that at all? Like
No.
his gaming?
He will play board games with him, not the conventional games that I would think of to play with them.
What does he play? Do you even know? No, you don't know.
No. Don't
You have
know.
to ask HD.
And he improvises. He makes the rules so that Lou can understand.
Yep.
They don't really play video games together, although Lou likes to watch Rafe playing
I was
video
going to say,
games.
I saw Lou half the time playing. He was playing a really cool game on the Xbox, a baseball game. I swear to
good.
God, I thought he was watching a game and holding the controller.
Yeah.
I'm like, why is he holding that controller and watching a
it's really
baseball
good.
game? I'm like, oh, that's so cool. I thought it was real.
Yeah, Lou is a sports fanatic, which Rafe is not that, not as much as Lou. So Lou prefers to play baseball or football. But he does like to watch Rafe play games. They used to play some games together, but they don't really play.
Does he
those
show
together.
interest at all, or not really, in his like hardcore gaming stuff? Like if he's
Does
painting,
Lou?
or, yeah.
Yes, he does, but he doesn't have a very long attention span.
Gotcha.
So if you gave him a paintbrush and a little guy, he'd slap a big glob on it, and then he'd be like, "Can I have another one?"
So okay, we know that you're not a gamer, like at all. Are there any games that you like to play? Like say in the last 6 months, have you played a game?
Like, Marisa, do you like playing Mystery of the Abbey?
Like this crazy lady doesn't like to play games.
Do you like playing Mystery of the Abbey, for example?
Oh yes, we can talk about
No,
that.
I do not. I do not like playing that. I don't ever want to play that. I didn't want to play it. I was forced to play it. I don't like it.
We've talked about that incident, which also happened here at the Granger
Casa
house.
Granger.
When they had, I believe it was a housewarming party, and all the girls said, "Let's play Pictionary, let's play this," and the boy said, "We're playing Mystery of the Abbey." And the girls got drunk and pretty much said, "We don't want to play," and the boys ignored us.
And they were shocked that we did not want
And
to
for the
continue when
longest
we didn't want to
time.
start in the first place.
And they still were like, I don't get it. Why didn't they want to play? Because we said we don't want to play, and you made us play anyway.
And then just tonight it came up and they said to us, "Oh yeah, they rumbled under their breath. They didn't want to play." And Marisa said, "No, we were saying it out loud to you.
We protested.
We don't want to play. We don't want to play." So in what'd you say, in the last 6 months, have you played a game?
I've played a game with my son. We like to play Sorry.
Oh, good
Oh, I
game.
play
Great
Sorry
game.
with Rose all the time.
Rat-a-tat-tat, which is a card game.
Aha.
I sometimes would play Scrabble with Rafe.
I love
Who
haven't done
wins?
that in a
If you
long
play
time.
Scrabble with
Scrabble's a great
Rafe, who
game.
wins? You or
Me.
Rafe?
He tries
You.
for the big words, and I just try for a lot of small words.
The and
You gotta go for
but
the points
how.
in Scrabble. It's all
Yeah.
about the points.
But that's it. I'm not much of a gamer.
Really?
Yeah.
So when Rafe is gaming, what are you doing? He's being a geek and he's in here with his headphones on going, "Dance, little bear, dance" on WoW. And what are you doing?
I'm putting kids to bed. I'm cleaning the kitchen.
Now, you mentioned something before, like what Nicole was saying, is I have the opposite where Craig paints in the living room, and I like that because I'd rather have him in the living room. At least we're in the same room, and I don't feel alone like if he was downstairs painting, but you said you don't like when he's there?
I do, in the painting circumstance, I do feel like that. Like if we were sitting together and I was watching TV and he was painting, I would feel like we were together, but I don't feel like that with the video games. Like if he's got his laptop open and he's playing something, then I don't feel like we're together, but I don't mind if he does it if I want to do something without him.
So if you're like watching TV, he'll take his laptop out and play games right next to you?
Yeah, if it's something he doesn't want to
Really?
watch, he will. And he'll
Like
say
what?
that. I'll
What
go,
that would
"What do you-"
drive me bananas.
I'd say, like, do you want to watch...
Well, yeah, what's his choice? We might have to give him a little
or
slack.
Grey's Anatomy, or... What's that thing? The Practice or something like that? He would say,
Private Practice.
If you want to watch 24, I'll watch that. But if you want to watch one of those other shows, I'll play my game while you watch. So then I get to choose if I want him to watch with me or if I don't care.
I get that too.
Yeah.
I get that.
So that's nice.
What
more could a girl want?
He checks with you before he does it.
No, yeah, I get that too. If you're gonna watch that, I'm gonna paint. If you want to watch something, I'll watch it.
Russ says to me, he's like, are you going to scrapbook tonight? Why? Well, because if you're going to scrapbook, I have this army I want to paint or this game I want to
Craig
play.
used to do that.
So I always know if he asks me if I'm scrapbooking, it's not because he really wants to know or cares. It's, can I do something that I want to do tonight?
Yeah.
Are you occupied and busy?
Do you have any other hobbies? Like he has gaming. Do you have hobbies you do? Like you're a yoga person or something, right? Is that you?
I do have hobbies, although with the kids, I've lost a lot of my hobbies. And Rafe misses
It's funny
my
how
hobbies.
they don't lose their hobbies,
No,
right?
no. They don't.
Oh,
And I
that's
used
so
to
true.
Quilt,
How
and
long?
Oh, really?
Yeah, and he's like, "Why don't you start working on a quilt?" But I'm like, by the time I take it out, then somebody will be crying, and I'll have to go upstairs. But
And they feel less guilty. If you can quilt while
Yeah.
they're doing their stuff, they don't
Then
feel
it's
guilty about
better.
doing it. Yeah.
But how does that work? How is it, Marisa, that they've been gaming on Tuesday nights since the beginning
Forever.
of time, and they still
Forever.
game on Tuesday nights? How many things do you still do on the same night of the
Right?
week, the same way you did pre-kid?
Like, I don't know if the audience understands. It's been like 25 years or something, right? Well, no,
It's
Craig's going to be 40, so it's been since he...
It's probably
It's going to
been
be almost 20 years, 15 years?
It's probably been about 15 years.
15
They started
years.
doing
Tuesday
it after,
night, every
it was
night.
after we were married. We've been married 17. So I bet, I don't think Rafe has been involved for quite that long.
No, Rafe hasn't.
But Craig and Russ have since like 15 years.
15
I
years.
think it's the family guilt thing.
It's
But
got
I
to be
did-
7 or 8 years with Rafe, though, because he's been around as long as I have, and it's been 7 years.
I did have he is respectful of. I did surfing last summer, like every Thursday
Oh,
night.
that's right. How
And he
can
would
you
come
surf
home-
in New England? Did you have to wear like a wetsuit, like
yeah.
for them?
I
would
stink
think
at
you'd
it, but it's
freeze.
really fun.
Like Karen
It's like me in Small World. That's what I was going to say. I stink at it,
I
but it's
know.
really fun.
But he would come home for that. Like if he's respectful of, if he thinks what you're doing is a good hobby, then he'll come home.
If it's Hollywood approved, he'll come home for it.
Yes, he will. And yoga too. He would come home for that. But most of my hobbies are not things that I can do here with him.
Yeah.
They involve not him and not being here.
Not him and not
Because
kids.
Nicole and I both, we like to scrapbook, and it's very convenient because they'll sit and paint
Yeah.
or whatever, and we
Right.
can sit and scrapbook, but you don't really have that option.
I could get back into my quilting, which he tries to get me to do, but
Yeah.
I just haven't been into it.
Yeah.
You can make him a big sparkly quilt that said Hollywood across it in
I could
sparkly
do that.
letters.
Actually, I'm going to make a baby quilt for my daughter, but I don't know. It's the time thing. And yeah, it's the guilt thing. Like, I feel bad if things are crazy at home. Like, I would say, oh, well, I won't go to my surfing thing tonight because this one has a fever or this one's whatever. But he would be like, oh, you all set? Okay, they're throwing up, but you got a bucket? All right, I'm going.
That Russ, I had called Russ a couple times gaming when it's like he's gaming and all of a sudden every child in the house is throwing up and I'm like, come home now. But it's never that nice. When
Yeah.
I do really need him to come home for kids, it's like my head spins, my voice goes up 12 octaves. It's like, come home now.
Yeah. And you have to do that, otherwise it doesn't warrant.
Yeah,
coming
because if
home
you
on a
just say,
Tuesday.
well, because if you were just call and say, honey, the kids just threw up all over the entire couch. Do you think you could come home? They'd be like, well, you got that right. So you have to sound like you're going to kill one of the children before they'll turn around and come home.
Yeah, otherwise they say, sure, I'll be home around 12:30.
Right. So yeah, 12:29, they walk in the door. You're like, boy, I'm glad you're a minute early.
Yeah, I'm glad you're here. It's all cleaned up, and
Yeah.
I'm going to bed.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, would you, with Lou, like you're talking about the kids, would you mind at all if he got into the hobby that Rafe's in? Would it bother you? Would you encourage
If
it?
he
Not encourage
joined
it?
Tuesday nights.
Oh God, I think that'd be good if he could bring Emmy and the dog too. We'd be all set.
Take the whole family away, and it would be Maurice's best Tuesday night ever.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. I think it's okay. I don't really encourage Lou has a lot of interest, so he adores his dad, so he is interested in what he's interested in. As I said, his attention span's not very long, and he's a very busy, active kid, so... but he's asked to go on Tuesday night.
Really?
Has he really? And what is Rafe saying?
Well,
Well,
Rafe's
it's
afraid
not...
he can't stay up until whatever time.
Yeah, and that's he'll talk about attention span. They're there for like hours and
he
hours.
Doesn't realize how long it will be, so he'll probably take him for a short time. But I would not be against it. I don't know if that's the route he'll go. And Rafe and Lou try to come up with friends of Lou's that they could have for game night.
Oh yeah,
but not a lot of his friends are like play games, so. We don't know.
Which is something I always talk about. That a lot of kids don't play games.
Yeah, I think
unless their fathers are gamers,
right? Yeah, because otherwise they just don't do it.
Yeah.
So I'd be okay with that. But although I do limit his computer time because it makes him wacky.
Who, Rafe or
computer
Lou?
time? Yeah.
Well, Rafe too, but
Rafe too.
Yeah.
Honey, you were a little cranky. Please turn off the computer. 2 hours. Your 2 hours of screen time is done.
My questions about what types of games you like and stuff is really kind of moot, I think, because she doesn't really like any games.
I don't like any games. If we played a game where like,
like,
you
I
had
have
to
my
run and
little
chase
list.
me, I would like
Of what?
like running around games. I'd play. Yeah.
So
Like monkey in the middle.
to join a game of tag or spin the bottle, you'd be up for that.
Hide and go seek. I like those games.
We should see if we play a game tonight. We should have waited and
Play
see.
hide and go
what-
seek?
Yeah.
We can rummage through the Granger household. What's in this closet? I don't know. Let's find out.
Now, is it worth asking her about the Craig situation? I mean, she doesn't really play games.
I think this is still just a male-female point of view thing. So ask her. And I'm betting
This is what happened. This is our little situation. The fans had a big reaction to it, so I guess we're just going to ask. people
and
from
which
now on.
every guy that's emailed has had the exact same position.
And I think it's a guy-girl thing.
Don't tell me the position before you tell me.
Okay.
All right. Oh, I thought you were being... All right. We're playing a game. And there's a turn in the game where you try to kill other people. And some of the cards look very similar. So I went and tried to kill him, and I put my things down. And as I started to get my points for my turn wasn't over. I was gathering the points I got for killing his guys. And I looked closer and noticed, oh, those are my guys. Obviously, that's a mistake. I don't want to kill my own guys. So I began to take my guys and redo my turn. And he didn't think that was right.
He disagreed.
He was
with
like,
her.
"What are you doing?" And then I got the line, "Fine, if we're gonna play like that." And it became sort of an issue, like you can't just take your turn back.
And Craig hadn't started to go yet. It was at
and
the
then
end
it
of
was still
Karen's
your
turn.
And he said, right,
It
that's
was
what
the
I'm
end
saying.
of Karen's turn, and she was like, "Oops."
And that's not even the point. What the point is, if I could just say to everybody out there, because Craig said to me, "Well, if it was a football game and you ran the ball into the wrong goalpost, you don't get to redo that." And I said, "But there's no fans. There's no referees.
Nobody bought tickets."
I'm like, "It's just us." I'm like, "It's just us in the living room." And I got the fine if you want to play like that.
So what do you think? Was she wrong?
But then I have one more piece
there's
to
more.
it.
Sorry.
The next day I went to my dad's and we played the game with my dad. And my dad made a move and he made a mistake. And I went, "Well, Dad, you can take it back." And he went, "Oh, no, I moved." So, like, it's like a guy thing. Like, he wouldn't even take
Genetic.
his second game playing. He's like, "Oh, no, I can't take my guy back. I moved."
I do think that's a guy thing.
See, would you, if it was you
think
playing
that's-
with Karen, would you have been like, "Oh, that's okay, just go ahead"?
Or would you have been like, "Obviously, it's a mistake. You killed your own
I
guys."
would have been like, holding my breath to see if you like finished up your turn and didn't realize it. But if you caught it before you finished your turn, I would be like, "Oh,
yeah,
see,
you caught it." And
It
that's
is
how I
so
teach
a
my
guy-girl
son. Like,
thing.
if he makes a mistake, I'll go before his turn's over. Okay, well, look, did you make a mistake?
Yeah,
like because and if he was done with his turn and I went, then I would say too late. Right,
Right.
Too late.
If
But
he had already went,
if
right.
it's still your
but
turn.
I was. How about if?
turn.
What if you're in? Here's a perfect example because she likes Scrabble. You put the word down in Scrabble and you start to add up your points. As you add up your points, you realize the word is spelt wrong. Can you fix it? Because that's actually what happened. I was adding up my points and realized I made the
You
move
made a
wrong.
misspelling?
Can you fix your? That's a perfect example.
I think so.
Yeah.
I would say if you added,
I would think. Oh, I spelled it wrong. Let me fix it.
If you
There's
catch
nobody
it,
else there. It's just the two of you, right? I mean, that's
You're
the
not
thing.
wearing any golden pants and a helmet, and there are people watching.
That's what I'm thinking. Nobody's
There's no
around.
crowd. There's none of that.
But it
See?
must be a male-female thing.
Every male has written back.
And we've
Craig
got-
is right.
The funny thing is, the email we've gotten isn't even just like, "Well, I think Craig is right when your turn is when you stop, you stop." It's like these guys have written dissertations.
I know they're writing. No, they're writing like forever long emails.
It's like this
explaining.
huge long psychoanalysis.
This is why you can't do this.
Of why you can't.
And it's a guy. They feel that once you take your hand off, that's the rule. Once your hand is off, your move is done. And
you can't take back
Is
life.
that like
you can't
chess?
take it back.
I don't
know.
play those games.
Well, I know
but, like,
that is a
chess.
rule. Pete wrote us in, and he's like, "That's a rule in tournaments when you take your hand
But it
off."
wasn't a tournament.
But that's what I'm saying. It's not a tournament. That's the whole thing. We're in our living room. No one else is there.
But I think you need to clarify before you play with Craig whether it is a tournament or just a family game.
Yeah, like house rules. Is this tournament play or
And I'll
regular
say
play?
that. I have to know. I'm
Each
confused. Is this
time.
one a tournament or should I get a little number?
Have a little banner.
Do I have to sign in? Do I have to sign in anywhere?
I think someone was saying you need to get one of those, like how guys they're also like they can take forever. They think about it for
the little-
like forever.
yeah.
We had
chess timer thing.
Michelle say we should get a chess timer and be like, you're done.
Yeah.
I don't care if you haven't figured out which your 18
Yeah.
moves. If you won't let me fix my guys at the end of my turn, you don't get another 2 seconds.
So
what did
even,
Rafe say about that?
They all sort of agreed with Craig, pretty much. I'm pretty sure, if I remember right. I did listen. Do you
We
remember
could
what they
ask this
said
young
individually?
man.
Hey, Louie.
You go ahead, talk in the microphone.
Talking to the microphone.
How old are you? 8.
You're 8 years old.
Ask him the question.
Okay, so we're playing Scrabble. Okay, we're playing Sorry. Oh, perfect example too. We're playing Sorry, right? And I turn my card over and I move my guy 4 spaces, whatever it says I can move, 5 spaces. And before the next person goes, I go, oh, no, I didn't want to do that. And I take it back and move my other guy. Is that all right?
No.
Oh, no. It's a total guy
He's
thing.
not done with their turn yet.
He's only 8 years old.
I don't care.
Luck.
Your daddy
it's a guy
send you in
thing.
here?
It's a
Yeah,
guy
no.
thing.
Oh my
And they're born
gosh.
this way. That was awesome. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Lou.
You can
settled
go
it.
now.
That was great.
That was funny. So we just proved
guy
right there.
surprise.
It's totally
He's
genetic.
that's
Because you
so
just finished
funny.
saying, oh, as long as it's still your turn, you can fix it. Lou
And
comes
that's
in and
not
blows
how
it
I
out of the
treat
water.
him. That's not how I treat him. If he wants to change his thing and it's still his turn, I let him. But
Yeah.
not
It's
no
genetic.
more.
They're born
no more.
with it. No more lose.
No more
Sorry, you
Mr. Nice
lose.
Guy.
That's crazy. All right.
I guess we've just done our own scientific experiment.
Yeah, I think we
Yeah,
did.
very scientific. It is officially a guy
Yes.
thing. Lou has decided it for all.
Do we have? Do you have any more questions
No,
for
I
our
think
Marisa?
I think we're good.
Anything that you would like to say? Would you like a closing statement? This may be your. We don't know if this is going to be your only. Maybe next year you
Marisa
can
is
make one
welcome
more.
anytime. She just is not
Oh, of
normally.
course. She's not a
normally on
gamer.
the show.
She
Yeah.
doesn't have any games to talk about.
Yeah, she doesn't game.
There's lots of things I want to say about Rafe, but I
Okay.
cannot remember any of them. But he just likes to hear himself talk a lot.
He likes to hear himself
Yes,
talk
he
a lot.
does. He
That's
likes
why
to
he's a
talk,
lawyer.
and he likes to hear himself talk.
All right. How about name 3 great things about Rafe and 3 not so great things about Rafe?
Great thing number 1 is he's moldable.
He's moldable.
Yeah.
That is such a wife answer.
great
Oh my
answer.
gosh.
That's what my sister-in-law said when she first met him. She said, "Oh, I like him. You can work with him. He's moldable."
Very nice.
I
Which
love
is true
that.
because he used to have really bad hair, really bad clothes.
And now he's gone Hollywood.
Yeah.
Oh, the bus is riding right over
Yeah.
right now.
Yeah, and then he had that.
I love how one good thing actually ended up sort of as an insult.
Yeah.
You're multiple because you used to be a
moldable.
dork.
Yeah.
What else can we say about him?
Two
Two other good things. Two more good things.
We gotta like make it nice. 2 good things.
Maurice is really having
Not
to
that I
think.
can't think of good things, but I'm not good
All
when
right.
I'm put on the spot.
Can you name 3 bad things? I'm sure you can there.
No.
He used to have
Oh,
bad
good.
hair and bad
He used to have bad
He
hair.
does have bad hair and bad
He's
clothes.
funny. Rafe is very funny, I would say.
He's kind of funny.
He's kind of funny.
yeah.
Kind of funny.
He's
Oh my
very
God.
thoughtful. Well, no, I can't say he's not.
Oh, Ray.
He
Wait,
wants-
I was going to say she should make an appearance once a year, but she may not be around.
He wants to be thoughtful. He says to me, I want to be thoughtful, so I need you to help me.
Yeah,
because when
the
I
guys
wanna
do that,
do
yeah.
something nice for you, I don't want to get you something like flowers that you're allergic to. So
Yeah.
what are some nice things I could do for you that you actually would like? So
And then
he's
they
thoughtful
do
like
them,
that.
and you're like, well, I told you to do that, so it's really not the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how I am,
But
too.
he wants to.
Yeah.
He'll say.
They
He
need
gets
help.
points for trying to do
Yeah.
something
Yeah.
thoughtful.
And he
They
always
need
admits
help.
when he's wrong, which I don't do. I'm never wrong.
That's a
But
very
he
good
admits
quality.
when
Well, of course, you're never wrong. You're the wife. We
That's
are
right.
never wrong. We're always right.
he's- Yeah. And what else about him? I don't know what else.
That was
about
3
him.
good things.
Those were 3 good things.
He's a good guy.
Being able to apologize is a good thing.
Yeah.
He is a good guy.
And he
despite
wants
the
to do
whole
thought. And I
Hollywood
think that
thing.
goes for a lot of guys is they want to do thoughtful stuff, and they do. They need help. They don't know when they're supposed to be doing
But you
stuff.
know,
They don't always
and
know.
Maurice's words, they're all pretty moldable.
Yeah.
Well, mine was.
Although
Mine's
some
not very
don't seem
moldable.
as moldable as
Mine's
I
not.
consider
Craig's not
myself
moldable.
lucky. He's moldable.
But I got Craig later. You know, he was a little bit older, and
A little
he
more
had
set
been
in his ways.
He had been on his own for a little bit, so
Yeah.
he was very set in his ways, and he's not moldable at all. But in a good way. I mean, I love him so.
I think women are hard to please anyways. Like, I do see when Rafe goes, oh, it's impossible,
Yes.
because
Yeah.
he could buy me something and I'd go, well, that's really nice, but I don't want you to spend all that money on that.
Yeah. I always say I would never want to be a guy in a million years because I would not want to date a woman.
Yeah.
Like, that's just
I wouldn't
crazy.
want to be a guy because I wouldn't want my big thing to be going gaming Tuesday nights and spending an entire evening in gamer stench. I
thought
just
you were going to talk about your big thing.
I know.
Want your big
This is
thing
what
all
Marisa is
caught
going to
up
have to get
in your
bleeped off the thing. That's what I thought she was going there too. But no, I think
No,
we
just
are.
you two.
And this, a lot of times, like, this is off gamer stuff, but when Craig and I are fighting or I am mad about something, there are times where I'll say, am I legitimate in being mad, or is this like a nutty girl thing? Because I know girl.
And
we're
how
just
often does
nuts.
he say nutty girl
No,
thing?
he'll tell me. He tells me, he'll be like, I don't know, or he'll be like, no, it's legit, or I think it's kind of nutty. But I'm also open to knowing, that we can totally be nutty and be crazy.
Yeah.
So all three of them drive us nuts, and all three of them are awesome hubbies.
They are. They're good. I was thinking that out there when we were all out there. They are good guys, all three of them.
They are.
So I think that says something good about us, right? That they
That's a
picked
good
us.
way to end it. We're happy. We like our hubbies.
All right, Marisa, you are welcome
Thanks,
anytime.
Marisa.
Maybe
Thank you
once
for
a year or
having me.
something. We will try. And we are you can email us at the wives@the d6generation.com and check out our website at thewives.webs.com.
And our Facebook page, which is just D6 Generation. Check it out there. We're on there all the time. And Russ even set up a Twitter account for the D6 Generation, so you can look for that.
We are everywhere.
We're everywhere you go. There
we will
are.
See you next time.
Bye.
Bye.
Need to add a big unit to your current force and don't feel like painting that many grunts? Or maybe you want to start a new army and really don't have time to paint it up. That's where PaintedFigs.com can help. For 3 years, their staff with over 20 years of experience in the industry have been providing gamers with high-quality, affordable paint jobs on miniatures from the most popular games, including Flames of War, Warhammer 40,000, Fantasy, War Machine, Hordes, and even a variety of board games. Their full-service packages include the cost of the models themselves at wholesale prices, assembly, painting, and basing. Because they're able to get the models wholesale, you end up with a package appearing on your doorstep full of ready-to-play models at only the fraction over their retail price. Their name says what they do. PaintedFigs.com. High-quality miniature painting at the lowest rates on Earth, even with shipping. Be sure to let them know the D6 Generation sent you.
Warning, warning, warning.
This podcast is part of the Wargamers Radio Network, WRN. You have been warned. For more information, go to www.wargamerradio.com.
Danger, danger, Will Robinson.
Silence, you ninny.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another fantastic episode of Words from Wales, all the way here from sunny Wales. It's me, your host, Owen, and welcome, croeso, one and all. It's been a while since I spoke to you, but here I am, so sit back, close your eyes, soak in my soothing Celtic voice, and enjoy, my friends, enjoy. I'll start this issue with a shout-out, my first shout-out here on Words from Wales, and it comes from a person called It's All About the Pain. Now, everyone likes to do the shout-outs in their own special way, but I think the shout-out should be done in the way I feel the person speaks, in the voice of the character, if you like. So, here we go. Hello, Owen. I'm It's All About the Pain, and I'm just writing to you to apologise for the drivel that I spouted on the Hollywood Minute a few weeks ago. Now, Hollywood shouts enough rubbish without me paying him to do extra. I do realise that I dissed you, my friend, and that you coming to the Alamo tournament in San Antonio is just about the same as Santa Ana coming to the Alamo, and you probably do the same amount of damage. I do realise that by challenging you, I'm putting myself up as like a gerbil about to fight a Bengal tiger. So please accept my apologies. I'll never speak ill of you again. You are basically a podcasting god, whereas I'm nobody. I'm sorry, Owen. Please accept my apologies. It's all about the pain. Well, there we are. Thank you very much. All about the pain. Apologies accepted. It's been a sad couple of weeks, my friend. What with the passing of Michael Jackson. Which reminds me, I was walking through the woods the other day and I saw a ticket for Michael Jackson's This Is It Concert at the O2 Arena, nailed to a tree. I thought, I better get me one of those. You can never have too many nails, can you? With that, we all obsess, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to talk this week about play by mail, about Commodore 64s, about the role-playing game Paranoia. We all hark back to the 80s, to what we think was a golden age, into when I think we thought we were all happier, you know what I mean? I remember happily playing play-by-mails for weeks and weeks, waiting for the postman to knock at the door, not twice, waiting for that letter to drop through, just opening up to read, "You open the door, the room is empty." Paranoia, another great role-playing game we played endlessly, which looking back on it wasn't really that good, was it? So, we live in a golden age, my friends. We should appreciate the now, forget the past, or just have it back there. Don't obsess upon things. I pride myself as a gamer. I don't obsess too much about anything, I don't think. So anyway, I'd like to talk to you about the game of D&D which I played just a few weeks ago. The first game of D&D that I played in a long time. I'd like to talk about the now without harking back to what used to be. So, I remember the time a couple of weeks ago when I ran my first game of D&D for an age. We only had a couple of hours, but I always feel, don't stop till you get enough, or it's just bad. The party's quest was dangerous, with them easing down the road. There was a warrior, a cleric, a ranger, and a thief, who was in fact a smooth criminal. Although the quest was straightforward, it wasn't black or white. They jumped off the wall, and someone in the dark, perhaps a pretty young thing, shot at them with spells. Naturally, they beat it, because they didn't want to be starting something. Then one of my players, Ben, said, "Oh man, Owen, this is a thriller." I replied, "Just enjoy yourself." The creature in the dark had not finished its monkey business, and bursting into the night, realised it was scared of the moon. It stood in a state of shock before Billie Jean, another player, cried out, "That girl is mine!" and shot with a bow. She fell to the floor, and Billie Jean cried, "She's out of my life." Needless to say, she was a cheater who needed to look firmly at the man in the mirror to really understand the way you make me feel. Dirty Diana swore she had rolled a 20 to hit, and gave me a look that made me think, I just can't stop loving you. She got up to leave, and I said, "I want you back." The game finished, and we agreed to play next week. I said, "I'll be there," and the players replied, "You've got to be there." Then someone put their hand out and said, "I want to be where you are." And I replied, "Hey, lovely one, we are the world. You can't win being the DM. We will meet at this place hotel, and you can jam and I can rock with you, so shake your body, because there's going to be blood on the dance floor next week." Anyway, we've had enough. And so until next time, I love D&D me. Enjoy, players. There are books and games out there better than there's ever been. This is a golden age for gaming. This is a golden age for the D6 generation. My name is Owen Staten. You can reach me at owenstaten@aol.com or through the D6 generation. Until then, my good friends, Shampoo!
This RVR is going to be great. I can't wait to show this Chaos Scum the might of my Ironbreaker. Here I go. I've got him targeted. That Black Arc is moving way too fast. There's too many people on my screen for my ancient PC. Oh, no. I'm screen locked. Now I have to reboot. I'm just going to bed.
Rafe, don't grip your pillow at night in PC frame rate paralysis. It's time to level up.
Level up? I can't. My damn computer's too slow.
That's the point, doofus. With a Doghouse System PC, you can have just what you need for the best in MMO play. Play your game at the highest settings, experiencing the very best frame rates available, and all at an affordable price. Now go back to sleep.
When I wake up, I'm going to www.doghousesystems.com. It's time to get in the house and level up.
This July from the Pulp Gamer Media Network, Out of Character talks about creating memorable characters in role-playing games and discusses a variety of new games including Are You the Traitor from Looney Labs. Game on with Cody and John with conversations about origins and tips and tricks for conventions in general. The dynamic duo will also let you know whether to buy, try, or deny Are You the Traitor and Wealth of Nations. Myriad Games brings you a bevy of in-depth interviews from Origins and continues our great coverage of different games. Listen in on a special presentation, the 35th Annual Origins Awards Ceremony. The D6 generation interview the makers of Hero Lab, Card Vault, and Army Builder, review Old West RPG miniature wargame hybrid Gutshot, and throw Werewolves of Miller's Hollow and Are You the Traitor in a cage match. 2 games enter, 1 game leaves. Here the Boot discusses dealing with first games, deciding what's worth tracking, and the role of balance in role-playing games. The Games the Thing brings you interviews and impressions from the Origins Game Fair, along with a roundtable discussion of, surprise, surprise, Savage Worlds. For all these great shows and more, stay tuned to the Pulp Gamer Media Network.
PulpGamer.com.
Welcome back. And now we're going to talk about Russ and Craig's Wild West game adventure with a special cameo appearance by Rafe. So, as those of you who... You got nothing, because you're only doing a cameo appearance and it hasn't come up yet.
It's not your time yet.
No. So,
get behind the horse. Get behind the horse.
Behind the rain barrel. As some of you should know, if you've listened for a while now, when I went to Adepticon, our friend Chris and I played a demo of Legends of the Old West, and we really, really enjoyed it. A lot of the enjoyment had to do with the models looked really cool. They were all nice and painted up, and they had some beautiful terrain by a company that I now know is called Arnica Real Estate.
Ooh.
Now, Arnica Real Estate... the owner sold Arnica Real Estate. And that actually ties very carefully into a later point of our story. But you just remember that. You just store that in your short-term memory. Okay? Arnica Real Estate, where I wanted to go and I wanted to buy all this terrain because it was going to be really cool.
Gone.
Not
Got
gone.
sold.
Not
Okay,
gone.
got it.
Sold. It's out there, though. It's out there.
Right.
Okay. So anyway, really cool terrain. The game.
Is
Chris
it as
and
cool as your terrain?
I would say probably
No.
I don't know. I like mine.
Well, Craig can't comment because he's modest, but I think Craig's terrain is going to be
I like
better.
mine.
Cool.
But to be fair, anything if you're a really good terrain builder and you custom build it yourself, put all those extra hours in, is not going to be as good as something mass produced because mass produced terrain has to be reasonably durable.
That's the key.
So you can't plus it out as much.
But anyway, so the game demo went fast and furious. Chris and I loved it, and in fact, Chris made a joke.
Now, which game was this again?
This was Legends of the Old West.
Okay.
Now, Chris made a joke which turned out to be quite prophetic. And to give a little quote, "We won't have to worry about the whole terrain thing if we can just get you excited about playing it."
Meaning Craig.
Meaning me.
Right.
Okay. Russ, however...
well, I just blame the current excitement over cowboy games on Bang originally, because that got me thinking about it.
Now, was Bang before or after Adepticon?
Before.
Okay.
Yes.
I'll buy that. I'll buy that for $1.
Because
Oh, that's
when you
right,
came
because it
back,
was at
you said,
PattyCon.
and you came back and said, Russ is going to buy this game, and you knew that because of Bang and all my
That's
excitement
right.
about Cowboys.
Okay.
So you're talking about generating the excitement for the West.
For the old, why we're into the Old West, quest for the West.
Quest.
I see.
Ooh, nice.
We're into
I
the
like
quest
it.
for the West.
Very nice.
So is this the type of game? Remember, we did the TempleCon review, and we'd be like, "Oh, we saw this cool Western terrain, but we don't know what it is."
It might have been, but
Okay.
we don't know.
Well, yeah, because there's a lot of custom West
There's a
rules
lot
out
of
there.
yeah.
So what we're going to talk about now is how complicated and tricky it is to get into a game genre like this.
Historical game.
So it's historical, and we're trying to find out about it, and there's all kinds of choices, and we're going to tell you about our travels down that dusty road.
Ooh, very nice.
Amongst
With
the
our
tumbleweeds,
trusty horse
our
Pete.
Trusty steed.
Old Pete.
So what happened? So how did
You
it go
really
from
are
there?
Stinky Pete.
So how did it go from there, Craig?
Well, I mean, who locally had some stuff, Russ?
Well, you can always count on Will
always count
and
on
Jeremy
Shifty.
to have already acquired portions of any game you're considering getting into.
That's absolutely
They're
true.
the kind of gamers who just like acquire things over time.
Yeah.
They do,
And
yes.
they have the things still
Some
shrink
of
wrapped.
some of it's
never been
painted,
used. Right.
some
They
of-
go to the
yeah.
cons or wherever they buy the stuff. So Will, who we often call Shifty, and Jeremy did already acquire some of this stuff to our surprise because we didn't think anybody locally knew about it.
In fact, Jeremy was like rabid about Legends of the Old West and really wanted to play and has been bringing it up from time to time.
Oh my God, I can bring it all out now.
And they both have the rule books. They both had a bunch of minis.
So step 2 on our trail to get our friends to play this game with us was to find people who already have a reasonably good interest in the game, right?
That's right. Yeah.
So then Craig found these guys.
Okay. Or they found me.
Right.
Jeremy had a whole collection of paper terrain called Whitewash City, which is some really neat stuff. You buy it. It's really cheap. You buy the PDFs. You print them out on your computer. You cut them up. You
and for those who don't know, this is out there. There's print and build stuff out there.
Yeah.
Was this like paper dolls for terrain?
No.
No, but there are paper dolls for models.
You print this out on some kind of reasonably thick paper, and you cut it out and build, like on a paper.
It looks really
building.
nice.
It looks very nice.
And you glue it to a cardboard stock or something?
You can do that, or you can just
paper or whatever you want
print it out on thick card. Yeah.
if
And
you take it to a place like Kinko's, they can print
and
it.
It looks good.
Yeah.
It looks good.
You're paying like $8 for 4 buildings,
and it's printed in color, so it's already painted.
Right.
Oh, I see.
And so
it's got like siding drawn on it.
From a distance, it looks great.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to look as good as a fully, balsa wood building.
I mean, it's 3-dimensional in that it's got all its walls and it's got some banisters and things like that.
All right. I can envision
it. It's functional.
The architectural details are not 3-dimensional,
right? But it's functional.
But it's very functional. So he had a bunch of that stuff, and that was great. And both of them were very eager to get some action and see some their games out on the table. So we decided that this was going to be an opportunity for Russ and I to maybe get a chance to get in a game if we had the time, or at the very least see the game in action.
Right.
Okay.
So we got them to bring all their stuff one night. Now we knew that
this is interesting because I didn't know this whole tale.
Oh yeah, well this is all because of your silly D&D game.
Right, you're never there.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you literally weren't there for any of this.
No,
which is
while
bizarre.
you're playing with paper dolls. I'm slaying kobolds.
No,
go ahead.
The miniatures are metal.
Yeah, great. Anyway, so we started looking for. We knew Russ from the beginning got his hands on a copy of Legends of the Old West, and
Chris let me borrow. Remember, Chris was at Adepticon with Greg,
and he went.
So Chris
and
let me borrowed Legends.
Yep.
I borrowed the book,
and I bought a copy from Dan at Myriad Games.
Yes,
and is Legends an army game, skirmish, or you're going to get to this?
It is a skirmish game. Yeah, we're going to talk more about that.
We'll talk more about it in a second, but yes, it's a skirmish game.
Okay.
But Russ knew, just reading the rules, that it might not fit the niche he was looking for.
It wasn't what I was looking for in a cowboy game. But I thought I'd be able to try it.
So we started looking at rules.
Yeah, just to summarize, what in my mind, what I wanted to be able to recreate was the duel, not necessarily a one-on-one duel per se, but a gunslinging duel in an old Western beat-up town where the players, you have sort of some tactical options with your one or two guys. So you can, there's mechanics for diving into cover. There's mechanics for, the gun having to be reloaded. There's mechanics for whether it's better to use a shotgun or a pistol or a rifle.
A little more crunchy.
Yeah, I wanted a little more like
detail.
And I even said to Craig, I said a little more closer to War Machine, where you have a few models, but they have all kinds of options you can do. So you're not, in that kind of way. And this game was more like, we'll get into that in a minute. So Craig,
so we're looking for. So this is the next step on the dusty trail.
Right.
Looking for the historical miniature game. You don't have. It's not like you went, oh, War Machine looks cool. Well, there's only one place to go.
Right.
We said, wow, Wild West miniatures look cool. Now we need to find some rules.
Yes. And nobody has the rules and the models. So you got to get the models, you got to get the terrain.
Right.
It's not like Games Workshop where they make the terrain, the models, and the rules. Right.
So I got Legends. Russ borrowed Legends. We were looking at that. And I got the idea that it wasn't what Russ was looking at. And there's some things that we'll talk about in a minute about Legends of the Old West that were kind of striking me the wrong way also. So I went and I looked. I found some rules that were, funnily enough, called the Rules with No Name. It's a free online PDF. You can just
play on the Cowboy with No Name from Spaghetti Western.
Exactly.
Oh, now I get it.
Okay, Man with No Name.
Right.
And
I love Craig. I love how Craig corrects you. It's awesome.
He has to. He's an English teacher.
I have an English teacher.
He loses his degree.
I do.
He does not.
I do. I lose my job.
Right.
Now I can't even explain to you how the Rules with No Name worked, because just flipping through the PDF when I got it, nothing called to me.
Right.
It didn't gel in my head. Nothing.
So what we're doing is we're looking through rules and we're trying to find rules. I mean, I talk about how if it's in full color, it looks great and stuff like that. And like Legend of the Old West, full color, really pretty rule book, and so that got me started. But then the mechanics also took call to you too. And what we're finding is some of these rule sets were like, the mechanics aren't really.
And there are mechanics out there where your whole action is dictated by a poker hand, and that sounds cool if you're in a poker.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So now we get back to the Arnica terrain. I'm frustrated. I'm not finding any rules that I like. I go back to the Arnica website because it's still out there. And I'm like, well, I mean, if I can't buy it because they sold it, who did they sell it to? Maybe they're selling it. So I look and find out that it was sold to this company called Hogleg Publishing.
Right.
So I go to the Hogleg Publishing website, and I'm not looking for anything but this terrain. I'm like, well, I don't know what else they do, because obviously they did something else before they got this terrain, and the terrain is still not available. Hogleg Publishing produces a game called Gutshot. And I started looking at their forums, and I started looking at a couple other online forums for Western games, and Gutshot kept coming up. And it was an Origins Award winner. A lot of the comments were that it was fast. It had a lot of tactical options. And the thing that keeps coming up over and over again is it's an RPG-like miniatures game.
What's that mean?
I don't know. At this point in history, I didn't know.
See, in my head, I would think that's kind of like GW's Inquisitor.
Yeah,
that's what they built.
Right.
It as.
All right.
And so I was intrigued, but I wasn't intrigued enough to buy it yet. Meanwhile, we're looking at that. We're looking at terrain. We're looking at rules options. You also, as Russ said, you need to get the models. And there's no one place to get the models.
Yeah, we kind of know we're going down this road. We just don't know what rule set we're going to use.
Exactly.
So we're not.
Okay.
So Craig's still building terrain. You know, I'm still researching models. I bought some at this point, or just about to, and so we're committed to the plan. It's just that we haven't decided on what rule set we're going to use. And while we're waiting to find the ultimate rule set, we're still going to play with whatever rules we have lying around just to try it out.
Yeah.
Just to see the buildings and the cowboys on the table and all that.
So, looking around, I found 4 companies that were known for Wild West miniatures. They do other things, but they're known for Wild West miniatures. There's Foundry, or War Games Foundry. They do 25 millimeters, so they're smaller than you're used to. Artisan does the same thing, and again, smaller than you're used to if you're a Games Workshop or Privateer Press.
You were talking about are targeted for this scale.
Exactly, that's a key.
That's
key
key
factor.
because if your miniatures are slightly bigger, if they're closer to Jebby, the buildings will look a little weird.
Yeah,
they'll look a little too small. The doors are too small.
Yes, theoretically you could affect that. You could change that by expanding the printing. But, but it's tough. The way it comes, it's meant for 25 millimeter. Right. I looked at Foundry, I looked at Artisan. Some of them are really hard to try to figure out what comes in a box, and the prices vary wildly from one source to the next.
Right.
Some places will get you, they'll cost literally half again what they'll cost in another place.
Did the Perry brothers have options?
Not for Western, no.
Okay.
And so Artisan, I believe, is in England. I think Foundry may also. Knuckle Duster is a company that just started coming out, and they're 25 millimeter. Their details, the Foundry and the Artisan models, they're a little soft on their details. The Knuckle Duster models are much better on the details, but they're sort of cartoony. Their features are sort of cartoony. Mm-hmm. If you remember the way old back Rogue Trader days of 40K, those models had the bigger than life sort of facial features, and so they're kind of cartoony in their facial expressions and things like that. The 4th company I found was Black Scorpion. And Black Scorpion makes 30 millimeter, which is closer to what GW makes. It's actually, GW claims to have heroic 28 millimeter. And we went over 2 episodes ago what that means. But Russ, what does it mean if I say 28 millimeter?
Well, the millimeter size is generally the height of the model, the average height model in the game, if you measured it in millimeters.
Right.
So if an average guy in real life is 6 feet tall, then in the game he will be 28 millimeters tall if it's 20 millimeter.
Exactly.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah. So 30 millimeters, and GW says it's 28 heroic. But
these are all rough estimates.
Yeah,
all these companies really end up in their own little way. It's off plus or minus. But generally, if you get exact matches in the millimeter size, they're going to look okay on the table together. Yeah. If you're off plus or minus 2 or 3 millimeters, you're probably okay. But if you're off by 5 or more, you might notice a difference.
Exactly.
I see. Okay.
So Black Scorpion, however, really appealed to me. Right. The scale appealed to me, and the sculpts were more dynamic. They weren't, a lot of the Foundry and Artisan in particular, you're looking at models on a single plane.
And the reason for that is You know why the reason for that is?
When they're casting them?
Right. Affordable models are almost always cast so that their arms are in the same plane as their torso. And the reason for that is when you spin, here's a little lecture on how they make models.
Okay.
When you spin metal, they call it spinning because they spin a little special disc that's got the molds in it, and then the lead or the pewter is shot out from centripetal force to fill in the little gaps. If you have a model that's got too much detail going in different directions, it won't fill in those gaps. So how Games Workshop and Privateer Press and more advanced model companies get the arms going perpendicular to the body is they make it a separate bit, which costs more because spinning that thing takes skilled manual labor, and you then need a separate mold to spin the arms and a separate mold to spin the legs and a separate mold to spin the torso. If it's all three parts, it's more expensive to produce.
Yeah.
Right? So cheaper models are only one plane, and more advanced models that are more expensive. So that's one of the things that happens.
But you can also...
I've known you for 10 years, and I've never known you've known that. That's fascinating.
Oh, yeah. Neat stuff.
That's cool stuff.
Actually,
I had no
didn't
idea.
you guys get a tour?
We got a tour of the Games Workshop facility when they used to spin metal in America.
Yeah.
Yep.
Huh.
But other like Black Scorpion, they have some models that are multi-part.
Yes.
They also have other models that aren't. If you get creative with your models, though, you can have it be on more than one plane or give the illusion that it's in more than one plane.
Right.
It makes it look more dynamic. It's less flat.
Right.
And that's kind of how Black Scorpion goes about it. So I was really intrigued by that. Russ, on the other hand, went down a different path.
Well, I found I was still liking what they had, but I still couldn't find the right... I wanted a miniature that really looked and snapped like some of the GW and Privateer Press figures in Cowboy Land. I couldn't find one. I found this company called, and I mentioned it earlier in the show, Weird Miniatures, WYRD. And these guys really are primarily a miniature maker, and they're just now starting to dabble in game rules. But what I liked about them was most of the cowboy figures you see out there, their hats have very, very narrow brims. They don't look quite wide enough. And the reason for that is because of the casting process I described. Getting lead to go fill up a little tiny thin plane coming out of a guy's head would be very hard to do. Well, for the weird miniature ones, they have really cool looking brimmed hats, and how they do it is the hat's a separate bit. So they get that the cowboy hat is really important, and I just like them. Now, the problem with the weird miniatures is they're 32 millimeter, so they're just a hair taller than everybody else. I think they'll still work with Black Scorpion, but they'll definitely look big next to the other
they
stuff.
look huge against the other stuff.
The other problem is they're really sort of an alternate reality Western thing. So while some of the models definitely look like they could be cowboys, others of them are sort of closer to like zombies and other weird sort of things. And you could use them, but if you're really strictly trying to stay in the historical cowboy context, they really won't work. So I'm kind of skirting the edge of the genre here with my choices.
But it's going to probably work out because of the way things worked out.
Right.
So anyway, we're looking. So all of this is happening simultaneously. We're looking at rule sets. I'm building terrain. Actually, I didn't build terrain until after the first night at the game store, which we're going to talk about in a second. But we're looking at rule sets, we're looking at models, and I'm desperate because of my GOCD to get as deep into this whole thing as I can. So one night, again, when Rafe's not there, we have the Legends of the Old West night at the game store. And Jeremy and Will bring all their stuff.
Okay.
So tiny mini review of Legends of the Old West. It's published by Warhammer Historicals, which is now folded into Forge World. And it's designed by Mark Latham based on the original Lord of the Rings rules by Rick Priestley. So if you like the Lord of the Rings
by Games Workshop,
skirmish game by Games Workshop, the Lord of the Rings, they call it the strategy battle game, then it's the same basic rule set. Okay, we used Jeremy's models are 25 millimeter. They're either Artisan or Foundry, I forget which. And Will's models were the 30 millimeter Black Scorpion, which is how I decided that that's the direction I wanted to go because I could get a look at both of those models.
Right.
Okay. And we used his paper scenery, which is nice and cheap. But if you're a terrain guy like me and you get down on the models and you're down at models I view, they're flat and lacking any sort of detail besides the color print. So they're a really quick, cheap, fast way to get some nice terrain on the table. But if you're looking for a really fully realized set, then it's not really the way to go. But it is definitely quick, cheap, and nice looking overall. The 25 millimeters, the models I found to a GW vet, like I said, they seem really small, kind of weedy, and they lack details. Okay, so we've got the Legend of the Old West, and we start looking at the rules.
Okay.
It is the Games Workshop Lord of the Rings strategy battle game, like I said, but it's redone with sort of a Mordheim mix to it as well in the composition. So you're looking at a skirmish game. and you're setting up posses, which would be your war bands in Mordheim.
So if you're an Old West fan, this is like reenacting Tombstone.
Exactly.
One player's got the Doc Holliday and his crew,
the Earps,
and the other player's got the other. I can't remember their name now.
Me neither.
The blank, but the other guys, the other posse.
They've got a bunch of names. They've got real names, and they're actually they have stats in the rule book.
Those heroic characters are in that rule book, and so you could reenact that gunfight. So it's not designed at one-on-one. One-on-one would be trivial in this game. It's really designed for a group of 4 to 5 to 8 guys.
It's actually considered. In the book, I think it says 6 to 10 or 12.
6 to 10.
Yeah,
and they have rules for horses and all that other stuff.
Yeah. So you're building a posse of heroes and grunts. So you're 1 wound, 1 shot, 1 kill guys, and your heroes.
Right.
And they're all together. It uses, like I said, the Lord of the Rings rules with a slightly different name for each thing. So you've got your shooting skill, which is your ballistic skill, your ability to shoot, your fighting skill, your strength, your grit, which is basically your toughness, how easy it is or hard it is to hurt you, the number of attack dice you roll in hand-to-hand combat, the wounds, the number of times you can be wounded before you're dead, and your pluck, which is basically your leadership, which remember in Lord of the Rings, you get your pluck stat, and then you roll 2d6. You have to meet or beat 10, and then you've passed your rule. So you're looking at, instead of like in Warhammer and Warhammer 40,000, 7 would be average because theoretically you're going to roll a 7 slightly more than half the time. With Lord of the Rings, your average is a 3 because you're going to add that 7 to 3 and then you want to get 10. So it looks a little weird when you see the stat because it's a low number, generally 3s and 4s, but it works pretty much the same way. You have 2 other stats that only your heroes have. Fate, which can save you from wounds and allows you to reroll some dice under certain circumstances. And Fame, which allows you to have special actions out of sequence of the normal rule set.
Yeah, that's the only character level strategy there is, or tactics there are in the game.
Right.
In other words, those are the character's options.
When are you going to use your Fate?
When are you going to use those
Fame
points to boost your chances to do damage or boost your chances to hit or take a special action?
And they're you use them and they're gone.
Right.
So there's
and you don't have many. Each guy's got
one
like
or
1
two.
or 2. It's not like you have a lot of them.
Exactly. Right. The rule set were good. Maybe a little too thinly veiled with the Lord of the Rings rules. One thing that Russ pointed out, that something was bothering me and I couldn't get it. It was kind of like what Rafe said earlier in the episode, where you know something but you can't figure it out. And that was Russ. Well, you want to say what it was, Russ? That second there.
Well, it's too, because it comes from Lord of the Rings. There's like the section on shooting is shorter than the section on hand-to-hand combat.
Right.
Because in medieval game, shooting is sort of secondary and hand-to-hand combat is primary. But of course, in the Old West, while there's bar fights and fighting and all that's great, primarily you want it to be a gunfighting game, right? So what's bothering me, and I think Craig too, is like there's all these details about hand-to-hand combat that comes from Lord of the Rings, but you're not going to be using a lot of hand-to-hand combat in this game. And the shooting is almost trivial. It's like just, bang, you're dead.
Yeah.
So
it's actually not bang, you're dead, because in Lord of the Rings, archery is something that you need a lot of arrows
to kill. It's more of a suppression tool.
Exactly.
Right. So it didn't translate well.
Yeah.
It didn't make the
on
jump.
On that level. I mean, it bothered us a little bit.
Yeah.
We thought the biggest negative, I think we both agreed on, was the entire campaign system is just lifted completely from Mordheim.
Which I have been said on the show before. I don't care for the Mordheim Necromunda campaign system.
No.
It breaks. It just breaks down.
It breaks because somebody can get too far ahead.
Right.
Well,
not it's totally random. Too.
There's that. The fact that it's so random and you can't choose to make you can't tailor your guy as he grows. It's not like
it's not RPG light. It's just random.
Right. Totally random. And so, as a conclusion for that night, we thought it might be a good game, but it wasn't really what we were looking for, and it left us wanting a lot more.
To give it a little plus, there's an expansion that lets you have like larger battles, like Custer's Last Stand and stuff against Indians with Gatling guns and everything. And I think the game might scale well to larger model accounts.
Right.
But what we were really looking for was more of a, Clint Eastwood on one side and the Rifleman on the other, and how would that play out?
Yeah.
And this wasn't that.
Right. And the Western bug, however, had bitten deep.
Oh, yes.
And
we wanted more with different rules.
That night, actually, I decided to pull the trigger and went to the Hogleg website, and I ordered Gutshot.
And in parallel, too, what happened was Gutshot there's no demo of Gutshot online, but there is a small PDF file that just gives you the fluff sections of the book.
Yeah.
And I was emailing Craig this whole time going, I just read that. I really like what the author's comments were, sort of like the designer's notes. And I was like, this looks like, and it's all written in, tongue-in-cheek Western style. I'm liking this. And so it kind of, I think, motivates us to push on. So let's go.
And so we eventually went to Gutshot. So, weehaw! Now, Gutshot is officially Gutshot, the Wild West adventure game for 25mm miniatures.
And when Googling Gutshot, it's one word: Gutshot, Gutshot, like shot in the belly.
Yep. And I got the book. I started reading it, and I knew just from the first couple of pages that this is exactly what we were looking for.
Oh yeah,
interesting.
Okay, it's all about now talking mechanics. The game is all about 2d6 and a deck of cards.
Right.
Technically, it's supposed to be slips of paper and a hat, but we'll get to that in a second and why cards are so much cooler.
It's got a cool initiative system.
Okay, exactly. All the tasks, anything, whether you're shooting, whether you're running, whether running over terrain, whether you're trying to break open a vault, everything.
Tip your hat to a lady.
That shouldn't be that difficult. Okay, it's all about rolling 2d6 against your character's target number, which they call the TN.
Right.
And the TN is anywhere from 4 to 12. You want to meet or beat it. And so basically, if you meet or beat your TN, you succeed in whatever it is you're doing. And the way they make that, they tailor that to all these different situations is through modifiers. So if you're doing a more complicated one, it's going to add points to your dice. That's going to make it more difficult to roll it. If you're doing something easy like tipping your hat to a lady, okay, you'll get modifiers to make that easier. I don't know exactly what would happen if you botched that.
I'll tell you what happened. So you're in the middle of combat.
Yeah.
And you want to look cool and suave and tip your hat to the lady over there on the veranda while you're gun slinging.
Yeah.
You botch it. You knock your hat off your head.
And you can't see.
Comes down in your eyes. You miss your shot. The guy kills you. You look like an idiot.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
There you go.
And that would be Snake Eyes.
Right.
Because you're using 2 dice, it gives you that opportunity of Snake Eyes and boxcars.
Right.
And it's brutal. The Snake Eyes and boxcars chart, and they've got different charts for everything. Right. And there's a Snake Eyes shooting chart, boxcars shooting, Snake Eyes hand-to-hand.
This is how your gun jams or whatever.
Yeah. And it's,
so in other words, you roll Snake Eyes, then you go to another chart and roll?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
And it messes you up.
And are you being funny when you say tip your hat to a lady, or that's really an action?
That's actually an action.
No, you could. Keep in mind that because this is sort of a hybrid miniatures game RPG, there are all kinds of options available to you that you wouldn't use in like a skirmish game.
And what's interesting about this game is it is an RPG game, so I could say things like, I'm going to take my lasso out. I'm going to lasso the edge of the balcony above, and my guy's going to attempt to climb to the balcony.
Yep.
Not something you never really think of doing in most miniature war games.
Yep.
But this is really an RPG and kind of miniature war game at the same time. It's almost like a D&D 4 has got a miniature war game.
That sounds fun.
Frame.
And the thing is,
but it's cowboy.
You can't do it with you could do it with a bunch of people who are really competitive. You just can't do any of that cool stuff because you've got to be with a bunch of people that'll be like, "Oh, Russ, that's awesome. Go ahead and do your roll and see if you can snag that with the
There's definitely a GM
lasso."
option too for the game. In fact, they encourage a GM.
Yeah. Why couldn't in a competitive game you do that?
Well, because there's too much.
You have to agree with. I think that would be like a +2 or a -2 or.
You need the GM to come up with the difficulty ratings, right? So you can play with the GM, and then you can make it sort of competitive with sort of like a referee essentially.
Yes, you totally could do that.
Or you could make it, just light and friendly and no GM, but as long as everybody's kind of playing it loose.
But everybody is able to GM themselves.
Right. If everybody's
gotcha.
Yeah,
okay.
Exactly.
So
what does tipping your hat to the lady do for you?
I don't make you look cool if you don't flub it.
Yeah, right.
Oh, okay.
Or maybe you have to go seduce her after you kill the guy. I don't know.
Right.
It depends on.
Well, here's an example. Like we were playing a scenario. We had to rescue a woman who was captured in the jail. We came up with a difficulty level for like untying the ropes. That kind of
things like that.
Yeah, a little. You just make things up because it's very easy with the mechanics.
Yeah. Speaking of making things up and doing really cool stuff, the initiative system for the game is a very innovative mechanic.
It is innovative.
It's great. Now, the way you're supposed to do it is you first of all, you can't play the game unless you've named your character.
Right.
You're not allowed to play the game, and the man with no name is a valid name.
Right.
So you write down. In the basic rules, you write down the name of your character on 3 slips of paper. They go into the hat. Everybody else gets 3 slips of paper. And as the turn goes along, once a character is done, you pull out the next name. So you're going to go.
It's an integrated turn.
It's an integrated turn.
Craig might get a slip, then I get a slip, then Rafe will get a slip, then I might get a slip, then I might get another slip, and then Craig will get a slip.
The key is you're going to get 3 actions over the course of the turn.
But you don't know
what
how.
order exactly.
Right.
Now, what I came up with, because I just thought it would be way cooler, I went...
Because you have GOCD.
I do.
Right.
I got a deck of cards. And because you never need more than 4 action slips, basically what happens is each of us choose a number or a face. So, like, all the jacks would be Rafe, and all the kings would be Russ, and all the aces would be Craig.
So
and you just take one out of each, so where there's only 3 of each in the deck, shuffle them up, and you just flip a card each time.
So when the jack comes up, it's Rafe's turn. When the 3 comes up, it's my turn, whatever.
Exactly.
And this makes it a little more cowboy pokerish.
It does. It absolutely does. And now, exactly. It enters that theme a little bit without you actually having to manage a poker hand to shoot the guy. Okay? Because it's an RPG-focused game, you're generally talking about 1 model per character. I mean, per player. And you're calling that's your character.
Right.
It's meant to be played in teams, which is the cool thing.
And the reason that happens is because you have to make a little, like, very simple, but you still got to do it character sheet.
Yeah.
You're managing things like your ammo in each barrel of your gun and all that other stuff, and you got multiple hit points. So if you don't, it would be, you could run more than one character, but it becomes clunky.
You could probably do 2 or 3 and still be playing at a relatively good clip.
To our board game fans out there, if you heard us talking about Old West earlier, the reason this sounds complicated to us is because when Old West, you have no stat sheet, and your guy gets hit, he gets wounded, he's down.
And Legends of the Old West.
There's nothing to mark down. There's no ammo to track. At
most, he may have he may have 2 or 3 wounds, and you put a die next to him to indicate that he's hurt.
But in this game, it's more like an RPG where the DM says, hey, you just took a wound, lose 3 hit points. Well, you mark it down, or your gun's now out of ammo, or you fire 3 shots, mark them off, or whatever.
Right.
Okay.
Now, the thing about the characters is that the only differentiation in the characters is your target number, how good you are at basically everything, and specialties that you choose. And
skills. These are like skills.
They're called specialties, but they are skills or abilities.
What you're good at.
It's things like you're hard to hit. Everybody gets a -1 to shoot at you.
You can fire with 2 guns.
You can fire with 2 guns. Or you're lucky, which means once per round you can re-roll a set of dice. Quick load can be very important because you can't load an entire 6-shooter in one action unless you have quick load.
Or my personal favorite.
Yeah, Russ's personal favorite, which is
Impetuous.
And it's called, I believe it's called Impetuous.
I think so. It's my guy. You get an extra card in your initiative thing, which is why you sometimes need 4.
Yeah.
So everybody else is going to have 3 cards or slips of paper in the hat. I get a 4th card, which means I'm going to get a 4th turn this turn.
It's a very powerful.
It is
specialty.
And so what happens when you're making your character? You choose the target number you're going to pick. And the better a target number you pick, the least specialties you can have.
Basically, the game comes with a whole bunch of pre-generated characters, which are awesome. Everything from a thug to a Texas marshal.
First of all, we just grab those guys. I'm like, I'll be the marshal. I'll be this guy. We just
I'm going to be the villain.
Right.
And eventually, though, you want to start differentiating. You want to start making your own
look
characters.
Like your model and all that.
Exactly. So you custom choose. There's 3 custom choices. You can either have a target number 7, 8, or 9, and obviously the lower is the better.
Right, because you want to roll equal to or higher than that number.
Exactly.
On 2 dice.
Oh.
If you have a 7, you can choose 1 specialty.
And keep in mind, for most of the game, that 7 is going to be for all different things, but mostly it's when you shoot your gun.
Exactly.
So you're picking this as you make your character.
Right. So for me to hit you, if I pick a 7, that means I'm going to hit you on 2 dice when I roll a 7 or better, which is almost 50%.
Yeah.
But if I pick an 8 or 9, I'm going to hit you less often, but I get more cool abilities.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So maybe I want to be a quick draw artist, and I want to be an accurate, and I want to be, that have Impetuous or something, but I could only have like a 9 to hit or something.
Exactly.
This sounds fun. I didn't know it had all this in there.
It's a lot, and more to come. And another facet, the fact that there's not a lot of differentiation. Every model has 15 wounds and 15 pain. So pain would be like if you're getting punched or you fall off a roof, and wounds are if you're getting
shot,
basically. Or stabbed with a sword.
Right. And when your pain runs out, you pass up. When your wounds are dead, you're dead.
Exactly. Okay, so that's basically all the characters.
So pains is different than wounds.
Yeah,
exactly.
You have like pain points and hit points, sort of.
Yeah. And you, with every group of 5 wounds that you take, your stats go down also. You get negatives to all the things that you're doing. So your performance is going to denigrate.
I just thought of something. This might be a good gateway game.
Yeah.
For the RPG player to get into miniature wargaming.
That's true.
Because you're really looking at this as like, it's going to feel a lot like the D&D type game with the miniature combat.
Yeah.
And now you can just paint your guys up and try that out, and you're pretty close.
That's true.
Anyway,
That's a good point.
There's no grid like there is in D&D. You're going to be using inches and stuff.
Right, exactly. Okay, so now we're going to run you through a really quick turn. Okay, remember you all have your slips in the hat or your cards.
Deal me my turn.
Okay,
boss.
ready? And I pull it. It's a jack, and that's Russ.
Yay.
Okay, so each time your card comes up, you get one action.
Right.
And an action is actually two of the following things.
You can do two tasks.
You can
either terminology thing.
Exactly. Move, shoot, or what they call fast tasks. And a fast task would be draw your weapon, holster your weapon, shout a warning.
Tip your hat to a lady.
Pick something up. No, I think that would probably be a free task, but I don't know. Okay. So you can do any two. You can't do, and we asked the people on the forums and
we checked. You can't do.
the authors.
The mistake we made in the beginning was we thought since you could pick two tasks per action, you could opt to move twice,
which would be a lot of moving,
or shoot twice,
which is a lot of shooting.
But actually, you can pick two tasks, but you can't do the same one twice.
Right.
So you can move and shoot, or move into a fast thing, or shoot into a fast thing, but you can't shoot, or move.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, so you can do two of any of those, or you can start, continue, or complete what they call a full task, which is something that takes that entire action. Like so mounting,
reloading your gun,
searching a room, all that sort of thing.
So is there a chart of those?
Maybe having relations with a lady?
Yeah, there are lists of actions all through the book, and then examples of other actions that would include things like that.
And that you need a full one to do.
Exactly.
Right.
Okay,
And, they give you tons, just like any good role playing game. They give you examples.
Yeah.
But of course, the problem is not that's a problem, but with like any role playing game, the examples are just examples, and anything else you can dream up, you have to kind of figure where they fit.
Exactly.
Which is where the GM comes in.
And the book is great. The book is set up like a technical manual.
It really is.
So it breaks down into chapter and verse, the entire thing.
It's easy to find stuff.
1.2.3.
Now we should say that we weren't critical of the book. It's a nice book.
It's nice,
but it's black and white.
It's monochrome. It's not black. It's like tan.
It's one color, right?
Yeah.
So it doesn't pass my full color test.
No.
It does have a reasonably good index.
It does have a reasonably good index. It has a great table of contents, and each chapter has a table of contents.
Yes, it is very, very, very easy to find stuff.
Yeah, it's
and it is very well organized, and there is a lot of fun little like fluffy comments interjected all over the place, which make it a fun read. So I like it a lot. It's not the best looking book ever, but it's functional and does a job, and it gets what it's trying to
it makes up for its lack of polish, you might say, with its flair and its
good
fluff and its
solid
good design.
It's been around a while, and you can tell, but they've taken that time to really refine it.
Oh yeah, we missed all those bullets. It won the 2006 Origins Award for Best Historical Game.
Yes,
so it's really up there.
And we say historical,
Russ,
but
would you buy the book?
I would. Except for something I'll talk about later, but I would if I thought yes I will I would possibly.
I'm confused.
Well, there's another game coming out, so I want to get that book because Craig already has this book and I can play. It's kind of like you, Ray, saying you already got the game. I'm not going to buy it. So Craig's already got the book, so I'm not going to.
Okay. So anyway,
but yes.
So you've got those options, and now we're going to run through those really quick. First is movement, and movement. I love the way movement works. You have 4 options for movement. You can run, which makes you move.
It's kind of like gears of a car. You're going to pick your gear.
Exactly. Running moves 12 inches, but you're -3 to shoot while you're running, but you're -2 to getting shot at while you're running. So it's harder to hit. It's also harder to get hit.
So if you're trying to be defensive and dodge a lot, you want to pick run as your gear.
Then you've got,
but you're not going to be very accurate yourself.
Exactly. Then you've got trot, which is 6 inches, -1 to shoot and -1 to get shot at. So you're kind of trotting. It's still a little hard. Walking is only 3 inches, but there's no penalties.
Yes.
Makes sense.
And then the 4th option is crawl or go prone, which means you can only move 1 inch, but you're +1 to shoot because you're going from a steady stance, and they're at -1 to shoot at you because you're taking advantage of whatever cover might be there, or you're just flat and prone and harder to hit.
Makes sense.
Okay. A weird little thing is that you can change your speed as a free task, and you get every character, every time anyone gets an action, everyone in the game is allowed 1 free task. And a free task can be turn up to 90 degrees, go prone, insult a cat is actually on the list as something you can do.
It's great. It's just good fun in this book.
Okay, and things like that.
Right.
So you could literally move your model.
Tip your hat to a lady? Can I put that in there?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. Tip your hat to the lady is a free task. Okay. So you could literally move your model 12 inches, and then at the end of your 12 inches, declare as a free task you're dropping down to a walk. Which, if you think about it, is you like skidding to a halt before you shoot.
And so the problem with it, and if you're thinking about it, you're like, wow, well, you're going to take a -3 to shoot. You just declare walk. Why wouldn't you always do that? Well, we figured out as you're playing is your opponents, though, will not have a minus to hit you if the last thing you do is declare I'm walking. So if you're trying to be defensive, you got to really think about when you're going to shoot and when you're going to get shot at.
Right.
So that final speed you leave your character in is a tactical issue you got to contend with.
Because there's something you're going to have to face in the shooting part of your turn, which is unique in my experience.
Right. And it makes us tricky.
It makes it very tricky, and there are no easy answers on how to deal with that.
Right.
Okay, so shooting, we've already talked about it before. It's all about your weapon and your target number.
Right.
To simplify the whole system, there's only 5 firearms in this whole
So
game.
you think of them as like classes of weapons.
Exactly.
Of course, you can fluff them up and call them whatever you want.
Exactly. There's the pistol.
Right, 6-shooter.
Derringer, which is a 2-barrel pistol.
The thing you hide in your pants.
Little, very, very short range. There's shotgun, 2 flavors, obviously. There's the normal shotgun and the sawed-off version.
You know, we're self-respecting cowboy game cannot have a sawed-off shotgun.
Exactly. And trust me, it is brutal to take both barrels of a sawed-off shotgun from 1 inch away.
Yes. But it's not very long range. That's the problem.
It's only got like a 3 or 4 inch range.
Right, but if you get them there.
Yeah. And then you've got the rifle. Obviously, you
the
need
trusty
your
Winchester.
Okay. And your ranges for all your shooting break down into point blank, which is generally 1 inch or less, close, medium, long, and far, and that's different for each weapon.
So long range for a rifle is different than long range for a pistol.
Exactly. And the way that it differentiates out the weapons is that there are bonuses and penalties to both target numbers and damage.
And what's nice is this little chart is a very handy idea.
Yeah.
Appears on the pre-made character sheets.
Yep.
So if you print out your photocopy or get the PDF from their website of the pre-made character sheets, you also have this little chart. You got to go flipping through the book or anything, which is nice.
It's all actually the character sheets are great. They have
They're very
almost
handy.
all your modifiers for almost all your things.
People learn this game like instantly.
Yeah.
We had people playing it and really thinking it through. It was very easy to teach.
First night we played.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And then there are other modifiers also. You get a -1 if you're mounted. You get a -1 shooting at a guy who's in a little bit of cover.
Modifiers.
The speed modifiers and darkness and things like that.
I don't know if we mentioned this, but the range modifiers are twofold.
Yes.
There's a modifier to hit, and there's a modifier for damage. So as Craig mentioned, that sawed-off shotgun up close is going to have huge bonus
brutal.
damage. Whereas the Winchester might have better bonus damage at medium range kind of thing. So you got to pick your weapon for the right. That's why it makes sense to have your character equipped with maybe a rifle and a pistol or a shotgun or whatever you can afford.
And how is equipping or drawing? Is it one of those big full actions or a half action?
It's a fast action.
It's a fast action, so you can run and ready your weapon.
So because one of your 2 choices around, right, your tasks is you have 3 different tasks you can choose from, right? Run, or move, attack, and or a fast action. And the most common things you see people doing in the pure tactical mode of the game would be moving and then changing weapons, or moving and shooting, or changing weapons and shooting. Those are pretty much the things you'd be doing, right? So changing weapon would be a fast action, like putting my rifle on my back and drawing my pistol.
And now, speaking of ready weapons, if you have a ready weapon and somebody shoots at you, as soon as they've shot at you, but before you apply any damage that you take, you get an immediate return fire.
Right.
So that's why it's very important for you to keep in mind whether you really do want to slow down to a walk.
So let's give an example. So this is where it gets tricky. So you might think...
I'm a little lost.
If you've been thinking through this whole thing, so basically there's a reaction fire that immediately happens. So if Craig's character shoots at me, he rolls to hit, rolls his damage, I'm going to take 3 points of damage. Before I mark my 3 points of damage off, I'm like, aha, my pistol's out. I shoot back, out of phase, in his turn. I immediately return fire.
Yeah.
Okay.
I check my range. I roll to hit him. I roll how much damage I do. Then we both apply our damage. We're done.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's going to happen every time you shoot at a person who has a ready weapon.
Who has a gun out that's loaded. So what happens is, if you've been following along with how this movement thing works, I could, in theory, say I'm going to start my turn at a walk, say I'm going to shoot my gun at you, which has no modifiers to hit you, then at the end of my turn, declare I'm running, and now you've got a -2 to hit me in your turn. The problem with that plan, though, is the reaction fire thing. Okay? So in the reaction fire phase, if I shoot at you and say I'm walking, you get to immediately fire back at me while I'm still quote-unquote walking, right? So I'm going to get to shoot at you with the same modifiers you just shot at me with. So it's not always easy. If you think you're a better shot than your opponent, maybe you want to declare you're running, take the minus, knowing that his is going to be even worse against him, kind of thing. So you got to work through. There's a little tactical sort of situation there, which is kind of neat.
Makes cover that much more important too, because it's not like cover is only going to be important when they're shooting at you. You want to get into cover and then shoot at them because they're going to immediately shoot back at you. Russ had a great position on the Mercantile Exchange
on the roof.
One game, he was on the roof hiding behind the big sign on the building, and he was up there the entire game running around, and the bad guys kept trying to jump up on the roof to get him, and he was like beating him back down and then going back to his shooting position.
So, and the thing is, if you're the guy behind the barrel and the guy's walking down the street, you're in great shape. You shoot him with your pistol. You got no modifiers to hit him. He immediately reaction fires and shoots back at you, but he's got to deal with the barrel in the way, so he's got hard cover.
Yeah.
So that's where,
and that's a
you've really got
-3 to hit you.
So you've really got to have that advantage when you're shooting at people, or it's just going to be you both die, or you both take heavy damage.
Exactly.
And as you take damage in this game, you do this little chart on your character sheet, and as your little scratched out squares get high enough, you start losing effectiveness in combat. You take -6 to hit. So
you get slower.
So as you start, if someone gets a couple good drops on you, your effectiveness really drops in the game.
Yeah, and then you got to try to get out of dodge.
Right.
Is there a way to get healed up since it's kind of a role playing type of game?
There is in the game in the rules. There's in the book there are rules for healing up. It doesn't happen during the game because the game takes too much. It's too quick. So it's not like you can.
Yeah, the way we're playing it doesn't make a big deal. But if you were playing in the more full role playing campaign mode,
like a campaign mode, then it definitely
it would matter more, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But we'll get to that in a second.
And the most thing you got to remember is don't forget to mark off your ammo as you shoot.
That's the most important thing, and I forget that Russ is always having to remind me of that.
He is the what's that called? The gamekeeper,
groundskeeper.
Now the character sheet is awesome for doing that because it actually has a cross section of the cylinder of your pistol.
So you just kind of cross off your bullet holes.
Yeah, or the cartridge of your rifle, and so you've got 6 pistols, and you just cross them off as you go. And it also includes a mechanism on the sheet for 2 reloads, or 1 reload for the rifle. And the shotgun's the same way. You have to say if it's a single barrel shotgun.
Right.
If it's a double barrel, you got to choose whether you're firing both barrels or 1 barrel, and you got to keep track of all that because there are a lot of times in this game where you're going to run out of ammo, and that's going to leave you up the creek.
And the weapons all have different reload times depending on the weapon.
Yeah.
And it's a full action to reload. So that double-barreled sawed-off shotgun does a lot of damage, but if you fire both barrels,
it means you're right up next to them.
You are now empty.
Yeah.
And your opponent is ready to unload on you with this pistol, and you can't reaction fire on him now because you're holding an empty weapon.
Yeah, exactly.
Is
that's
there?
bad.
If
and
you
that
run
has
an
happened.
arrow, are there like ammo crates you can go pick up?
No.
Well, you could put that in the game, but you're carrying a bunch of ammo.
You've got plenty of ammo
when
on
you mean
yourself.
run out of ammo, you mean in that?
I mean, you
thing.
got to reload
in that gun.
Right.
You've got to track the ammo that you've got in your weapon.
You do track your overall ammo on your body because remember it's like a role.
We've never had anybody run out for the whole game.
You're not going to. The combat is fast and furious as you might imagine, and so 20. You got 2 barrels of 2 6-shooters. If let's say you got 2 pistols, that's 12 shots right there. Plus you can. I think when you buy a box of ammo, you got 50. If you got 50 rounds in your body, so you're not really going to run out of bullets overall. But the fact you have to stop and reload that 6-cylinder is a problem.
Yeah.
You got to deal with it. And the 2-barrel shotgun, even worse. You got the 2 barrels in the shotgun, you got to reload that thing too.
So that's basically shooting. And then exactly as you would expect and exactly as the opposite of Legends of the Old West, hand-to-hand in this game is much more downplayed. It's much more simple. But it's very fun at the same time. There's a chart of attack types. And if I'm attacking Russ, I'm going to choose my attack type. So short punch, kick, backhand, all kinds of options. Each one of those attack types, though, is assigned a target number, so it now has nothing to do with my target number. Now I'm trying to roll against the target number of that. So a short punch, for instance, is very easy to pull off. It's like a 5. But then every attack type also has a defensive number. So I need to roll a 5 to hit Russ, but Russ only needs to have a roll of 5 to either block it or get out of the way. A short punch is like a jab. It's not going to do a lot anyway.
Right.
And then on top of that, it has its own damage modifier. So I think, for instance, a short punch does D3 -1 pain.
So you pick your move, gives you a target number, you roll a hit.
Exactly.
Do your damage. But it's a pain damage, not real damage.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Okay.
Unless you're armed with something that would do real damage.
Like a sword or a dagger.
Or a bayonet.
And things like that. And those are all in there, too. And so you can attack with all of those as well. you do have a chance to stun your opponent, but it's not great. You have to roll a 6 unless you've got. You can get a specialty that makes it more likely, and you can get a sap or brass knuckles that make it more likely, so that it goes down to a 4+.
Right.
But it's still, it's hit or miss as if you're trying to
But see,
actually
here's what
stun
made me,
them.
one of the things I liked about this game is compared to the Legends of the Old West we talked about, where this game, you just heard all the tactics we talked about in shooting, whether you got to rock or run or reaction fire or watch your ammo or reload or careful aim and all that stuff. We didn't even talk about Overwatch.
Oh, no.
So cool.
Yeah.
There's an element to this game in shooting that works like...
So that's different than the readying the weapon.
Well, no, there's basically, I can say, I'm going to cover this part of the street. Okay? And what you do is...
You need to have either a fully loaded rifle or a fully loaded pistol.
And I basically am going to fire... but basically what I'm saying I'm covering, it's not like I'm watching field door. I'm just like spraying that area, like bang, 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 bang.
It's called cover fire.
And so basically there's you kind of map out a space on the map where I'm shooting, and it takes me a turn to get it set up. And once it's set up, there's basically 5 imaginary bullets just sort of flying through the air there. And anybody who walks into that zone gets hit by these 5 bullets.
Has a chance
or
to
has a chance to. Any bullet that doesn't hit him is still there flying through the air to hit someone else who walks in there, right?
Yeah.
So it's kind of like Overwatch used to be in Warhammer 40,000. I can sit there and say, I'm going to cover that door and just waste 5 rounds of ammo whether you come out or not. Because I'm just like, bang, bang, bang. But if you are foolish enough or forced because someone punches you or whatever into that area, you're going to take some major damage.
You could get
easily
brutalized.
Die. And so it's great because people will be setting up to make that move, and then you see it coming. You got to hope you get the right initiative to either roll through there.
Because it takes a whole action to set it up.
Right. So it's just a really another inch. There's a lot of tactics in the shooting part, and there's hand-to-hand combat too, which is great for that bar brawl breaks out, or you're up against a guy, or your gun runs out of ammo, and you want to pistol whip the guy or whatever. That's in there too, but it really focuses on the gunplay.
Yeah,
which is good.
Absolutely, and that's basically it. So instead of scenarios, you've got, like we said, we've got adventures, and it's really easy to make up some quick adventures of your own. Right off the bat, we made up Fetchin' Jenny, which was which
is still my favorite.
It's a great one. She was in the saloon, not the jail. That's
right.
the only difference.
There's a girl captured in the town,
and all of the guys are trying to get her either because she's about to testify against them, or because they're trying to rescue her. Right. And the cool thing about the initiative rules is that you can actually put cards or slips of paper into the mix for
the NPCs.
For the NPCs. So Jenny had her own action stage.
Right.
Now she only had 2, but whenever it came out, she would start running in a random direction.
Well, then we had a rule which said if you spent a turn with her, intimidating her, basically, then the last person to intimidate her, or whatever we called it, would then, when her action came up, she would move in the direction they wanted.
Yeah.
So basically, but then if I ran away and said, "Come on this way, Jenny," and she'd be following me, then if my opponent got near her first, said, "No, you're coming this way," so it was kind of an interesting way, and then the mechanics kept it all moving smoothly and integrated even without a GM. It was really nice.
Exactly. The character sheet and the cheat sheet has everything you're going to need to play the game. So once you've got that cheat sheet up, we haven't even used the cheat sheet. We've just used the index.
Yeah.
But the character sheet really has all kinds of information. And then
sheets are well made.
They're very well made.
But it's still simple. I mean, you remember, there's not that much complex in
yeah.
character creation. It's not like you got 6 stats, all 3 to 18. You really just have a target number and a few skills, and that's your character, really.
Yeah,
and
basically.
then what you're carrying. That's all she wrote.
That's the whole game.
Yeah.
There are additional rules for terrain and climbing, and leaping, and NPC and mounts. So I mean, it gets deeper than this. It's got stage coaches in it.
You can go as deep as you want. Yeah.
But these are just the basics. And it could use a GM for more elaborate adventures. So your task list, like we said, include a bunch of stuff that you wouldn't eat, like eating and talking.
I think it'd be a blast to run like a little mini one of these at the con where one of us was the GM and we have like random folks come up and pick up cowboy.
It'd be a great thing at like TempleCon.
Maybe.
One use for all this terrain that's being built.
Called foreshadowing. All right. So what else, Craig? What else could we somewhere in there?
So that's actually. Can you go up?
Oh, I
think we missed something, and I keep going.
All right, we're backtracking now.
Yep. Okay, stop.
Craig's upset about missing something.
Okay. Well, we covered almost everything there, except that I do want to mention the guys who designed the game.
Oh yes.
Okay, Hogleg Publishing. Remember, I found them because of that whole terrain thing.
Right.
The game is designed by Mike Mitchell, Mike Murphy, the Mikes, and Paul Maurer, and won the 2006 Origins Award.
Awesome.
And
Get it?
Yeah, and in my decision, I went with the Black Scorpion, but we already talked about all that. And so, in summary, I like the simplicity of the game, but still with its wide range of options. It's got a lot of different things that you can do, all within the same basic target number mechanic. There are very few abstractions. Really, the only one I could think of is the cover fire, the one that Russ just explained, where you've got 5 bullets sort of floating in the air. And I like you can easily explain it away. So I really like the intuitive nature of the rules, because once you've got an idea on those simple mechanics, the basic mechanics, you're good to go. I think the adventures are fun, and they make for quick, dangerous games with kind of like with a story. Like we had Fetch and Jenny. We did Fetch and Big Brown the Bull.
Yes.
We had a bull.
I just like the name of that for some reason.
Fetch and Jenny was great. Big Brown the Bull was awesome because we were all trying to catch a bull. Yeah. And every time the bull's card came up, it ran in a random direction, but it also ran away from any gunfire within 12 inches of it.
And then it would blast through walls and knock people over.
It knocked Will down.
That was awesome.
Will set himself up with an awesome shotgun shot and then got run down by a bull before he could take it.
I couldn't get my head around the fluff as to why we were all going after the bull, but it was so funny I didn't care.
Oh, come on.
It was like an episode of the Apple Dumpling Gang.
Somebody shipped it in from Scotland. It was an Angus.
But why would you try to just shoot it in the head and eat it?
You couldn't, because it's breeding stock.
All right.
They're cowboys, man.
See how he works? He's like, the whole thing worked out.
Jeez. But
I'm with you, Craig, man.
Now the funny thing about that was nobody thought that, oh, you know what? You could probably just get behind the bull and shoot and shoot and shoot and scare it off. Because we were
I mentioned
winning.
that, but no one did it.
Yeah, nobody.
Yeah.
You were on my team.
No, that's because I was in the building killing people.
That's right. You were our sniper.
I was
on
like
the
explaining,
Mercantile
we could play for the mission, but I'm just going to kill them all.
Yeah.
And then I got killed. But I killed quite a few.
You did. We won that only because they all died.
By death. We didn't go for the bull.
Yeah, exactly. The funny thing was,
you mess with the bull, you get the horns.
That's right. We accidentally did the opposite. We were shooting at guys near the bull so much the bull almost ran off their side and won the game.
Yeah, we almost gave it to him. Yeah, that was fun.
That sounds really fun.
It's an absolute blast. A little too generic in the characters for me, maybe, but
I like a little more tweaking. Like it feels
but
like
you can make your own. You said
you can, but it feels like you really need to be walking around with a rifle and a pistol.
Yeah.
But like I have some new character models from the Weird Miniatures I was talking about that don't have rifles, and I don't really want to give them rifles. I want to make them cool without a rifle.
Well, you can do that because
I'm working on it.
2 pistols is brutal in this game.
Yeah, but there aren't 2 pistols in the model, so I got to figure out a way to make them cool without. But I'm thinking of giving them
long
knives.
Coats.
They do. I mean, I couldn't make it up, but yeah. So I'm trying to figure out. But it's cool. I still like it. I mean, I still.
Yeah.
Like it.
Oh no, I like it a lot. And you can also alter things with a GM game. You can make house rules and things like that. So that's my summary.
Are you going to rate it?
I'm going to rate it at the end.
All right. All right. Well, my summary is that I like it too. I like all the options. I love the little RPG light approach. It's funny because before Craig found this, I said, what I want like Inquisitor for cowboys, or like an Inquisitor. I liked Inquisitor, but I didn't like Inquisitor because parts of it were just way too complex and the range system was god awful. But I liked sort of the way you roll dice for the number of actions you got, and you could use these actions in different ways. And this has that sort of action feel with the initiative system, and I really like how that works. I like how the different characters, depending on the abilities you choose, really play differently. So Craig's right. There's not a lot of depth in these guys, but they do feel like there's 3 or 4 or 5 different little classes you can make.
Yeah.
And then these classes do play differently, which is nice.
Yeah.
Like we didn't talk about this. You can fan your gun. One of the skills is to fan your gun and basically fire the entire chamber, when you're running your hand over the hammer. And your chance to hit goes way down, but you shoot a buttload of bullets, which is kind of neat.
All 6 if you got them.
Yeah, if you got them.
But then you're left with an empty gun.
And what I also like about it is it's got depth, but it's not slow. That was Inquisitor's big weakness. The game took forever.
It doesn't seem like it's slow.
This game plays really fast. Like we play 3 or 4 or 5 games in a night.
Yeah.
Even with teaching and making up characters.
We really were playing 3 or 4 at least a night.
And it just lets you really take advantage, because it's got that little RPG element. It really lets you take advantage of the cool terrain if someone makes it. Like Craig has walkways and balconies on tops of the building, so if someone's up there, you could be like covering fire down, and we got guys hiding under the floorboards, and just you can do all kinds of crazy stuff. I mean, you can just do all kinds of crazy stuff with it, and the game supports it all. And you can easily add in very easily with like the fetching Jenny and the bull rules and everything else. Very, very easy little mechanics for this stuff, like giving the bull an initiative, or giving a difficulty check for if you scare the bull, or all that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Or the bull causes pain damage or whatever. You can do all that kind of stuff. So it's really neat. I think it's definitely scenario driven, so you're going to get more mileage out of the game if you've got creative people in your play group. If your play group is really
Well,
crunch
they also
guys.
have a lot of scenarios. They have adventures online.
They do. Actually, that's true. There's a lot to find.
Hogleg Publishing is, I mean, this is their big thing.
Yeah.
They support it wholeheartedly online.
That's true. There's lots of great ideas.
They're having a year-long contest right now to write adventures, and all the best ones are on their website.
So it's definitely scenario driven. So definitely get the scenarios if you don't feel like coming up with
your
yourself,
own, because you can come up.
But
with
it's easy to do
ones.
with a little bit of creativity. I think a referee or GM will help. It's the game's not designed for competitive play. I can't really imagine like a Gutshot tournament.
Doesn't sound it.
It's not that. I mean, you could try that. That's not what it is. Whereas Legends of the Old West, you could do that with that game.
You could.
This is really it's really just a fun little skirmish game that's really supposed to have a little bit of story behind it, and for fun, but I think it excels at what it's trying to do, and for what it is, it does a very good job. And my only thing is, the reason I wouldn't go up by the book myself right now is I would like to have a little bit of the ability to also play it competitively, and the new Malifaux game coming out by Weird Miniatures has me intrigued with that, and I'm kind of interested to see how that works out. So that's the only reason I'm hesitant to go buy the book myself, because I want to get this other book, and then we can compare that rule set too. So we'll have 3 rule sets we can look at. We can look at the Malifaux rules, we can look at the Old West rules, and we now have Gutshot. We have all these different games we can play. And what's great about this too is we've already invested in miniatures. All these miniatures are going to work whichever way you go,
which is a good thing about the historical element.
Which is the nice thing, but it took us a while to find them, and now we've got problems because my miniatures are not really going to work with Jeremy's buildings. They're going to look a little weird, and so there's some of that going on, and we had to do a lot of research, and it took us several months to even get to where we are now. So it's not easy. But the end can be very rewarding. I like where we are, and I like all the options we have to play these different games.
And it's not. I mean, it's confusing at times, but it's not really scary.
No, it's just.
I mean, it's more work than going in a private press or Games Workshop.
And I will say this: you're much better off picking if you're going to go this route and try this historical thing. I think the biggest lesson I learned from this is I was glad we chose a very small scale game.
Yeah.
You know, Rafe talked about going off and trying a Civil War game. That would require a very large investment in models and time, whereas this game, okay, we thought we were going to play Legends of the West, and oops, Craig bought 16 guys, and maybe he's only going to need 1 or 2, but 16 guys isn't that expensive.
And
right?
I have options.
And now he's got options, right? So that's a nice thing about it too, is that you don't get stuck with a bunch of lead. You end up deciding, we're changing rule sets, and now I can't use all those guys or something. So that's been a nice. So definitely, if you're going to try this out, try it with a smaller scale game. And learn how this whole thing works before you go on to a bigger scale game.
Rafe, you got any thoughts?
I do. Russ. So
yes, Rafe.
It's game night, and you want to play a miniature game.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm trying to get a sense of like what kind of mood you be in to want to play this. So so you want to get a good battle going. You're just in the mood for a good battle. Is that 40K? Is that Privateer Press? So you want a good strategic battle, or is it Gutshot?
Oh, strategic. Like if you're looking like a tactical challenge. Here's what Gutshot feels like to me. To answer your question in a roundabout way, Gutshot is a fast filler miniature game to me. You could play it like with most of the games I played with it so far. Like I'll play it as one of my games at night. There was one night I played mostly Gutshot, but it's like Craig's got it all set up over there. I'm like, hey, let's play a quick round. I jump in and play. We'll cycle through. Now, if someone said to me, hey, next Tuesday, Russ, if Craig said, I'm going to bring all the stuff and I'm going to have this cool multi-round scenario set up, and we're going to start here, and we're going to play 3 battles, and whoever at the end has done X, Y, and Z is the winner, or whatever, I'd be all down for that. It'd be awesome.
I just got an idea.
But if someone said to me, I want, if I woke up one day and said, I really want to play an army scale war game, well, that's not Gutshot. Right.
Okay.
If I want
to about as far from an army scale game as you can get.
So it's totally different experience. It's not even you're almost. It's RPG light. It's the satisfaction. It's almost like how Descent is for D&D. You know what I mean? It's almost like that for a cowboy game. It's got a little depth to it. And the character generation is not that much deeper than Descent. Really, there's not that many more stats. It's almost about the same actually. So I think it's that. It's a quick, fun miniature combat game. It doesn't require a big investment except in time and research. You get it with 1 or 2 models for yourself, and then someone's got to come up with some terrain. That's why you just got to get a friend like Craig said about it.
And that's my question for Craig. So it sounds like we tried to get Uncharted Seas going, or you guys did. I'm not into the naval battle thing, and then I know the whole wonky thing with the rules, but it sounds like with Gutshot, if you're the Craig of your gamer group, rather than shelling out a whole bunch of money for a fleet and then another fleet, Gutshot might be the way to go because you don't need that many models.
I'd be careful though. You're not.
Oh,
That's you're assuming, I think, that the as you like to say, the itch you want to scratch for playing Uncharted Seas is the same itch that Gutshot's going to scratch. That's totally different. They're totally different games. It's like saying, well, since you play D&D, you don't need to ever play Inquisitor, or you don't need to ever play Dark Heresy because you already played D&D and you have the RPG.
Yeah.
Well, that's just totally different. They're two different RPGs and they're two different styles. So, if you want a naval combat game, that's not Gutshot. And if you want to play Cowboys, that's not Uncharted Seas. So I don't think they're mutually exclusive unless you only have the time to play one miniature war game, and then it's a whole different question.
Yeah.
Right, Craig?
I agree
and that is what I was saying. Yes, absolutely. So I'll rephrase it. I guess what I'm wondering is if your game group's playing, let's just pick on War Machine, and you're the Craig of the group, you're like, I'm a little tired of War Machine. I want to try something new. Gutshot might be the one to go because it's not that big of an investment, as you guys were saying earlier. You can try it out without having to have two whole fleets.
If you're already inclined in that direction.
That's what I mean.
Yeah. I don't think... The thing about what you're saying, though, is you're not going to get someone who's a hardcore War Machine player to switch over to Gutshot. It's just a different thing.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's going to switch over to
Gutshot doesn't replace any of these games. It's a different...
no, that's not... I mean, a lot of the guys online are doing full-out campaigns where they've gone in the complete RPG direction. But.
Yeah, I think you'll like it. Don't get me wrong. I think it's just another game. It's like saying, you own Battlestar Galactica, why would you buy Descent? They're two different board games for different nights. I mean, I think this is that kind of thing. It's a different miniature game. If you're already a miniature war gamer, you've already got the skill set to paint this up. It's very, very low cost of entry, so why not check it out? If you're not a miniature war gamer, what I will say about it is, if you're thinking of starting miniature war games, it's a very low cost of entry one to try out.
Yeah.
And especially if you come from the RPG side, as I said earlier, because you already know what RPG is. You play D&D maybe. You understand the idea of having a miniature on the table and where its position matters. This is that, essentially with measuring. Try a little painting out. You only got to paint one guy, and try printing out some of those cardboard buildings that are easy to build, and then you'll have a table, and then go from there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
yeah.
So yeah, should we rate this thing?
Yeah, let's put this baby to bed. I'll go first.
Okay.
I'm tempted to break it down.
Are you going to rate Old West too? We got to rate both, right?
No, because we didn't really review Old West.
I can rate Old West.
Yeah, I know, but you've never played a game, so...
That's not true.
You watched a game being played.
Oh, yeah. I played it when it was called Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Kill me. Oh, that was awesome. That was great. Thank you. No, please. That's too much. You're too kind.
Oh, my
He'll
God.
be here all the week.
right.
Don't forget to tip your wait staff.
You try a joke, Rafe. Go.
I don't have any jokes. It's too late for that. My butt is sore.
That is a man with too many sound effects at his disposal.
That's good, though. I do like that.
I like that. Okay, great. It is getting late. I hear crickets. So, Craig, how do you want to do this thing?
I'm tempted to break it down in 18 different categories and do like Russ times 100, but I'm not. I'm just going to say I think it's a 3+. If you're inclined to even pick this game up to look at, then I think you're going to like it on a 3+ at least.
Yeah,
that's
right.
me.
That's you. Ray, you want to go next? Or you want me to go next?
Yep. No, you go next since I haven't played it, but I do have a rating.
That's not a yes. All right, here's my thing. I am going to have to split it in half, as usual. First, if you like cowboys and westerns, then I think it's.
So you're not talking like Brokeback Mountain type of liking.
No,
cowboys, right?
Don't even go there.
Why
no,
not?
if you like cowboys and westerns, then I think it is a good game. It's a great game for what it is. And if you're interested in miniature wargaming at all, 3+. If you don't like cowboys or like take them or leave them, whatever, but your friend's asking you to play it and you're going to give it a try, I think it might be a 5+. I think there's a good chance you'll enjoy it. Well, I think you'll enjoy it. If you just hate cowboys, though, you're not going to like it.
Right.
Just saying. But I think it's a 3+ for most gamers.
Mm-hmm.
I would.
Okay.
I like it.
And
it's fast. It's fun.
Rafe, what would a Hollywood like this game on?
I have no idea since I haven't played it, but I would.
Usually doesn't stop you.
I was going to say.
I know, but
that's never stopped.
But I'm going to rate it this way.
Okay.
I'm going to rate it 3+ with a reroll desire to play it.
Wow, that's one of his highest ratings of a game he's never played before.
Wow, yeah.
To date.
It sounds that fun to me.
Excellent.
Well, it is a fun, and you've got a model already.
I have my Civil War model. I haven't painted him yet.
Yeah. Well, I've got 16 models that I haven't.
Yeah, the Civil War guys will fit right in.
Actually, I've got more than that because I also got a bunch of other models, Bandidos.
Oh yeah,
from Artisan.
So I'd have to say, Craig, I do not think you wasted your time building those buildings.
Oh,
I'm
I don't
definitely
think so.
interested to play.
Good, good. Now, should I go get the train set? Because I found one.
Like one that goes around the board and stuff?
No. Well, it could, but I think that would be kind of
You
lame.
start building trains, and Gordon will show up because Gordon's a huge train guy.
Right? See,
yeah, there you go.
Well, I'm thinking I got me a line on an old steam train.
Does it have the working smoke?
No. It might, but I probably wouldn't do that.
Right.
It moves, but I wouldn't want it to move either. So anyway, yeah. So good. I'm glad, Rafe.
Cool. Excellent. And is that Gutshot?
That's Gutshot.
All right. There's our.
You
quest,
got me.
Our quest for the West.
There you go. Bum bada bum bada bum bada bum 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 bada bum bada bum bada bum bada bum bum bum.
This episode of Jever Notice is brought to you by Squid Eye and the Bitter Guy, now available on iTunes. Thanks, Craig and Cindy and teachers everywhere. Did you ever notice that sometimes life is what happens to you and you have other things planned? I have a complete Did You Ever Notice, all edited, leveled, and in the can, from before we all went on vacation. Unfortunately, life took a dark turn and I decided to record a new episode. It's a long one and far more dark and serious in places than is my wont here, but please bear with me. It will come back to gaming eventually. My vacation last week was interrupted by a call from my mother informing me that my grandfather was in a coma. Now, my father's dad has been sick for a long, long time, but the extended family was splintered and estranged and has been for years, and so, despite his being the oldest son in a traditional French-Canadian family, news, no matter how important, often got to my father last. Apparently, about a week before we all went on vacation, my grandfather had voluntarily stopped eating and drinking, and soon after that had lapsed into a coma, and none of my relatives had seen fit to inform my father until the end was in sight. We were on vacation, and my sister and I knew that we'd have to make the trek down to pay our respects before he passed on, and we made our plans. I was about 2 hours north in Maine, and she'd be at work the next day about halfway between, so I was going to pick her up on my way down. Unfortunately, my grandfather had other ideas, and passed quietly away in the morning, even while we were making ready to go down to see him one last time. The plans shifted abruptly, of course. My father was already en route, my mother was stranded up in the Lakes region of New Hampshire, near where my sister was, and I was in Maine. So I was the first to arrive at my grandfather's house, the house I have only the vaguest of memories of from childhood Christmases and other rare holiday get-togethers, after my father. My father, a sensitive man whenever family is concerned, was standing in the lawn, performing the function of an anchoring rock for the entire family he had spent years trying to bring back together. So I stood by him to try to provide what little help I could. Apparently there is an odd tradition in parts of far northern rural Canada which prescribes that, should a person die in their home, you do nothing to the body aside from closing the eyes if necessary, until all the possible family members are gathered together to say their goodbyes there. So for 3 hours, as we moved around the house trying to comfort and share condolences, my grandfather lay in the central family room. Never has the similarity between my father and my grandfather been more pronounced to me than in those 3 hours. Many of you I know will have lost someone close to you in life, and so I know you have experienced what I'm about to talk about firsthand. When someone near you dies, there is a sudden hush that falls upon your life, as you feel the shadow of death stretch forth and tinge everything around you. You are reminded forcefully of the transient nature of life, which every one of us lives with at some level every day, and yet we all, most of us, manage to ignore. At this moment, when the reality of life cannot be denied, people have many different reactions and ways of dealing with it. Some people stare into the grief and fear, losing themselves in a spiral of depression and darkness that can last hours, days, or even the rest of their lives. Other people, at this moment, throw their life in a vivid clarity, and colors seem brighter all of a sudden, and you're filled with a resolve to make every last moment count however you can. As I stood by my father that day, watching him knit his family, rent by grief and in all their different reactions, back together again, assuming as if no time had passed his role as eldest brother and deftly healing the many and varied rifts in that time of crisis and pain, I seemed to see him in a new light. The skill with which he handled each aunt and uncle, the older relations that came to the house to pay their last respects, and even the younger members of my own generation, going all the way down to my 14-year-old cousin, was eye-opening. And this is where lesson 1 of this experience, regarding gamers anyway, comes from. My father was able to heal his family and bring them together in their moment of pain and need because his social skills are consummate. His ability to deal with people from all levels and make them feel important and heard is second to none. Had he not possessed these skills, a situation that was already painful and harrowing would have been infinitely worse, as petty sniping and bickering and blame casting tore at us even as we were vulnerable in our grief. But instead, because of my father's social skills, his brothers and sisters are now well on their way to full reconciliation, and my grandfather had his entire family around him in the end, all getting along and working together to say our goodbyes. Most of you, if you were to be honest, would have to admit that many gamers do not have a complete toolkit when it comes to social skills. And one day, each of us will be confronted with a situation where we will be in dire need of at least the basics. Hopefully, your need will not be as dramatic as my father's, but whether it's at work, with family, dealing with members of the opposite sex, or whatnot, each human being will have to work within the long-established structures of your local societies if you're to achieve the best outcome for you. And for many gamers, for a variety of reasons, lack the ability to work within those structures. I know many of us have reasons for turning our backs on what society considers quote-unquote normal, but whether it was giggly girls in your preteen years, the entire football team in high school, or an overly aggressive chess club in college, many of us bear the scars of combat on that social battlefield. And many of us, rather than bear those scars and continue the fight, have declared openly, loudly, and often their disdain for that culture of battlefield. Their flag is the all-black wardrobe, or the silly hat that normal people look awkwardly at, or the cloak that, in their mind at least, makes them look like the Grim Reaper, or their loud and constant disdain for jocks or whatever other group they think has caused this. But you know what? Ultimately, you're only limiting yourself when you take that road. Those people that hurt you, that caused you to turn your back on what is normal, can only exercise power over you now if you let them. They're most likely gone. They don't think about you anymore. In fact, they probably weren't thinking about you hours or even minutes after they said what it was that hurt you. And thus, the only thing you succeed in doing by holding on to that anger now, by acting out against society, is to continue to damage yourself and your potential. It might not mean a lot now, and for some of you it might not mean anything ever. Maybe you'll navigate life without ever having to come down from that defensive social bastion you've built to keep those that hurt you at bay. But whether you realize it or not, most of you will have to come down. How many people go around complaining about their work lives, their social lives, or whatever, not realizing that if they dressed a little bit more normally, or they got a haircut, or smiled a little more often, or made a little more of an effort to reach out to the normal people around them, they would find that their lives, a little, or maybe even a lot, better. And God forbid they one day find themselves in a situation where their very happiness and the happiness of their family and friends depends upon their ability to navigate a truly horrible social situation with confidence. Because that's what it comes down to, folks. Confidence. You have to be confident in yourself, not in your identity as a gamer, but in the three-dimensional person that you are, of which gaming is only a part. Do you have to throw out your black clothes? No. Do you have to put away your funny hat forever? No. But realize that there's a time for everything in life, and you'll need to be able to reach out beyond the gaming culture to fully realize your potential on this planet. And the first, last, and only key to this is confidence. And you know what? You can fake it. Believe it or not, it's completely subjective. So if you learn to fake it well, no one will ever know. My favorite quote of all time is something Mark Twain once said about courage. Courage is not absence of fear, it is action in spite of it. Eventually, if you act confident, most of you will be surprised at the results you will achieve. As for we older gamer types, what lesson did my week-long ordeal underscore for us? Well, it's a far more basic and easy to relate lesson, that's for sure. Watching my father's family come together outlined to me all the years they had lost, and all the times they could have been there for each other, good and bad, had they come together sooner. So my advice to you, and to myself, is this. Examine your book of grudges carefully. Repair those relationships that can or should be repaired. This doesn't mean you forgive and forget all transgressions committed against you. That would be foolish in my book, and for me, that would be the height of hypocrisy. But honestly, examine those negative feelings you harbor towards the people in your life that you deal with regularly, whether your family, friends, friends of friends, coworkers, or whatever. If there's a grudge there you can let go of, do it. Or an unresolved issue that might be resolvable with a little extra effort, try to resolve it. Life is too short to harbor silly grudges forever, and it takes way too much time and energy to stay bitter and angry towards people when you could, with a little introspection, at least let your own resentment go and have one less weight bearing you down as you go forward. Well, I guess that's it for now. I'm sure some of you will feel that I've overshared, and I am sorry. I'm also sorry that this is much longer than normal. But hopefully out there somewhere there are a few of you who might take the situation to heart, and some further good might come of it. Never fear, though, next episode I'll run with a Jever Notice classic Grumpy Gamer theme just in time for the high heat of summer, for those of us in the northern hemisphere at least. Until then, let go of the fear, examine your grudges, and thanks for listening. Good night.
Achievement unlocked! You've made it to the end of another D6 Generation episode, the podcast whose humor has universally been acclaimed as not too horrible. Please let us know what you thought of the show by either emailing us at info@thed6generation.com or by posting in our official D6G episode thread at the top of the DACA discussions forum on DACA.com. If for some inexplicable reason you actually enjoyed this show, you can help others find out about it by leaving positive reviews on iTunes. See you in 2 weeks. Thanks for listening, and happy gaming.
The theme from When Wives Attack comes from the soundtrack of The Last Night on Earth, the zombie game, courtesy of Flying Frog Productions, and is a composition of Mary Beth Magalanes. We would like to dedicate this episode of the D6 Generation to my grandfather, Gerald Joseph Gallant, for everything that he did to make my dad the guy he is today.
Le monde va changer de bas.